welcome to iFLY, the British Nationals Indoor Skydiving Championships. It's really, do you know what? It's really good to see everyone. It's been a couple of crazy years, and it's so good to see everyone here again, doing what they love, and we're all going to have a good time together. It's just amazing. So first of all, if there's any general problems, my name's Adam Matacola, if you don't know, I'm the meet director. If there's any general problems, come find me or a member of staff. All the staff have got a red lanyard. Come and find one of them, they'll come and find me, and we'll talk to you and work out what the problem is. So there ain't going to be any problems. The Chief Judge is Liz Warner. Gary Quinn. And Jamie Arnold. Just to confirm, there's some questions about the rookie, how they're entering the tunnel when the time starts. Just to confirm, the time's going to start when you enter the door. It's not going to be from a speed start, it's going to be when the first person enters the door for rookie. Okay, if you are a little bit worried or anything, just let the instructor know, but just take your time. Okay, it's all fun at the end of the day. Okay. The manifest is going to be on some screens around the building. Okay, please refer to this all the time. That's going to be live updated. Okay, minute by minute, that's going to be updated. Check your speed settings that are on there. Okay, give us plenty of warning if you want to change it. If you do want to change it, there's a bit of paper at reception where we just get you to sign it. You'll change it, and then we'll filter it through, and then everything will change. Okay. The moment you step into that tunnel or fly into that tunnel, that means you're happy with the wind speed. So again, just give yourself one last check before you go into the tunnel. Okay. So on the website, we've got a website page, it's got all our information. On there, we're going to have the draw, the live streaming links, the manifest is going to be on there, and even the in-time scoring system is going to be there. It's all going to be under one tab, so you can have absolutely all the information from your phones, devices, or whatever. Okay. There's some tents outside. Okay, there's going to be some creeping pads out there. There's going to be a few sets out there, so that's where you're going to do the majority of your creeping. There's going to be tea and coffee out there with food and stuff, so obviously go and pay that a visit. We have an AGM deal, special deal for these guys. That's going to be available for this weekend, so very kind of them. You can do that down at the reception. Okay, so go down there and treat yourself to some extra nice tunnel time at these awesome tunnels. There is going to be food and drink tonight for you all, okay, including some alcohol. Okay, free of charge. Okay, yeah, these guys are amazing. However, please bear in mind we haven't got unlimited. Okay, so just take your time, but it's all for you all. Okay, that's going to be up here. So the draw is going to be available on the website now. Okay, there is going to be some bits of paper down at reception, so if you want to go down there and collect your bit of paper for the draw when you go down there. Okay, but it is accessible online now. Okay, I'm going to now hand you over to Paul, the Deputy Mayor, Paul Miller. Okay, and he's just going to say a few words.
First of all, welcome to Basingstoke. It's a great honour for the town of Basingstoke, and I represent that at the moment this morning. And I hope you have a very successful competition. We're going to be, my wife and I, the Deputy Lady Mayoress, will be hanging around for a bit. I was in the Royal Air Force, so I've done my share of flying. Anyway, without any ado, you guys want to get on flying, I understand. I'm going to do the cut the ribbon bit. Have a great day.
Okay guys, yeah, enjoy yourselves, have fun, please pay attention to the times, and the first round's going to start at 10:30, everyone's going to be ready before 10:30, okay? Have a good time, fly fast, enjoy yourself.
My name is Peter Taff-Mather, and we are down here this morning at Basingstoke with iFLY and BISA for this Indoor National Championships of 2022. I have 4 amazing commentators with me today that's going to be following us all weekend. We have on my left Hannah and Emma, and they're going to be doing the artistics. And then on the right, we have Mark and David, and they're going to be doing the 4-way FS. Okay, and this morning we're going to just ask them a couple of questions and then we're going to get going. Okay, so we're going to start with Emma. After 3 years, Emma, of being away from National Championships competition, how does it feel and what's the turnout like this morning?
Oh, Pete, it's absolutely amazing. The electricity in the air here. Everybody's excited, everybody's buzzing, everybody is ready to get into the tunnel after a hiatus of 3 years. We want to get competing again and we're ready.
Fantastic. You can see the energy, guys, of Emma. And Hannah, what do you think about the turnout this morning?
Oh, it's amazing. It's so good. Great to have everyone back. We have 8 teams in each discipline, in freestyle and in 2-way dynamics, so it's amazing. It's going to be great.
Cool. And what's the best thing and the most important thing you're looking for in these competitions? You know, what you're excited about?
Oh, for me, it's all about those finals, the dynamic, the 2-way, the 4-way, the fast, non-stop power, getting excited. I love it. But I like to see those finals and busting and amazing fast rounds. So that's what I'm most excited about to have.
And as you can see, Emma is super excited for this, and so is Hannah. I mean, the boys over there are not that excited, I don't think. But anyway, do you want to do us a favour, Hannah, please, if you don't mind, just explain more about the artistic disciplines that are going on at this competition, please?
Absolutely. So in 2-way dynamic, we're going to have 8 rounds. So before there's going to be 8 teams, and this is going to be only speed rounds. And then eventually this will get into the super exciting part, which is going to be the head-to-heads, kind of the quarterfinals, semi-final, and the final. And then in freestyle, it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be 5 rounds, and they're going to be only free routines. The difficulty gets set in their first round, and that stays the same for the rest of their rounds. And then they get judged on the execution and the presentation.
Cool, and yeah, we're looking really forward to the dynamic stuff, and it's going to be really fast, like Emma says. She's super excited, both of these guys. Now let's just move over to the FS scene. We've got Mark and David here this morning, and I'm going to ask you the same question again. What does it feel like to be back after 3 years of being away from competing and indoor stuff?
I think Emma said it really well. I'm not going to take her thunder on that one. But you know, it doesn't matter who you are, what discipline you're playing in, but everyone's dead excited. It's been 3 years of waiting. The teams that are here have been training really hard, and just everyone's really excited. You know, it's just electric. It's going to be amazing.
Cool. And what about you, Mark? You know, I mean, this has been a long kind of process for you getting this competition up and running.
Yeah, very much has. There's been a lot of great people behind the scenes helping organise this, so thanks very much to iFLY for hosting us. And yeah, we're really excited for what's going to be the first nationals organised by BISA.
Cool. And we both, well, a lot of people out there know that you are both competitors as well. Do you want to explain to us, except for why you're not actually competing in this competition? David?
Secret project.
Okay, and that was very secretive by the sound of it. Oh, and Mark, do you want to try and elaborate on that a little bit or not?
Yeah, thank you very much. Both David and I I know a lot of people are the same, we love helping out just as much as we do competing. So this is an opportunity for us just to help out, make sure everyone's having fun. And yeah, like Dave said, we've got a secret project on the go. When that's public, we're looking forward to getting back in the tunnel as well.
Oh, I'm excited to hear about that project soon, to be perfectly honest. And I'm going to ask the question because I want to be direct. Who do you think is going to win the AAA category this year? It's pretty tight at the top, but I'm going to move to David first.
Well, they're all winners, obviously. First of all, no, it's going to be an interesting comp. You know, they've got teams that have done more training than others. You've got a natural tense battle probably between NFTO and Chimera after their outdoor nationals meet last year, so it'll be good to see what happens there. And you've also got an amazing team coming in that we've not actually seen fly yet, Meraki, so I'm really excited to see those guys, but I'm really excited to see what everybody else can do as well. It's open.
Cool. And Mark, just explain what it means to the top teams as well, you know, on where it's going from after, if they either win or come top 5 or 4 or whatever. Do you want to explain to the viewers out there?
Yeah, thanks, Pete. So this is actually the qualifying event for the European Championship and World Cup that's taking place in April in Belgium. The top 4 teams are going to qualify for that. We'll be in touch with them after the competition. But watch this space. We're looking for some tight battles in the FS, just like in the artistics.
Cool. And have you got an opinion on who is going to win the AAA this year or not?
I think it could be any of the top teams, Pete.
It's a very diplomatic way of coming across, don't you think, girls, eh?
Yeah, diplomatic.
Okay, it's very, very diplomatic from these two gentlemen. Okay, so what's going to happen is we're going to go to a short break and we're then going to get started with the 2022 Indoor UK National Championships, starting with round one with the AAA four-way.
Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered, the IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly. Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered, the IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, So join today and learn to fly.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the British Indoor National Championships 2022. The first time we're back after 3 years. COVID break, but as we've seen today and yesterday, the teams are super excited. We're super excited as well. And I'm David Rogers, commentator for the FS, along with me, my co-anchor, Mark.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Nice to be here.
So, Mark, it's before we get going, we're going to be kicking off in just a few minutes. But, Mark, just talk us a little bit through what we're doing here. Who's helped us organise this, and what are we trying to achieve?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. So this is the first British Indoor Skydiving Nationals. It's sort of dedicated towards the British Nationals. That's been organised by iFLY in partnership with BISA, the British Indoor Skydiving Association. And this is the qualifying event for the European Championships and World Cup in April in Belgium. So we've got teams here qualifying for that, and we'll be looking forward to the battles that will ensue as a consequence.
Indeed. So we've got all of the usual suspects in the AAA category. We're going to be seeing jump-in flights from NFTO, from Chimera, which is going to be an interesting battle. We've got a new lineup with Eros and many more other teams coming up. So very exciting. Mark, what do you think is going to happen today? What's going to occur in the AAA category?
Well, I'm hoping for a very close run competition. You know, there's nothing like one team leading right from the beginning. You know, what we want to see is the interesting stuff happening, so that we can commentate on it for people. It makes much more interesting viewing for all of you at home that weren't able to join us today. And I'm also hoping to learn something about VFS. It'll be the first time that we're commentating for that. So hopefully we won't embarrass ourselves too much.
Absolutely not. We'll be ushered by Hannah, who'll be coming in and doing the expert commentary for the VFS. So just so everybody knows, we're at iFLY in Basingstoke. So thank you for iFLY for helping to organise and hosting this event. We're looking forward to 2 days worth of super activity. Just for the viewers, what is the schedule? So we're running over 2 days. Today for the FS competition, we're going to be doing 8 rounds. So rounds 1 to 8 will be throughout the day. And tomorrow we'll be finishing off with rounds 9 and 10. Hopefully then finishing into a closing ceremony and medals and celebrations. It's quite a compressed competition compared to normal. What was the thinking around that?
It is normally the British competitions have run over 3 days, but the biggest factor is trying to anticipate the number of teams that would register. We'd anticipated after 3 years that we wouldn't have so many teams, so it's a fantastic success.
We're actually off. The first team in AAA is Alola, and the first round is a tricky one. It's a triple blocker, 2164. Alola are a Langer-based team. They've been around a while, coming through the ranks, and actually seeing them sort of training yesterday and today. They were looking really smooth. But as you can imagine, the first round, quite nervy, first competition round in a number of years. Let's see how they're doing. And what you might see as you're going through in the bottom right hand corner is we've got a special little tool here that allows us to give ourselves a bit of indicative scoring. This is not a formal score, this is just our attempt at trying to work out and give some extra tension.
Yeah, give the viewers at home a little bit of live feedback as to what's going on in the tunnel there.
For people that's not actually familiar with formation skydiving, the object of the jump that you'll see is 35 seconds to score as many points as possible. And the points are predetermined, start and end of what we call blocks, which are sort of dynamic movements in groups or solos. And then also predefined what we call randoms, which is it's a configuration of 4 flyers in a certain way, touching certain body parts, arms and legs, and grips.
Yeah, and the difficulty of all of those different formations are grouped into 4 different categories. We've got AAA, AA, A and Rookie, so that gives people a nice progression through their career.
Right, we're now on British team, British Army Voltage. Military team have come through the ranks, started off doing some rookie, but really started to compete in single A
This is a tough first round, isn't it?
This is it's a really interesting first round. Triple block, so it's a 6-pointer. No slot switchers, but it is technical. So hopefully teams take it a little bit steadier and try and get the points on the door. So that's the 4 finish into the 21. And then back out to that 6. It's a really tough move actually, the end of the 21 into the 6, because the momentum is actually pushing you forward and you've got to kind of stop, control it and come back. Right, interesting to see now NFTO.
So this is one of the potential competitor teams for the World Cup in April.
Yeah, we've got a slightly different lineup at this comp. Sean, who's normally tail, is out of the country doing some other work, and we've actually got the alternate coming in and flying. So we've got Julia Swallow, and the configuration actually, Julia's going to be flying inside centre.
Interesting.
Ivana's out on the tail. Yeah, really interested to see how these girls fly. Talking to them yesterday, then they're looking to have a bit of fun here. They're not really aiming for anything specific, but I think the quality of these flyers is going to be quality anyway. And there we go. Well, we're off.
A bit of a fumble there on the build.
Standard. End of that out to the 6. Pushing the speed.
Yeah, they've got a nice rhythm going now. Just have to keep it up.
Yeah. Keep it calm. I think steady pace. Nice. That's good. And there's the red lights, meaning it's the end of their round.
Well
good
done,
score,
ladies.
girls. Let's see how if there's any indication. Yeah, look at that, they're all quite happy.
Great round 1. For those watching at home, typically round 1 is the one that's most nervous for competitors, particularly for everyone that's had 3 years off.
So now, because of the design of the tunnel here, we've got an antechamber, pressurised antechamber, and what we're doing is we're having 3 teams in at a time. So the first 3 teams that we've just seen will now exit the other half. The new 3 teams will enter and obviously take it in turns. Bit of a changeover, just a minute while we get that reload. And the teams we've got coming up now is Eros, who last year finished flying with a friend of ours, Joey Jones, and replaced Joey in a slight configuration change with Matt Cunning, who used to be on Pajama Pumas last year.
It's a great team name.
Pajama Pumas.
Yeah, so this is Helen, Travis, Roy and Matt.
Great. So I'm not sure about how much tunnel training they've done in this new 4. I think there's also been a change internally as well. So I think Travis has moved from his slot into outside centre, which was where Joey was. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys do. And then following Eros, we've got Meraki with the legendary Pete Allen, and also some other amazing flyers. We've got Liz Matthews, who's an ex-world champion. We've got Kate Lindsley, who's also a medal winner at the international level, with Kath Leather as well. I'm very excited to see those guys.
Very much so. I had the pleasure of flying with them earlier on last year.
Right, here we go. Eros entrance, not too bad. We've got an interesting tunnel entrance situation, which we'll explain later on with the wind. Eros is off. Nice finish. And that's 6. Yeah, that's good. Decent close.
Yeah, they're looking very clean, aren't they?
Nice transitioning. That's good.
Yeah, good pace. It's tidy.
Yeah. Something like this, it's going to be down to the start and the stopping of the block. Try not to take too much momentum into the start of that next one. Get a nice clean synchronized start, and there we are. That looks good. Look good. Took him a few pages to really get the
bit
pace.
of showing off there on the knees.
A little bit of pace as you're coming through the jump. Good work, guys.
Right, so Meraki are up next.
Team 105. As you can see on the top of their helmets, all of the teams have a sticker to identify them, to make sure there's no ringers. So number 105, Meraki. First time we've seen these guys out live. They've been doing training out in Windor, coached by David Grouse. Nice. Started quite quickly, which is good. Nice, nice. That's good. They've got some control going back out to that 6 and a good start, which is really important. Nice spin on the 4. Nice close. A very quick transition into the 4, which is excellent.
Good discipline going out to the 6 from 21.
Very good.
It's very tempting to end up going too far. Obviously the size of the tunnel
inhibits that.
Inhibits it to some extent.
Great work, yeah. Excellent jump by
fantastic
Meraki for round 1. These guys, we've got Omni, Tummy Edition. So Omni are a extremely talented VFS team who have decided to swap their suits for belly flying. So this is their first time in major competition, I believe. So it'll be interesting to see these guys how they perform on their belly when they're used to being either vertical or on their heads. And here they go. Oh, he just can't resist getting on.
It's a temptation to get on the back.
Can't resist, can they?
They also have to enter through the door. I think they're normally used to launching directly off the net.
Right, okay. But you know, coming from what is a highly experienced vertical flying position to a advanced flat position, it's not easy. Loving the helmet colour coordination on the back piece. And there we go. Great effort. Brilliant work on that. Very technical dive, and see all of the support and cheering for them as they exit the tunnel. So that's the second set of teams done. So we'll go through that. We'll go through that change.
So we've got 2 AAA teams left: Chimera and Shaka.
Brilliant.
So Chimera is one of the other teams that's probably going to be battling for one of those top places.
Indeed. So Chimera and NFTO had a very interesting challenge at the Outdoor Skydiving Championships last year, where probably the closest fought final or the closest fought competition in a very long time, if at all ever. Only 1 point separated them. Ended up going into a jump off, which was a round 11, and again just lost to NFTO by 1 point. Team have come through. You know, they've been around for quite a while. Had a change of flyers, but Laura, Sarah, now Will and James been together, I think, just over 2 years, and we're looking forward to seeing what they're doing today. Their first actual tunnel competition as a 4. Right, setting up for 21 entrants. Let's see how they go. And they're off. That's nice and quick. That's really good. A little bit of a mistime there. Hopefully they just settle it down. Good. Look at Will's legs, they're massive.
So yeah, their tail flyer. Dave and I were fortunate enough to fly with him at one point, and he's considerably larger than the rest of the team. It's
nice.
Changing some of the angles, technique slightly.
Starting to settle down actually now in the later pages, which is good. Bit of a miss start on the 4 sometimes, but you know, good nerves. There's a lot of nerves going on, and always in round 1. So it's really the team who can contain it the most.
Yeah. So this is our last AAA team.
This is last team.
Shaka.
Shaka. So slightly different iteration of the team Shaka, who competed out in Wimbinamic, but all really experienced flyers, been around a while. These guys, talking to them, they're super excited just to compete and be here. So let's see how they get on. And they go off. There you go.
Good discipline to wait.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very tempting just to keep moving even if someone's not quite ready.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, a lot of discipline to just wait. If you're ready to go, whichever move you're making, and somebody's not quite ready, it's quite tempting. Like a little bit of a brain lock. Not quite sure where they were going, but they figured it out, and that's the key about waiting.
Sometimes the hardest thing is just waiting, staying in the same place.
Yeah. Gesturing as much as you can to remind them where they're meant to be going. I think they'll be happy with that. They'll come out and they'll obviously have a bit of a chat about the brain lock. But no, good work for round one.
So what we'll see now is we're transitioning to the AA category. So the formations you've been seeing are going to change slightly.
And who have we got in this round? Right, the first AA team, Grenade, and the rounds are similar, but in round one for AA we're going with 15-13.
So it's another quite slow round.
Another slow round.
What would you prefer, Dave, at the start of the competition, a slow round or a fast one?
I think I'd probably prefer a triple blocker, to be honest. I think there's less chance of losing points on a triple blocker than it is something with a fast random sprint or a number of randoms. I think it might work pretty well here. Keep everybody, try and put a lid on some nerves. But again, for AA, it's a double blocker 4-pointer in the end. Quite technical round, especially with the new block 13 that people are still getting used to, and 15, which is just an awkward block, to be honest. Everyone's spinning and it's really difficult to reference.
Yeah, it's one of those blocks, if you haven't quite got the angles right between all the different flyers, one person ends up with a position that you can't really fly.
Yeah. Good work by Grenade. I think they're very happy with their performance there. And that's the end of that rotation. Super duper. Right, now we've got coming in extraordinary team name, and if you know, you know, IBME.
I don't think I want to know, Dave.
IBME is the team name. It means something which I'm not going to repeat on live television. We've got IBME starting off, and then Squad Game, and then Martial Law. All again going to be performing rounds 15-13.
So shout out to Ross, Ian, Wendy, and Malcolm. I cross my fingers you have a good round one.
Indeed. Mark mentioned, I mentioned earlier on, Mark, about the entrances at iFLY here. Sometimes we've had challenges in this tunnel with the wind speed dropping out as you enter. Do you want to just explain a little bit more about how that's going?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Dave. In the same way that jumping out of different aircraft can be different for competitors, every tunnel, the entrance can be slightly different, and what we notice at these kinds of tunnels is that you have to practice the entrance. The airflow isn't going to be exactly the same throughout the duration of the entrance into the tunnel. So if teams are training that, you can more or less completely control it. And you'll see the teams that haven't been training, you might see them bounce off the net a little bit.
Yeah, and it's important that the entrance is really important, because you can lose a couple of seconds getting set up and back steady.
Yeah, for the top teams that can be a 1 or 2 points.
A couple of points, yeah, exactly. So this is IBME. And just moving through that 13 and closing. That's good.
I'm loving the pink grips here, Dave.
That's fabulous, isn't it? That's good old-fashioned formation skydiving suit right there. And back into the 13, where we've got, you should have, the back piece is going underneath, and the front piece lifts themselves up and goes over the top.
Oh, we've got someone waving for a grip. That's what we were saying about if the angles aren't quite right,
yeah,
it ends up posing someone.
First round done for IBME. Nerves hopefully kind of start to can for some of these.
So next we have squad game.
Who do we know much about squad game? What have who we got in there?
I can tell you it's Jason, Patricia, Sam, and Stuart.
So
fans of the TV show, I assume.
Well, actually, yeah. Actually, all season flyers been around a while, competing in various different names, but should be familiar with AA. Let's see how they get on. That's probably one of those entrances we talked about. A little bit of wind speed drop out, but moving straight into the 15. Executed well, nice and calm. It can be a really tough block. And one goes over, one goes under. There we go.
It looks like they might be trying to avoid a lot of that vertical flying on the 13.
It's difficult to see actually from the top down on this one, but as we can see, yeah, it's a tough block. Keeping discipline though, which is great. Nice close, nice and soft. Allows them to get to that 15. Good work, guys.
That's a nice little victory spin from the end there.
Make use of the time, eh?
So next up we have Martial Law, also a AA team.
Martial Law.
And this is Laura, Sonia, Emily and Ed.
Team 204. Looks like we're just getting the wind speed sorted out.
So what the viewers at home won't have seen is before we started the live stream was that all of the teams had to get into the tunnel and make sure that they had their wind speed calibrated correctly. So one of the things we're waiting for between one team getting out and one team getting in is making sure that the tunnel is at that correct speed for the team.
Now here we go. They took a very conservative approach in with their engines, which was good. Allows them to get straight into that first block of 15. Back to that 15, that's great. And 13, here we go. So yeah, they've gone straight over the top, which is good. Back now to that 15. So there's lots of, it's really technical jump, in and out, spins, referencing, and then, a bit of a vertical challenge in that 13 block as well. And there's the red lights. So that's 35 seconds. It doesn't seem very long. When you're in there, it also doesn't seem very long.
Sometimes you wish it lasted longer.
Sometimes you do. And if you're ever, from our experience, sometimes something doesn't go quite right, the little brain lock or a memory forgetting something or a little bit of a crash, what is actually a 1 second time frame feels like 7 or 8 seconds.
It does indeed. So I don't know if we're allowed to say this next team name. We'll just call them Deep, shall we?
Deep and something is now 205. Good start off. Now we're actually going. So this is triple. This is
still AA.
AA, but they're actually doing the AAA round.
Interesting.
I think somebody needs to just let them know, or have they have? Right, so it looks as if we're just getting some feedback from the control centre saying that we've got a AAA team within the AA. So there must have been a delay or a switch around. So
with the schedule.
With the schedule.
So that looks like an army team. Maybe that's voltage.
That doesn't. It's peculiar. Right, so we'll obviously have to get a schedule update. Okay. All right, well that was voltage, AAA team, army team that I think we commentated on as the second team that came in, so we need to find out who the second team was.
We have an imposter AAA team.
Imposter.
Who doesn't love a little mystery?
If today's not exciting enough, let's throw something in that we're not ready for. So we are done with that rotation. So we have no idea who's next. It should be Deep and something. Jail and Foreigners should be the next team. So as we mentioned earlier on, each of the teams worked out their wind speed naturally have to make sure that everybody's flying at on the same level, and making sure that they've got enough speed that they're not on the net or too high. So as we go through it, each of the teams have a set score. So this is 403. No, 208. So this is Birds of Paradise. Okay, so AA team, Birds of Paradise, team 208, continuing with the AA rounds, 15-13.
So Birds of Paradise have both Victoria Bradley and Rebecca Bradley on, and I believe between the two of them they're in 7 different teams.
No.
That is incredible. So almost a quarter of the FS teams that are here, we can thank them for helping
pull together,
make sure they turn up. Yeah.
Brilliant. They've got no excuse not knowing the dive then.
Where if they're flying in 4 different categories, there's always the risk that they're going to mix those up in their head.
Let's hopefully they don't listen to us say that.
A lot can happen in those couple of seconds you're stood in the door. For anyone online, feel free to hit us up in the YouTube live chat. I can see there's some people that were loving the live scoring, and that will be coming back in the next couple of rounds. Sorry about that. But if you have any questions or you want us to give you any shout outs, then feel free to pop into the live chat on YouTube.
Yeah, drop us some messages on social media, Instagram, Facebook, etc. Now we've got Jail 206, Team 206, AA Team Jail. Taking it steady, got to build that first point. So 15, there we go. Nice and steady. Really controlled, I really like that.
So this is Ian, John, Ashley and Janine.
Good going, guys, nice and disciplined.
I think that's one of the hardest things newer teams learn, is you actually score more points if you go just a little bit slower.
Yeah, absolutely. And if teams are sort of progressing through the categories, and you know there's different categories, starting with rookie, which is very simple, basic formations, into what we call single A, then double A, then triple A. As you go through each of those categories, the moves and the blocks become slightly more technical, with different characteristics, and actually as you go through, it's a really good progression system.
Yeah, so rookie doesn't have any of those blocks where you have to hold on to other people and spin around.
Yeah, exactly. Right, number 207 is Foreigners.
I believe it's pronounced Foreigners.
Foreigners.
So this is Vera, Alex, Kevin and Stephen.
The difference, I guess, from the you might be seeing the graphics come up on the screen showing a slightly different team name. We've had a schedule change, so I'm going off the helmet numbers. That's a quick key from the 15 to the 13s, looking good. Very tight build on the 15. Could do with a bit more space, but actually executes it really well.
I can see some energy in their flying here.
Yeah,
It's great to see.
Oh, where's he going?
Someone thinks they're done.
Oh, they are done.
Interesting.
They knew the light was going to happen. They knew the light was coming on.
I think they might have lost a point or two there. I think.
We'll see with the scoring when we get it. So scoring here this year, we've got in-time scoring, which is for those of you that have competed indoor and outdoor, familiar with the scoring system. Excellent scoring system for us to be able to replay and get all the scores.
Yeah, kindly lent to us by British Skydiving, the organisation that looks after all outdoor skydiving in the UK.
Fabulous.
And we're very grateful for that.
So now you can see that change over again. Trying to work out which teams we've got coming in this session. So we've got 205. So 205 are that deep and something.
That's right. We should use the numbers on the helmet, Dave.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the numbers. Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much, Mark. Good idea.
205 next.
So we've got...
It's almost like someone realised that, you know, that could happen. And
So 205. So 205, deep in something, and off they go. Oh, there we go. So we've got the right,
says
we've
it on
got
the
the right
screen.
scores now, right team names. So these guys, again, familiar skydivers, been around a while.
not
Actually
their
saw-
first competition.
Not their first rodeo.
But they like playing with the team names, aren't they?
They do
Keep
indeed.
changing it around. So this is Kat, Paul, Lizzie and Paul.
Yeah, they're looking really good.
Paul and Paul.
Looking really good. Had a chat with them beforehand. They were really nervous, quite excited. As I say, it's trying to contain that excitement in that round one and not trying to lose too much time or too many points.
A little bit of excitement, that's a good thing.
A little bit.
It makes you move a little bit faster, but too much and you start getting hectic.
That was a really good round.
Nice one, guys.
They've got to be pleased with that. Yeah, look at that. He's really happy.
Oh, we're going for a shutdown.
So obviously now waiting on a bit of a changeover and for the next teams. And so far, you know, we've got down hopefully through the AA category now, and very soon should be moving into the single A. So as each of the teams fly, the footage that you're seeing is being siphoned off into the judges' room, and the judges will be looking over that, and it's official judging, British Skydiving FS qualified judges. Do we know who our judges are this time?
We don't know, but we'll find out. Introduce them in one of the subsequent rounds.
That'd be good.
They'll be judging off the same angle that we've got,
Yeah.
and I think iFLY have done a fantastic job with the camera setup.
Right, so we can see 302. 302 is Team Tilstock.
So we're into the A category now. So this is Susie, Julie, Dave and Steve. Good luck in your round one. Stephen Baker's in the YouTube comments. He says, great to see some familiar faces. We completely agree after a 3-year break.
Absolutely. So they've taken a slightly more cautious approach with the entrance, which was good. And the single A draw is JKM. So JKM is just obviously a letter. And for those of you not quite sure, that's just a standard formation, a predefined configuration of 4 people. That you can see, so that's the K, there's the M, and that's the J.
So these are the randoms that we spoke about. So the rookie category, it's only randoms, but the A category has started to introduce some blocks, but obviously this round is similar to the rookies.
Exactly. Nice and steady, getting some scores on the doors for them. And it's that type of round one where you've just got the randoms for some of the more experienced teams where it can go really, really well.
Yeah,
or it can go really, really bad.
Looks like that's probably going to be one of their quicker rounds.
For single A.
For single A, yeah.
And now we've got 303 coming in. This is Wind Kickers. So they're taking a more of a sort of more familiar approach to the entrance. A couple on the wings, a couple in the doors, and then they're off. There's
But
the first
unlinked, what people may have seen is the more experienced teams, they're trying to launch the formation as complete as possible. Obviously that's faster, but comes with more risk.
A bit of a hazard if in this tunnel especially there's a bit too much wind fluctuation, that there is a safety element in the wind tunnel here, where sometimes the wind does drop, especially on entrance for some teams. So a lot of people are being aware of that and cautious about not losing too much time. So again, taking it quite steady.
Ooh, big
Jay,
reach.
bit of a bust on that one, but nice and steady round. 35 seconds, done. Good job, guys.
So next up we've got 304, that's Winged Hussars.
Winged Hussars, lovely name. And here they go. Let's see what they're going to do in the entrance. So again, classic two guys on the outside.
Oh, 3 on the outside, look at this. They're squeezing them right in the door.
Let's see what happens here. And go. A nice step on the net, that's good, just to keep that stability. Okay, good view. Yeah, keep looking.
So they're keeping everything nice and small and tight, which ultimately means people don't have to move quite as far from one formation to the next.
Keep it efficient. That's good. Nice moves. Oh.
Someone's gotten a little bit lost.
Yeah, a little bit of a malfunction. Quite a heavy leg turn, and just knocked the flow a little bit. But that was looking really good. Good job, Winged Hussars.
So just a reminder for anyone that's watching the live stream, feel free to hit us up in the YouTube comments. Anyone you want us to shout out, we'll make sure they get a mention. If you're going to be putting any pictures online, then please use the hashtags iFLY Basingstoke and Beezer2022.
Hashtag Beezer2022. It changes next year, does it?
It does, yeah, it'll be 2023.
All right, changeover. The next 3 teams have come in. So according to our updated schedule, we've got Breaking Dad, Parthenon and Nemesis. Really interested to see Breaking Dad. Some viewers may know Breaking Dad is consisted of Dennis Parker, legend in the sport. They've now got Tano, their son, flying as well. More recently had his first skydive and got him straight into competition.
Oh, that's fantastic. There's nothing like doing it with family.
So let's see what happens here. Could this be the start of this career of a new British champion in 10 years' time? Who knows?
That's something a lot of European countries do very well. They get a lot of grassroots involvement from younger team members, which gives them a lot longer to
develop. Yeah, absolutely. Here they go. Right. Breaking Dad. JKM. Nice and steady. As you can see, there's not much movement in their quadrants. If you imagine the 4 separated into four chunks, they're sort of staying in their areas and moving in rotation and sort of rotating themselves within their quadrant. Nicely done, guys. Obviously, Dennis's not Dennis's first competition. I'm sure he's weathered the nerves much better than a lot of people.
Done. Very calm.
Yeah,
very
really
calm.
well done, guys.
We've got a shout out to Spamenka's daughter in the comments. She says she's competing, so good luck.
Indeed. Look at that helmet. 306. That is a groovy helmet. I like it a lot. 306. We've got Parthenon, single A. Straight in and bang, straight into the J. There we go. And they're off. Oh, enthusiastic head nod. Love it.
It's like, yes, we're ready.
We're going. We're going. And again.
So they're doing really well, but I can see the speed building.
Yeah.
The risk here is that they end up going too fast.
Yeah, getting a bit too excited, but it's looking good. Let's hope they can keep it together all the way through. Yeah, there's a lot of anticipation. They know where they're going. They're headed to it straight away. Oh, there we go. Yep, right on the time, I think. That last little glitch, but Parthenon, really good round. Well done, guys. They've got to be happy with that.
So Mel Wingnut from the comments, really looking forward to the rookie teams. Saying smash it, folks.
Smash it. All right, we've got 307, Nemesis.
So Nemesis, this David, Gail, Kate and Peter. Good luck in your round 1.
See the faces in the door there.
Oh, getting a little bit squished up against the side of the tunnel.
Could be a combination of a bit too much power into the entrance and the wind maybe dropping out, not helping them out there. But they're off. Two what look like to be blue flyers, quite nicely synchronised as they were moving into the J a moment ago. That's it. It's just if you notice somebody else is just struggling a little bit, just slow it down, take the pressure off, build again.
Nice round one.
Well done.
No particular disasters there.
No, not at all. Just a little bit of a slow down halfway through, just to rebuild. That's good. Right, we are at the changeover. So I wonder how the judges are getting on with scoring all of the previous rounds. Hopefully have a look at the scoreboards in a short while. Just out of interest to see where people have ended up.
Well, it speaks to the mental game of the competition, right? It's you might only be 1 or 2 points ahead, but that can mean a lot going to the next couple of rounds.
And it's only round one, but what are we here for? Scores.
Exactly.
Scores.
I'm here for entertainment. Everyone at home as well.
There we go. So far we've got three AAA teams scored. Chimera with a charging ahead out of those 3 teams of 21 points. Alola with 16, Voltage with 13, and as you can see we've still got a couple of teams waiting. So
21 is a pretty respectable score, I think, for that triple blocker.
Yeah,
yep.
Triple block at the start. Good one. So as we change over, other sort of skydive news or tunnel news over the last couple of years, as we know, it's been very difficult to train in the UK. Do you know what's been happening anywhere else in Europe, Mark, with tunnels?
I think it's been difficult everywhere, and if you look even further abroad to the States and Canada, I think that most of their tunnels have been closed completely for 2 years. So it's been very difficult for people to train, and it's going to be interesting to see how that impacts the competitors here.
Yeah. And here we go with the last section of single A flyers, so 308 for one night only.
So this is another Bradley team. This is Victoria, Ashley, Jim, and Neil.
Fab work. And naturally the Bradley sisters, no stranger to major competitions. Been around a long time. Actually competed a number of years ago at the World Championships. So again, hopefully these seasoned skydivers won't be affected by all of the tension and the excitement of a round one.
I think they'll manage.
I think they'll manage. and actually, it's not their round one, is it? It's their round one.
True.
B.
One plus.
So for one night only, looking nice and smooth.
So I believe you know this next team, Dave.
A little bit of work with the Skydive recruits. So this is our British youth team who I've been coaching for the last couple of years, but because of COVID, it's been really tough actually getting them in the tunnel coaching. So off they go.
So this is Jelena, George, Zach, and Georgia.
Yes.
Are we expecting a lot from them?
Well,
this
I think will be their last competition. They've all grown up, going through A levels, GCSEs A levels, and they've got other stuff that they're I think going to pursue. But this is looking smart. Kind of hoping they would start slow and solid. There you go. That's good. Nice and synchronised, which is nice. Nice to see.
And they're double checking everyone's there before they move on to the next formation.
Good, well done.
Good start.
And Spadenka, she's done really well. Spadenka's daughter was in outside centre.
Oh, fantastic.
Really good round one, guys. Well done. Well executed.
Who's up next?
We have got Scratch 22. I'm assuming by the name they're a team of flyers that have not done very much training this year in 2022.
And this will be the last category team, and then we're into the rookies. So Mel Wingnut in the comments gets their wish. They're looking forward to watching the rookies. I hope that's for positive reasons.
Here we go. Right, and
they've
they're
got
off.
the right grip.
J, K, M.
This is another Bradley team. someone's getting pulled out the door.
Yeah, that's a bit of a danger sometimes. As you can imagine, the relative wind sort of pushing through the tube, the windy tube. But sometimes, you know, you can get dragged to the door where the wind sort of leaks out. You've got to make sure that your legs do not get out of that door.
So this is Rebecca, Thinder, Michael and Steve.
Well done to the Bradley sisters and
Victory
Mike and
spin.
Steve.
And we are into the rookie category.
Rookie category. So rookie categories are flyers generally that have not been in the sport for very long. Really sort of young on their journey of progression through formation skydiving. So things are a little bit simpler. But what we also need to bear in mind is they may not have done very much tunnel time. So entering the tunnel is, in essence, a new skill.
And back in the day when tunnels didn't exist, rookies were typically also your first time jumpers that hadn't been in the sport for very long.
This is looking really good though. Really nice and calm, taking it steady, not trying to do too big a move and too fast. And the random rounds for the rookie, this is HDC. There's the D, there's the C, and there's the H.
Would you say there's any particular randoms that rookies struggle most with?
Do you know what? I was just thinking that. So iFLY is inside centre, or that's where I started. Which on that screen, then it was the person on the furthest right. That C build, that C formation, I always struggled with, and I think it's quite common that because you're facing to your left and you're trying to present and give grips easily for the person on the back, and you're giving your arms out.
There's a lot going on.
It drives you to the right, so you do have to learn how to sort of anchor and not let anybody else affect you.
Yeah, so we're gonna see that in round 7 for the rookies. So that'll be one of the last today when people are at their most tired. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how the rookies deal with that.
Right, so moving through to the belly of the rookie squad. So that was 401 Booty Call, and now we've got Chaos Unit, Space Pirates, and Best Served Cold. There's an interesting question for our viewers. What can be served best cold? Answers on a postcard. Put it in the chat.
I don't know. I'd probably pick hummus.
Hummus is also very, very, very well served cold. Don't want warm hummus, do you? So here we go. Chaos Unit up first, 402.
So this is Nino, Matthew, Luke, and Will.
Do you know what? The entrance was just so easy. He decided to put a backfly in as well.
It is. They do have chaos in the name.
Chaos Unit, love it. So that's C build, as I was saying, the guy with the green helmet. That's the inside centre, and it's a really tough position sometimes as you come into there to be able to give your legs to that orange flyer and also sort of stretch your arms out. It's quite a tough one.
So interestingly, the inside centre, that's the person in the middle right, seems to be reaching around the outside for that.
Yeah.
C build. That does make it a little bit harder for them as well.
It does. It's still a legal grip, you know. They're still allowed. It doesn't matter where on that leg that they grab, but it's still good. But what I did like about that jump there for those guys was they were all looking. Lots of head nods to say, yeah, I'm ready. Let's move on to the next one, which is, you know, one of the major key things about communication in the sky and in the tunnel. So we've got 403 Space Pirates.
This is Sophie, another Bradley team.
Good.
Paul and Erin.
Here we are then. So an unlinked entrance for both stability and ease, I think. And they're obviously jumping HDC. That's the H bow, D, which is Yuan, and C, that Murphy flake. Did have to take a second to remember the names. I remember the letters, but the names.
For those watching at home, when you compete in these particular disciplines, it's much easier to remember the numbers and letters rather than the long form names. So you quickly forget those over the years.
Yeah.
Well done, Space Pirates.
Well done, Space Pirates. That's good. Nice and calm, and maybe actually your first introduction and attempts at competition.
Dave, you got a shout out from Jenny in the comments.
Whoop. Loving it.
Hello,
Thank
Jenny.
you very much.
Thank you very much. For those just joining us, we're at the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals at iFLY Basingstoke. This is the first Nationals after a 3-year-long break. If you're watching us online, feel free to hit us up in the YouTube comments.
Best served cold. Here we go. Other than hummus, we've not had anybody else recommend what is best served cold, so we're going to go with hummus.
Yeah. Feel free to let us know what you prefer best served cold in the comments.
Yeah, just take your time. Good lad, well done. Trying to move to that H build.
They're not making that easy for the tail flyer at the back in blue there, are they?
Knows where he's going. That's it. Good finish. Good strong finish. Couple of good points there. Yeah, lots of excitement, lots of support. And we're done with that rookie session. And the next gaggle of people entering that antechamber, we've got 2 rookie teams, and then we start off with round 1 for our VFS teams. We've got 2 VFS teams, and very soon we'll be joined by Hannah, who'll be talking us through the technical elements of VFS.
Yeah, for those at home, VFS, that's vertical formation skydiving. Some years ago, people saw what was happening here with people flying on their bellies and decided, let's make this more interesting. We will do it upside down and in a sit.
So the rookie teams coming in now is 405 impromptu, 406 first date. And then as you can see coming in now, the other guys, the VFS guys, their suits are slightly different.
And we'll also have a different camera angle for watching the VFS.
Of course we will.
So we've got 2 comments. One from TJ, Revenge is best served cold.
That's a good one.
And from Carla, thank you very much for explaining some of the moves. Thank you, Carla, and we're doing our best. And she likes ice cream served cold.
It's a very good option.
Yeah.
If it's not cold ice cream, is it?
It's a milkshake.
It's warm ice cream. Flavoured milk. So here we go, the last 2 teams for rookie, just taking it steady one at a time. 405 impromptu. Now I can imagine these guys, first time in tunnel competition, they're thoroughly going to be enjoying themselves. Really good, there you go, the big head nod, really clear signal, make sure that we're all ready to go, and yeah, there you go.
That's the importance of looking at each other in rookie. You need to make sure everyone's been given enough time to get into the right place so that they're learning. There's nothing like trying to work a new move out properly and for your teammates just to be carrying on without you.
And there we go. Great work impromptu.
Well done.
I hope you enjoyed the first round. You've got 9 more of those to go. A little cheeky fly on the turn before you get out.
Shout out from Kate Arnold, who loves seeing Omni belly flying. We both agree.
Absolutely,
as well.
Yeah. Right, last rookie team, first date. Again, assuming by their name, this could well be their first rodeo. So unlinked entrance, making it steady, getting in safely, and then straight into that boat. There you go. Bit head down.
We're not doing the
not
vertical
VFS yet,
formation skydiving yet.
Learning new skills straight away.
Well, there's no time to start at present.
No time, yeah, exactly. There we go. Back to the bow. And as you can see, one of the sisters commanding that outside centre slot in the black, in the full black suit.
Is this another Bradley team? That's Rebecca, Alex, Elliot and Maggie.
Well done.
Well done both.
Now we move into the two teams of VFS, Omni 99 and not Omni. Hannah, welcome.
Hello. Yeah, so two very different teams, as you can tell from the names, Omni and not Omni.
They don't sound very different to me.
No, right? Omni are the reigning champions, the more professional team, and not Omni have never flown together. So, but it's they're very, very good flyers as well, so it's going to be really fun to watch. So, okay, this is a little different from FS in that the time actually starts from when the first people's feet leave the net. So here we go. This is a really fast first draw. Everything's head down. So these guys are it's a great warm up for them. They should be racking up some points.
And is it like formations, belly flying, so you know that you can go too fast to start to push points and take it steady?
Exactly. It's definitely very important to keep the discipline, especially in a round like this. You can see a little bit hand switchy, but these guys are smashing it. They're doing great. The first one's the buddy. You can see they're switching partners. And then it goes into the pinwheel, which is actually a 180 move, bit of a slot switch. And then the last is a 3 with a 360s in the accordion. So yeah, really fast round. They get 35 seconds working time, which I think is the same as FS.
Brilliant. Well done, guys.
Well done on me.
Nice.
Obvious question, Hannah.
Go.
How hard is it to fly in your head like that?
It's really not easy. These guys are going to make it look easy. It is. They're flying at like 95% in the tunnel, so it's fast speed to maintain.
And how fast is that in miles per hour?
Oh, I don't know, actually. Maybe like 180, 190. So it's fast. So it's a lot like when we trained VFS in the past. It's actually really hard work. I'll tell you that on your arms,
right.
especially.
Not Omni. There you go. They flip straight away.
So yeah, they did not do a linked launch. They did a free launch, which is a bit more normal if they haven't flown together, because it can be a bit scary to launch linked. But these guys are really great flyers. We've got Hutch, Ming, Jimmy, and Ryan. But they have never flown together before, so they're doing an awesome job so far. Yeah, taking the time a little bit here, a bit more. Ooh. Swinging around a bit. They should be staying on their head. So wait a minute, we've got a little technical issue here. There we go, back to the buddies. Little reset. I think they got a bit over enthusiastic on the 3, but
well done, guys.
Great job.
Not Omni.
Not Omni. Awesome.
Well done. So, Hannah, any other teams that you're looking forward to seeing?
All of them, honestly. It's just great to have everyone back in the tunnel, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Right? I think now, actually, we're going to be handing over to Taff. He is going to be interviewing Omni.
But in the meantime, we're going to go to an ad break over the next couple of minutes. So thanks for joining us so far.
For everyone watching at home, join us after the ads.
Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered, the IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly.
And welcome back to the Indoor British National Championships. And we are sat here today with Omni, who are actually in VFS and just flown an amazing round one, and actually doing four-way AAA as well for the first ever time, which is actually fantastic to see. I've just sat here with Sarah right now. Sarah, how did round one go for you in VFS?
It was good. We really enjoyed it. We've actually switched slots with Greg and Martin this season, so we've had a bit of training like that. It felt nice, maybe a little bit rusty, but it was good.
Cool. And are you training to carry on for the season, or?
Yes, yeah, no, we really enjoy it. We want to go through this season as well and carry on into next year, but that's why we started doing a bit of flat as well, because we wanted a bit of a change and learn something new. So we thought we'd give flat a go as well.
Cool. And Martin, how did round one go for the flat? The four-way instead of the flat terminology there, just for the people out there that don't know.
I think it went about as well as we could have expected. We managed to get a tiny bit of training in so we could fly our new flat suits, and it went good. Like, we didn't make any huge mistakes, and we're learning a lot. It's like a difficult mental game for us, like doing a whole new discipline. So we really enjoyed it, and looking forward to round two.
Cool. And how did you find it went, Greg? At the end, are you finding the transition between four-way and VFS difficult or not?
Yeah, we've all done a bit of flat before, so it's not like completely new, but we've had to learn all of the AAA dives this year, so that's been a real mental game, really difficult. But it's going okay. I mean, we had a little bit of a backfly incident on round one, but that's to be expected, I think, with 10 minutes of training time. But there's lots of good stuff to work on, so we're happy with that.
Okay, well, I didn't actually see the bat flying incident. Tim, who was the bat flyer to you for, by the way? Who?
Sarah.
Oh, okay.
I got a bit confused being on my belly. I wasn't sure what I was doing.
Oh, okay. And are you looking forward to this season as well?
Yeah, definitely. We've got the World Championships coming up at the end of the year, so we'll be training hard in the VFS. And Greg and Martin will be doing the free fly as well in Eloy as well, so it's going to be a really busy year for all of us.
Cool, that's amazing. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens this year in VFS. We're actually hosting the VFS Nationals at Sky High Skydiving, so that's going to be super cool to see you guys up there, hopefully, for the Nationals. And yeah, thank you very much for your time. We're going to hand over for a quick break before we go back to round two of the AAA four-way Nationals, and these guys have got to get ready for that round, so we're going to hand back to a break.
Hello and welcome back to round 2 of the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals. I'm here with Dave Rogers,
Hello.
my co-host. I'm Mark Fletcher. We're kindly hosted by iFLY Basingstoke. And tell us a little bit about what we've seen so far, Dave.
So round one for all of our formation teams is, round one's always going to be interesting. It's the first time getting in the tunnel. People will be a little bit excited.
The nervous one.
Nervous energy. But I think the draw that we had stemmed that a little bit. So for the first round on AAA is a triple blocker, which basically means things are a lot more technical, and teams taking it easy to ensure that they don't lose as many points as they possibly can, and sort of survive. And then into round 2, we're going to be seeing another quite technical round, 15-29, and I think it'll open up after these 2 first rounds. Really good flying in the AA and the single A and the rookie. The rookie teams is really nice to see. So a lot of these teams, a lot of the rookie teams probably never competed so far.
So here are the scores from round 1 for the AAA teams. We're still waiting for Omni and Shaka, but we do know that the top 4 teams that compete here, they qualify for the European Championship and World Cup that's being hosted in April in Belgium.
So Meraki Chimera tying with 21 points, Eros 18, Alola 16, 13 for NFTO and Voltage, and yet to score Omni and Shaka. But
interesting to see NFTO only on 13. We would have anticipated they have a much more similar score to Meraki and Chimera, so something interesting is going on there.
We don't. Well, obviously from this we can't see if there are any busts, but in terms of pace, they looked pretty smart. They look smooth. But yeah, it's only round 1, 21 points, Meraki and Chimera tying.
Yeah, so for everyone that was watching round 1, you may have seen some of the rounds. We had some indicative scoring in the bottom right hand corner. That's us doing our best attempt to live judge for you, so those at home can get some immediate feedback. When we do show the scoreboards, these are the official scores from our highly qualified judges from British Skydiving.
Yep.
And we're very grateful that they were able to attend and offer their services. And we're really excited to see what happens with round 2. We should start to see the best teams sort of tear away from the ones that haven't done as much training.
Indeed. So rookies, keep going. Great start to your competitive experience. And then moving into the single A, double A's, those teams have also now got some slightly more tricky rounds after what was a predominantly easy round at the beginning. So we're cutting now to the tunnel and the start of round 2, and we start with AAA. First in will be Alola. Team 101, hopefully followed by British Army Voltage and then NFTO. We had a schedule change in round 1, some teams moving around. So let's see what Alola can do. And go, they're off. And this is 15-29. 20's multi movement with a 2-piece in the middle and 2 spinners on the outside. Synchronicity and understanding where everybody's going to go and finish is the key to this 20 move. 9, 9, 15. Big spin there by Orange Helmet. Nice key. Pause there a moment. That's a nice 15. 15, as we mentioned earlier on in the AA class, can be really quite technical. Everybody having to spin 360, not really seeing where everybody else is in that spin, and then landing at the right time, not pushing down or causing other people to have bad body positions.
And it's one of those blocks, I think, once you start to watch the teams that have done a lot of training together, they almost make it look easy.
Too easy.
And you don't understand where the difficulties come from for others.
So this is Voltage. And we do have we had a quick member change actually overnight, where one of their key major main flyers wasn't able to make it, so they've brought in their alternate, and they go into that 20 move. Really important for that central piece to stay as anchored into the middle as possible, because as soon as you drift into the fly zone of the two wings can cause a little bit of a headache or a hiccup.
Yeah, for those watching at home that aren't familiar with formation skydiving, what this camera angle isn't really showing us is that at the same time the competitors are spinning, they're also going up and down. So if someone else flies underneath them, they obviously take away all of the wind that's keeping them up there.
So nice 15 into the spin, and there we go at the end of their round. Hopefully they're happy with that. It looked pretty good. That 20 move in the middle was spot on. Well done, guys.
So next up is NFTO. So let's see what they've got in the bag for round 2.
Indeed. Whether that first round score is affected them at any point. Hopefully not. Seasoned athletes understand that they can't change what's happened, and
they just need to put it behind
really
them.
impact it exactly in the next round. So let's have a look at, see what we can do with the scoring. Shake up, down, go, and in they go in a semi-link straight to the 15. Nice. Bit of a pause there to build. And the 9, 15. Nice move. Nice. 20. It's a big move actually. They've taken the alternate 15 with outside centre going onto the back of the 15. So the thing is, with these formations, you can actually, as long as you make the determined formation on the move, you can use it whatever configuration you want. So any flyer can be in any slot, but as long as you do the thing you need to do.
Yeah, that's called mirroring the formation. Mirrors are just as legitimate as the...
Yeah, and a little bit of a blockage at the end of that 20, but slightly interesting engineering, and hopefully we'll see more of that throughout the other teams.
Jimmy's Sky and Tunnel Coaching says go NFTO. We've obviously got at least one fan in the chat.
Nufto fan. Really good. So that's the end of that block. Really good. Okay, so Mark, just while we're waiting for this, in terms of the qualification for of the teams in this competition, where are they headed if they're invited?
Yeah, thanks Dave. So we've got the top teams from each of the categories qualifying for the European Championship and World Cup that for the first time is being held in the same place. That's in Belgium in April. One of the reasons we've had to hold the Nationals in February, in fact, is to make sure we had that qualifying event before the World Cup. Looking into the future, the British Nationals are more than likely going to be at the end of the skydiving season, so probably around November time.
Okay, so we're looking at another more in sequence British Indoor Nationals at the end of this year.
Exactly, yeah. So this year we may have 2 Nationals.
Well, we've not had one for 3 or 2 years.
We're still making up for lost time.
Yeah, let's get a couple
we're still
more
one short.
Right, here we go. Right, the next tranche is Eros 104, followed by Meraki, followed by Omni Tummy Edition. So let's have a look and see what Eros have got in the bag for this round. Are they going to do anything different with engineering? Are they going to go standard? So there's the 15. And standard 20. Yeah.
So 9 can be one of those tricky blocks, particularly for the person that's completely out-facing. They almost have to take the formation on trust.
So they've gone standard, more familiar, easy to sort of navigate. And for anybody thinking about sort of space, sometimes you clatter into the tunnel wall. This is a 14-foot wind tunnel, so around 14 foot in diameter. And when you've got big teams and tall teams, the space really does disappear quite quickly. You get familiar with the wall. You are allowed to touch the net. You are allowed to touch the wall. There's no rules that you're not allowed. The only time that you can't touch the net is during entrance because it will start the clock.
So 14 foot's probably one of the most common sizes.
Most common,
today,
yeah. Right, Meraki. Really interested to see how these guys do. What formation, what engineering they take.
So they were in joint first place after.
A bit of a misfire at the start. That might be a bust. 9. They're looking spicy. Nice 15. Really simple into the 20 there. They've really cut down that front piece. angle on the end of the 15 into the 20. Pete's just come straight in there. There you go. Experience turning that piece in the middle in the centre. Easy in the 15 and off. That's excellent. And Kate up front in the blue helmet doing a great job on that 20 as she's diving over. Really quickly getting into the close of that 20. Really good round, guys.
Well done.
And then our favourite VFS belly flyers,
Omni
Belly Edition.
Tummy edition. Let's see what entrance they take this time.
They should just do a full head down entrance, shouldn't they, really?
Yeah.
Well, struggling there. Is he touching the net, or he touched the net? I don't know whether that, whether the judges will see that.
I believe they changed that rule a couple of years back. As long as you're still in the door, if you do happen to make contact with the net, I think that's okay.
Ah, interesting. All right. And turning the. Do you know what? This for a non-trained flat formation team, that 20 rotate, that 20 spin in the middle is really difficult. It's a lot about sequencing and power distribution. So as they build that now, purple helmet needs to kind of come backwards a little bit and then let all the work of the orange do it.
Good on them for going straight into AAA.
Yeah.
If they haven't done any belly flying, really. There's a lot of tricky stuff in there that takes years of practice to do well.
But I can imagine these guys are going to be flying with massive smiles and grins on their faces.
Yeah, well, wherever they come, they're happy, aren't they? It's the best type of competition where you're not worried about the result.
Oh, completely. Okay, that's that tranche of round 2. Eros, Meraki and Omni. Next up, the Meraki head-to-head with Chimera. Chimera coming in first of all, followed by Shaka, followed by Grenade, who are the first of the AA category.
So for those just joining us, we're at the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals at iFLY in Basingstoke. If you want to shout anyone out, then join us in the YouTube comment live stream.
We're just changing over now. So this tunnel here, they turn the tunnel off, and we've got an anti-chamber where 3 teams will enter, and sort of the airlock will close, leaving those 3 teams in, and then the tunnel will start up again in just a second.
So anyone that's watching at home that would love to give this a go, Dave, where exactly in the UK can they?
There's a handful of tunnels. We've obviously got Basingstoke, iFLY here, where we are today. We've got iFLY in Manchester. We've got iFLY in Milton Keynes. There's a relatively new tunnel in Birmingham as well, and I think there's one scheduled for London at some point in the next couple of years.
Near the Millennium Dome.
That's
going to be a very interesting, popular tunnel, I imagine.
Indeed. Right, here's Chimera with massive whirl taking up all the door.
And the wind away from everybody else.
The wind away, here we go. Right, 15, really good launch. Straight into the 15 spin. And nice close. 9, 9, 15. That's really smart, good.
A little bit of a collision there and then close it up past 20.
You kind of get on with it, here they go.
Just going to fight it out.
Yeah, a bit of a movement on that 20.
Tricky. There's a lot of preemption going there on the front piece.
Nice spin into the 9. Not wasting any time whatsoever. That's a really quick move. Excellent round, Chimera.
Well done, Chimera.
No visible issues there. Really good entrance. 15 straight into the spin.
So it's probably going to remain close between Chimera and Meraki after that, because they both look like they had relatively clean.
Yeah, they did.
Rounds.
It's going to be down to just volume of points, isn't it? Making the most of the time that they've got. Followed by right now Shaka. And here they go. 15. There we go. And we're off. They're looking really fizzy. Lots of energy. Good close.
Good eye contact.
Yeah, they're keeping in sync. Oh, a little bit of a net fumble. Nothing too dramatic in terms of the scoring, no busts or anything. Good. Fizzy round for those guys, looks energetic, look very happy. And they're waiting now finally for grenade.
And that closes out the AAA category for round 2.
That's Shaka done, yeah, AAA done. And now kicking off with the AA category. So AA category round is AO18. 18, be interested to see what the AA teams take as the block strategy. Nice into the A, nice and steady, O, and then 18. Yeah, okay, so yeah, as I thought, some of them will be on the level, a nice sequenced rotation from both front and back piece. It keeps it simple. The alternate way, you've seen most of the AAA teams doing vertical. Fletch, do you have a preference?
Oh, for sure. I'll do the 2D.
The 2D all the time?
Yeah, did that surprise you?
A little bit, yeah, it did actually. Nice. Great, there you go. And if you stick around and see some of the AA teams, if any of the AA teams do the vert version, you might be able to compare the difference in technique and then the close. The close can be a lot simpler in this 2D version that you've just seen.
It's fantastic to see. There's a lot of clapping and high-fiving going on as people come out of the tunnel. It's great to see that
lovely support,
sport spirit again after such a long time off.
And right, yeah, we're going to be switching over now into another 3 teams from AA. IBME is on the way in with Squad Game and Martial Law. Fletch, do you have a favourite block?
Do I have a favourite block?
Yeah.
That is an interesting question. There are so many fun blocks. I would say the block that I learnt first is block 6, and I think we saw that in round 1 for the AAA teams.
Yes, we did.
Everyone can see each other. It's a lot of fun, and it's relatively straightforward to learn. It's one of the blocks people learn early on, and yeah, I'd have to pick that. How about yourself?
The most fun block. I've now got to go through all of them in my head.
So George Boyles in the YouTube live stream comments says, shout out to my stepdad, the pink guy in Icebank Mice Elf.
Ah, right, so IBME is the team name, and that's who we're going to see next. So George shouting out to his stepdad, pink guy. Ah, yes, it's the classic FA pink suit guy. Respect.
Fantastic.
Let's see what IBME do, and this is AO18. So nice and steady in, there's your A, and off they go. B18, O18, sorry. There's that 2D 18 rotation. We're looking a lot steadier on this round than the first.
Looks like we might have someone taking some pictures from the bottom of the tunnel there.
Yeah. I think coming back to your original question, my favourite I think probably has to be 13. Mm-hmm. The new 13.
The new 13.
The new 13 is great with it. IBME looking so much smoother this time around. I think probably the first round was just the nerves.
You have to be careful if you say that name fast, don't you?
Yes, which is why I'm going with the abbreviation.
Abbreviated form.
Yeah. IBME. So we've got Squad Game. Let's have a look at their entrance, and they're going into an A. Shake, 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 go, and here they go. Nice linked entrance, and A. There you go. As you can see in the bottom right hand corner, we have an ability to do some of our own scoring. It is indicative, it's just ourselves. This is not official scoring. As you saw there, that was the...
need to finish off this block, otherwise you're not going to get another point.
So that's a double bust. So if they don't finish the block and move straight onto the next point, they will they'll get a double bust. There you go. There's the vertical, the 3D 18, which is more technical and much more difficult. If you get it wrong, it's going to take longer and it's going to eat up some of your time and points. Excellent effort grenade. Nice to see trying out the 3D 18.
So for everyone that's watching right now, particularly this morning, the program's dominated by formation skydiving. We've got belly formation skydiving, we've got vertical formation skydiving. For those that are going to be watching later, we're also going to have all of the artistic events taking place.
Extremely exciting, amazing to watch. Right, here we go, and coming in now, martial law. Still in the double A category, and let's see how they do these 18s, and they've gone with a 2D version. So nice and controlled close, you see, and doesn't take really any energy into the next position. Straight to the A. Nice. Just on the end, might get on that. So our indicative scoring of 11 points. What we can't do in this with this feature is actually add in any bus or block incomplete formations or anything else like that. So it's just purely the number of blocks, that number of points that look to be complete. Brilliant. So we're now out of this this rotation, and those guys will be leaving, and coming in next will be Birds of Paradise, Jail, and I'm going to say Foreigners.
Foreigners, I believe we decided.
Foreigners.
So for those just joining the live stream, we're at the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals at iFLY Basingstoke in conjunction with BISA. That's the new British Indoor Skydiving Association, dedicated towards making the most of this brand new fun technology of windy tunnels.
Hey. And Mark, what's the relationship or the connection with British Skydiving, which is the outdoor parachuting side?
So British Skydiving originally was taking care of both indoor and outdoor disciplines, but British Skydiving, formerly known as the British Parachute Association, started off as an outdoor-only association, and that's obviously where a lot of their focus and resources are dedicated. So 3-4 years ago now, wow, so much time has passed, and BISA took over all of the indoor organisation. And although we still operate very closely, and we're very thankful to British Skydiving contributing the judging equipment this weekend, we're doing our best to create as many opportunities for what's almost a new sport.
Growing governing body as well. So we've kicked off with Birds of Paradise in the continuation of the AA category, and continuing on with the same draw, the same round as AO18, and this team also taking the 2D 18. Just get the leg out of the way, there you go, and now you can start moving. And that's the Bradley sisters again?
Yeah, they've got 7 teams here. So that's almost a quarter of all of the formation skydiving teams that we've got have been organised and put together by two sisters. That's Rebecca and Victoria Bradley. So we're very grateful for them also helping bring the next lot of competitors into the sport.
Absolutely, yeah, introducing new flyers into the tunnel, wind tunnel sport.
And I think everyone needs a little bit of encouragement after the several years we've had. It's nice to have something like this to focus your mind.
Yeah. And here we go. So Jail 206. That's the O. And 18. Guess we'll probably see the flat. Yeah, you see the 2D 18, which is good. As you can see there, it's a nice easy catch on those leg grips. And again, for anybody else who's joining us. This competition is qualification for the European and World Cup Championships in Belgium in April. But then later on this year we'll be moving into a standard sequence or standard timing of British Indoor Nationals in November. So we're going to have 2 Indoor National Championships this year.
Yeah, and then from that point on, the British Indoor Nationals will always be at the end of the outdoor season.
End of the outdoor season. And is that falling in line with other places around the world?
I believe so, and it also helps with the transition that a lot of the international competitions are making to being at the beginning of the skydiving season. So make sure we can have the selection and still leave enough time for people to train.
Right, foreigners. Let's see what they've got in the bag. So straight to the A, no messing. Yeah, 2D again, nice and finished.
That's looking really good for them at the moment.
Yeah, it's moving along nicely.
Got a rhythm, they just need to stick with it.
Yeah. At this point, not to go too much faster actually, you've got a nice sequence. Pace is just there, try and go a bit faster and who knows what will happen. There we are, there's the end of our time in, 35 seconds, and we think they scored 17 points.
That's a good score.
Not bad at all. Didn't see any real busts or problems in there, so if that is true, 17 on the scoreboard for those guys. But it's down to the judges. So coming to the end of that sequence, and we have the last 2. The last double A team in next, and we kick off the single A team.
It's going to be deep and something. It's important for the competitors to make sure they're ready to go, because if the door closes and the round start, obviously it's very tricky for them to get in after that.
And what happens, Mark? Actually, if they miss their jump?
That's a good question. I believe they score a 0, which for any competitive team that would put them out of any sort of contention. Maybe they can do a good job of mining it from the outside of the tunnel. They'll get merit points.
We did have a team a couple of years ago actually that missed the start of a competition. They misjudged their travel times in the start of the comp, and they missed day 1. If anybody knows who that team is, stick it in the chat.
Yeah, we'd love to know.
Competition.
So Trevor Kay says good luck to Steve and the foreigners. Trav and top.
Deep and filthy, here they go, and they're using the 3D 18.
So this is different from the other AA teams we've seen up until this point, who have been doing a 2D 18, which obviously is easier and lower risk, but considerably slower because they've got further to travel.
Looking good here.
Well done. The 35 seconds really does
just goes really quick, doesn't it?
Finish quickly.
And as we've shown in some of our indicative scoring, that the 35 seconds stops way before the lights come on in the tunnel.
When you're training for this type of competition, you know what sort of time frame are you training over?
What, in the tunnel or?
Yeah, so obviously you're competing over 35 seconds, but
it's kind of like a lot of other sports. You don't constantly train the same thing within the competitive boundary. You'll break down certain moves, and you'll train certain moves and coordination and sequencing. And largely in the tunnel we'll come in and maybe do 1.5 minutes a time, or even 2 minutes if there's some further breakdown. But then, you know, to get into the competitive spirit and the competitive mental attitude, during training you'll start taking on 1 minute rounds or 35 seconds and compare your scores in training compared to some live recorded scores from, you know, previous competitions. So you can judge yourself based on how you're doing against other teams and scores over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I guess that's really important. If a normal competition round's 35 seconds, you need to make sure that you could maintain your pace well beyond that if you needed to.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because for the top teams that are competing, 35 seconds is a lot of time, and if anything goes wrong in that 35 seconds, it can cost them quite a few points.
Yeah, and I guess for the judges for here, the 35 seconds will finish before the red light, but the judges need that extra footage to be able to make sure that they get more than they need. So judging this footage, so that the top camera will send across the footage over to the judges in their special judging room, and they use some special judging software where they start at a certain point and then 35 seconds later it automatically stops, and in that time they're forensically looking at the footage, the flying, have each of the flyers maintained the right grips, have they finished the block, and looking for mistiming. So there are lots of other little rules to be aware of, like moving grips, incomplete formations, but sometimes, as long as the team is in sequence and they've got a nice rhythm, the judges don't see everything.
I guess that's one of the tricks the top teams are learning as well, is how can you sell a point even if it's perhaps not technically
not quite there.
Quite there.
And actually, another sort of judging technique that we saw last year at another tunnel competition is live judging. Really exciting. Mark, do you think ever live judging is going to come into the British fold?
It's an interesting concept. It was certainly very interesting to experience it for the very first time. It very much changes the mental aspect of the competition, you know, rather than being able to do each round in isolation, and if you choose to, not even looking at the scores until everything has been completed. When you're live judging, you're stood outside the tunnel, and within minutes or seconds of coming out, you're seeing your scores, and then perhaps because of that you're not going through to the next round like you thought. Very much changes, but I would say it's a very interesting concept to watch because of the spectator appeal that it creates. Obviously, we're doing our best to carry along with our indicative scoring, but
is it more organisation, more set up for live judging, or do you think it's about the same?
I think it can be, because if you're judging offline, as it were, there's a lot of things you can do if maybe things don't go wrong, or you need to watch the video multiple times. When you're live judging, you really just get the one opportunity.
Anybody listening, if you've experienced live judging, I'd be really interested to hear your feelings about it, or if anybody else has got a view of, would you prefer live judging, so you get a round score after you've done and it's done, or would you prefer our current standard way of judging? Just tell us your views.
Yeah, let us know in the comments. We've got some shout outs from Heather and Sophia to good luck to the wind kickers and Jan. Or was that John?
So 302 is entering now. This is the start of single A. Team till stock. Wind kickers are next.
Oh look, Dave, it's my favourite block.
Number 6. So the draw, or the round for these guys, is 6p. Mark's favourite block, number 6. It's a bit of a fun block when you get used to it, but it can also cause people some problems, because you're verting it. You've got a group going under, a group going over. You don't get the synchronisation right. You're going to burble, and the team on top will probably fall on those on the bottom.
Yeah, you don't really entirely see that from this camera angle, but we've got people flying up and down over one another.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you're flying directly over someone in a wind tunnel, then you have no wind to support you, so you can't stay there very long.
Nice round from Team Tailstock coming in now, wind kickers. So Sophia
and Heather,
both people wishing wind kickers good luck. 3:03, 6p. So unlinked entrance, straight, set up that 6. Nice communication, giving each other a fair bit of space to make sure that they don't land on each other. Halfway picture is looking really good. Really nice 6, guys. Good communication there. You see them nodding at each other, and that's the real key. Is where you've got the two centres looking at each other, making sure the other one is ready at the right time and start off at the same time. Otherwise, you get a little bit of a false start. One half is not ready for the other half.
Yeah, it's really the best way to progress as a four-way team. Make sure everyone's ready to go before you kick off the block.
Indeed. Teamwork.
Exactly.
There's no I in team. Good job, wing kickers. Nice 6s. Really well performed.
So next we've got the winged hussars.
Let's see what these guys are going to do. So for some people who are a bit more trained, you can enter the 6 directly in the tunnel and then quite quickly get moving. But some teams are obviously choosing to just take it a little bit steady. So I remember rightly, the first round for these guys looked really quite tight. They were really close together. There's the P, back out to the 6. And the close of the 6 again.
They're not looking quite as tight as on the...
No, these are, you think about the size of the tunnel, these look quite, tall people. So there's always going to be a little bit more space when you've got big people trying to do blocks, so they can see more.
Good score there with 12.
Indicative 12. Didn't look like there was any problem, so that could be a clean 12 points. Could be indicative. Hashtag. We're not judges.
If anyone is sharing any content today, then the hashtags are iFLY Basingstoke and Beezer 2022.
I love a good hashtag.
I do, yeah.
So that's the end of that sequence. We're going to be swapping over. Next in, we're going to be Breaking Dad.
Pantheon and Nemesis.
Pantheon. I've been saying Parthenon.
Parthenon.
Haven't I?
Pantheon.
Pantheon. Pantheon or Parthenon? We'll go with the number 306. And Nemesis. Single A still. And if any of our viewers have never had the chance, opportunity or inclination really to get into the wind tunnel, thoroughly recommend it.
Yes, absolutely. There's multiple locations in the UK that you can go and fly in a wind tunnel. There's locations in Manchester, Basingstoke, Milton Keynes, one in Birmingham.
One in Birmingham, yeah.
And at some point in the near future, also central London at Millennium Dome.
Here we go. Right, Breaking Dad. We've got the Parker family and 2 others.
I hope they don't break him. That wouldn't be...
I'm sure Dennis would not like to be broken, but he's experienced, he can hold his own, I think. So P, and then out to the 6.
It's looking very good so far.
Nice and tight finish.
We've got a 12 to beat on our indicative score.
Okay, let's get rid of them, aren't they? No, don't want to force them, take it easy. It's a good pace. Very regular.
They're going to get to close it.
Close, look at that. They might get that on the time.
Just in time.
Is that 14 indicative?
13 or 14, yeah.
Good work, Breaking Dad.
We've got a shout out from Sandra in the YouTube comments. Good luck, Nemesis. Go Pete.
Nemesis, perfect timing because Nemesis is up next. Oh, Parthenon. Pantheon. I've been corrected.
Getting ahead of yourself, Dave.
Don't get too excited. Oh, these are amazing helmets. These are the amazing helmet people.
I didn't know you could get this kind of print on skydiving helmets. Maybe it's a custom.
Yeah, probably a custom job, yeah. Straight. Oh, 6
in the leg
start. There we go. Finish the 6. Good weighting. Good. And close. Better 6 on that time.
A little bit of misalignment going on there, making it difficult for some of the people to pick up the grips.
It's a better P build. That's a good 6.
Well done, Pumpkin.
There we go.
So now we've got Nemesis.
There we are. Nemesis coming up. Thank you, Sandra.
Go, Pete.
Go, Peter. Sandra, if you're still listening, which one's Pete? What colour helmet does Pete have? Setting up in the door. Ooh, a little bit of a crash there. That's probably again the wind speed dropping out. 6. You might have seen a couple of teams and people on those teams using the wall of the tunnel to either push against, push off, kick off, whatever else. That's absolutely okay. There's no problems with that. You're allowed to touch the wall. You're allowed to touch the wall.
Not that it's a massive help, mind you.
No, I think personally, being crushed up against the wall sometimes
It doesn't make for the most efficient flying, does it?
Where you use your legs and your booties to power into a move or out of a move.
So Pete has a blue suit. Well done, Nemesis. I believe you've tied for the highest indicative score there.
So Pete, I think, was probably the last one out there.
Well done, Nemesis.
Good job, Pete. High five.
So we're still waiting for the official AA scores. We hope to have them at some point.
Very soon.
Soon.
Yep. Let's see how
as soon
they
as
got
they are,
on
we'll
round
get them up.
So that's single A section finished.
We've got 3 more.
We've got
single
3
A
more
teams.
single A teams, and then rookies.
Ollie Storm has a shout out to Alex.
Go, Alex. So Mark, on the opposite side of what's your favourite block, what's your least favourite block?
What is my least favourite block? That would depend in what position I'm flying.
Let's say your most favourite position, but your least favourite block.
My least favourite block. Possibly a 22 because of the difficulty of getting out of that block into the next formation.
Into anything else.
And I might have picked that because we actually have such an interesting jump coming up for AAA. It might be later
including
today.
The 22.
Yeah, I believe it's 22 into a Q.
Ouch.
Which is quite awkward.
Horrible. I don't like a 22 either, but not as much as you probably don't.
No.
Okay, so we've got AAA team for one night only. 308. Let's see what these guys can do. And there's the start of the 6. Yep.
A little bit of hesitation there. So it looks like they're trying to do the vertical move, but there's a little bit of reluctance to actually cross directly.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's. I think it looks more timing issue, to be honest. So the centres there. It's
the back
that
piece
bit,
is faster.
It's that second part of that block.
So indicative score.
Good
of 10.
Good attempt, guys. Though, really good.
So next up, we've got the recruits.
Recruits. So here we go. So yeah, this is one of my teams I've been coaching over since the last major indoor championships in 2019.
And they've represented Great Britain as a junior team in some of the competitions.
They did, and then they moved into the AA category, but with COVID and stuff, they've not really trained too much, so they're here competing for fun in the single A.
So the highest indicative score we've had so far, I believe 13, so let's see what the recruits can do.
Hoping they're staying calm, nice and structured.
Looking very tidy at the moment.
Good. No major blocks. Lots of communication, so some head nods kind of going, yeah, ready to go. Synchronise, that's good. And they get one more round in.
Nope.
Ooh.
But still great score at
Very
16.
close. Yeah, nice and tidy. I'm pleased for them.
Well done, recruits.
Really good recruits, well done.
How many years have the recruits been training together?
The recruits have been around for quite a while. I think they first got together back in maybe 2015, and they were obviously a lot younger. They're now, a couple of them are either doing A-levels or preparing for A-levels. Some of them are just finishing GCSE, so they're still quite young, but from a kids team, they're
well, they've done very
mature.
well to stick together. I know there's so many things going on in life at that point.
Okay, so we have now got Scratch 22, the last team in single A.
So this is one of the Bradley's teams.
Yeah, kept it right on that. I think right on the end of the 35 seconds. Then just gripped it and just caught the grip and kept hold of it. Excellent work for Scratch 22. I think some of those guys, it might be the their first competition. And then we're going to kick off now the rookie teams. So Booty's Call is the first rookie team. And for rookie, these guys are going to be doing round 2, which is NQF.
Be interested to see how they cope with that out-facing N formation. Again, when people are learning and competing for the first time in rookies, generally when you're facing away from everyone, that makes for some of the harder formations.
So as you can see, the black suit facing out a lot.
On the left.
Really difficult to know where you've got to be in relation to your team who are behind you. Yeah.
But easier to do in the tunnel than outdoor skydiving, because you do have the tunnel wall to reference off, which is a surprising benefit.
And to be set down, this outside centre is doing a really good job in that nice 180 turn and staying in the right position.
Really good. Really
excellent. Well done, Booty's Call. Nice round. So we're going to change over now. The next 3 teams are going to come in, continue in the rookie category: Chaos Unit, Space Pirates, and Best Served Cold. For people who have joined us and has not been following us all day, Mark, just give us a bit of a rundown of the difference between the formation categories. Rookie, for example.
Yeah, so we've got rookie. That's sort of the entry-level category. That's the most straightforward for competitors. In the rookie category, we've only got the random formations, none of the blocks. The blocks are the formations you'll see where people are generally holding on to other people and then doing a 360 or a 180 or something like that. So people always start off in rookie. They then go from there to A, which introduces some of the more straightforward blocks, generally the ones where you can see each other. You then move on to AA, which introduces most of the remaining blocks, and then last but not least is the AAA category, which back in the day used to be called senior. The main difference between the senior and the AA categories is that in senior, or AAA, you actually switch places throughout the dive with other people in your team. So not only do you need to know everything about your position, but you also need to know everything about at least one other position in your formation.
And how many formations are we talking about?
So we've got 16 randoms and 22 blocks.
So in that senior category, what we're saying is you've got to know all of those 16 and the 22
times 2,
and then because you're going to switch in,
Exactly.
switching in, you're going to need to know the 16 and 22 in the different position as well. That's a lot to think about. Right, we're moving into the belly of the rookie squad now. So Chaos Unit first of all, going with an unlinked entrance, which is good, and straight into that N, and then that Q, and then the F. So as we were saying, that out-facing N and Q means that the outside centre, which is the person in the screen, which is the green grips, is generally facing out a lot of the time. So referencing against other people in the team is very difficult. One of the more technical, difficult randoms. But they're doing a great job. They're keeping eye contact and where they can. They're not moving on without checking everybody that's on the grip, so they're really clean, making sure that they don't drop any points. Good job. Chaos Unit, nice and calm, collecting as many points as possible. Now we've got Space Pirates. A little bit, there we go, and they're off with that end build. I guess that's one of the dangers of that end build, actually, not rotating quite enough.
Trying to see too much. You have to accept that you just don't see anything.
Yeah. That's much better. There you go.
Yeah, they've worked it out.
Yeah, full rotation there. And these guys, now they've sort of that full rotation out. It's quite a compact formation.
Yeah, really good. And what you see from the teams that have actually been able to do a decent amount of training together is that once they get to the end of the sequence of formations, we call that a page, every successive page, if all of the flyers roughly stay in the same position in the tunnel, that means that the moves are relatively efficient and they're not doing too much.
That's good. Space Pirates looking efficient. Right, best served cold.
Best served cold. So last time we asked our live stream viewers to post in the comments, what do you prefer? Best served cold.
Best served cold.
We had ice cream, we had revenge.
And hummus.
Hummus, yeah, my personal favourite.
Okay, let's have a look. There's the Q. And the F. And the N. Quick key there, back into the N. Q. F. Very happy.
Well done, best served cold.
Well done.
So we've got Tracy in the comments shouting out to Dave and the recruits. Well done.
Thank you, Tracy. So that's the end of that sequence. We've now got the final flyers in round 2 for rookie and then VFS. So coming up, we've got impromptu, first 8, and then into the VFS Omni 99 and the alternate named Not Omni. And we have Hannah with us. Hello, Hannah.
Hello, hello.
How's it looking out there?
It's looking great. Guys are doing great. I've just been speaking with Not Omni. I managed to convince them to launch this next round, so that's going to be fun. If it goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility.
Fantastic.
But yeah, no, they're great.
How are they finding the nerves after getting over round 1?
I think they're doing well. I mean, Omni are the pros here, and they're a little bit used to the competition anxiety. But they just want to have fun as well, of course. So, yeah, they're doing great.
Lovely. And did you catch up with Omni and how they feeling about the belly work?
Not yet, but I know that TAF has been catching up with them. But they're doing almost every category, I feel like. They're competing in everything.
They're not happy with just being good in one category. They want to kind of do it more.
So we've got 2 rookie teams left. That's impromptu and first date.
Impromptu 4:05. So let's see
if they launch.
See what they're going to. Yeah, let's see what they're going to do. It's exciting.
Looks like they're going on
3. Yeah, and oh, his legs are stuck. I mentioned that earlier on. If you get your legs caught there.
Yeah, there's not a lot of airflow.
It's a tough one. There's the cue. And they're going for the F. That's it. And now that tough out facer.
Trying to see too much. Making it harder for the people on the back.
Big head nod saying, yeah, let's go. Everyone's built. Now sometimes at the front there you might get a bust or two simply because you've got a crossover of grips. You're not showing clear separation. But let's see what the judges say. Let's see what the judges say. Well done, lots of support there. Their colleague rookie team first date coming in now. And it's one of the Bradley sisters again. Checking everyone's visors down, which is good. Safety. And in they go. Trying to build that N straight away. There's the N. Q and then the F. There you go, and that at that outside centre slot and that move, that out-facing move being done by one of the sisters, which is a bit more experienced.
It probably makes sense to put your most experienced flyer in that slot on a dive like this, doesn't it?
And there we go. Happy air punch.
So well done, Rebecca, Alex, Elliot and Maggie. First date.
First date.
Beating their round 2.
I'm guessing, you know, their first competition.
A little bit of fun getting out of the tunnel there.
If you're going to do it.
Better to do it at the end of the round.
Yeah, exactly.
Rather than at the
You
start
don't want
of
to
the
fumble
round.
in, do you? Right, so.
Omni, we've got Omni up now. So this is GA1713. It's a little bit of a tricky one in the head. Lots of transitions going on. So you guys were dirt diving a lot, but so they start mixed start. It's a relatively easy launch.
So those not familiar with this is vertical formation skydiving. It's basically the same stuff we've been watching up until now, but on your head or
Exactly.
on your feet.
Yeah, so you can see they're transitioning a lot. Each move in between pretty much is a transition on this. So this is the block there. The 3 is a pretty quick one, 13, sorry. And yeah, see all these transitions. These guys are so synced. You can see that's like one of the keys of it is to really your timing on the transitions.
So having to transition so regularly that drastically slows down the number of points in the round, right?
Absolutely. So it's a little bit slower for that reason. But you can see these guys are transitioning sort of their foot is a foot hand grip. They're transitioning into the hand. So it makes it a lot quicker. But it's not easy.
So you're almost catching the person as
they're transitioning. Exactly. Great round from them. That was really good. Yeah. And so not Omni. Let's see if they're going to do the launch or not. I hope they do. They wanted to do it free, and I was convincing them that they should go for it. So,
so I remember you saying that if this doesn't work, you're buying everyone a coffee.
Absolutely. I'll take the blame here. Yeah. So the people they're doing it. Yes. So you'll see they just have to flip into head down. The 2 on the amazing. They nailed it. Yes. That was great. Yeah, so you can see here a little bit, I know this happens with belly as well, that if you really want to try and stay disciplined in the center of the tunnel, if you end up sort of squeezing yourself on the side, that you sort of hosing the person on the end, and it can be, not so easy to fly when you don't have the space.
What's it like when you're judging indoor VFS? Because obviously for formation skydiving, you've got the camera from the top, the net's below the competitors. In VFS,
Yes.
It's almost in between.
Yeah, so this is really important, the grips, because it's from the bottom net is where the camera is, that the grips are visible to the bottom net. So that's something you've got to be conscious of when you're taking the grips, that your hand is over the top so you can see it visibly.
See it from the camera.
That was great
That
from
looked really
those
good.
guys.
Well done,
Not knowing what I'm looking at. that. That
Yeah.
actually looked really competent.
It was a lot better than their first round. I think they're going to be pretty pleased with that one. Great job.
Great job of not Omni.
Yeah, so we're going to hand it back over to Taff for another interview.
Hi, and thank you, David and Mark, for all the good commentary that you're doing right now. 2 exciting rounds right now in 4-way AAA. We're going to talk quickly and take you into the tunnels so the people out there that are potentially not skydivers can actually see what the guys and the competitors are actually doing. So we're going to just take you through the tunnels. So as you can see, this is what we call the chamber here, where everybody sits down and waits for the next round. And then, as you can see here right now, this is the door where people are actually getting ready to go in. And I'm just going to pop into the tunnel so you guys can see what it is, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So the tunnel is actually generated by 4 big fans that kind of generate from each side, left and right, and then it generates and pushes it all the way back through on the right side and the left side of the tunnel, and then it pushes all the airflow back up through the tunnel. Okay, and then that's what generates the airflow for the speed of the tunnel. And it can be changed as well. For just over there, you can see the TV screen. And that is where they change the speed of the tunnel. So we increase the speed or decrease the speed. And yeah, that's the chamber or the tunnel as well. And that's what the guys are actually seeing from in there. And then we're going to go back out again, and we're going to just pan around. I'm going to see all the teams just getting ready for the next round. So we're just going to pan out now, and we're going to see that Avola here are just getting ready for the next round. You have NFTO in the corner over there, just getting ready for the next round as well. Okay, and it's very important that we get ready and we dirt dive just before we're going into the chamber and make ourselves nice and calm. The guys in the commentary room can probably talk a bit more about that throughout the day as well, on visualization and the things that we do as competitors. And just calming ourselves down. You, David, are you there? Okay. We're just going to go to a quick break right now, and then we're going to go back to the AAA 3rd round and get going again with that. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered, the IBA Library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly, together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly. Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered, the IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA.
So welcome back to round 3 of the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals at iFLY Basingstoke.
We've gone straight in, actually, so Alola are already in the tunnel, and this is a rather technical round, 22Q3. Pretty tricky. Mark that 22 move to the Q. So this is the 22?
Yeah, this was the one I was talking about, saying that's probably going to be my least favourite round if I was flying this particular draw.
And the 3. Good spin, not much room there for the wings.
So it looks like they've gone fairly standard from the 22 to the Q.
Alola, brilliant, well done.
Well done, Alola.
Right, now second team in the sequence, British Army Voltage. New to AAA, they were the national champions last year in AA, coached by Anna Hicks from NFTO. Let's see if some of that championship mentality is rubbing off on these guys. So entering the 22, there we go, and then spin. So it's always tough when there's not much wind for those wings at the build of that 22 to actually get up and around.
So this 3, it's one of those blocks in AAA where we're actually switching people around in the formation, so you need to know not just your part, but also that of your teammate. Looking very calm so far.
Yeah.
Just in time.
So in the bottom right hand corner you can see we have a method to sort of do an indicative score. It's not the full score, it is just indicative. It's what we see on our screens.
To give the viewers at home a little bit of idea in real time while we wait for the official scores.
Official scores, absolutely. Now, NFTO.
So looking at the official scores, NFTO had a bit of a rough round 1. We don't know if that's been updated yet or was
whether it be
just incomplete.
Yeah, absolutely. I made a bit of a fact check while we're on a break. But the last nationals, outdoor nationals, Chimera and NFTO were head to head, and actually it wasn't a 1 point difference. It was a same score, but a discrepancy with the timings of points being scored in that. So the closest competition ever
in British skydiving history.
Yes. Unofficial.
So it looks like we're ready for NFTO.
And it's not the lineup that's going to be going out to the World Championships. Sean, who's normally tail, is not in the UK at the moment. So Julia Swallow, who is the alternate, has come in and flying inside centre with Varna, who's normally inside centre, is now on the tail. But looking quick.
So it looks like they've gone for the swing out of the 22.
It's the 3. Nice. It's quite sharp. Spicy. They're going for it. Nice end to that 3. Actually, I think that's Kath spinning really nicely and closing softly on that 3, then allowing everybody to move quickly. Good, great work.
Not bad.
21, unofficial.
Unofficial.
So breaking news, looks like the NFTO score has been removed and being rejudged. Unofficial breaking news.
Good to hear.
Let's see what happens as we get those scores coming in. We're done now with that first tranche of AAA teams. We're going to be swapping over Eros, Meraki and Omni coming in. I think we may have the AA scores coming up available to us in a moment. Here we go. So after round 1, we're still waiting for one score. Actually, I think Santau are not competing, but at the minute, after 1 round, Deep and something, 14 points.
That's a lot in 1 round, 2 points ahead.
That's good. Followed by Grenade, Martial Law, Foreigners, Birds of Paradise squad game. So great work, Deep and Filthy, after round 1.
Keep it up.
So we're going to move on. Eros is going to be the first team next.
So after round 1, Eros were in 3rd place in AAA. We were still waiting for that NFTO score, but not many points behind the top 2.
So Eros after round 1, 18 points, 3 points behind Chimera, who are tying with Meraki on 21. So still got round 2 scores to come in yet, but round 3, this is where we're at. Round 3, AAA.
Don't forget, if you're watching on the live stream, make sure you pop into the comments and say hi. Shout out your favourite teams.
Favourite teams, favourite blocks. So 22Q3.
Favourite things served cold.
Favourite things served cold. They've gone with a semi-built 22. Okay. Very quick out of the queue into the 3. Nice efficient 3 there. That's really nice. Slightly different lineup this year. Joey Jones, who was outside centre, no longer with the team, replaced by Matt Cummings from what was Pyjama Pumas last year, and a couple of switches around. So Travis has moved into tail, I think. No, Travis has moved into outside centre, and Matt's come into inside centre.
So 18 indicative score for them, not bad.
18 indicative score.
Particularly with something like a 22 to a queue in it.
It's not a fast block. And can be quite awkward, but so far the teams are showing that that move from the 22 to the queue is not as difficult as it might seem.
So we've got Meraki up next. They were tied in 1st place after round 1 with 21 points.
And they look good in round 2 as well, so let's see if they follow that. So kicking straight off into the 22. Really quick through the end of that 22 queue into the 3, which is nice. So not a lot of wastage in that movement. Got hop over by Kate there in the 22.
24 points.
Scores are slowly creeping up. And why do you think that is, Mark? Do you expect the scores to slowly creep up?
Well, I think what we saw in rounds 1 and 2 is that people are obviously nervous going into round 1. Round 2 was a bit of a slow draw, and now we're into the 3rd round. This jump lends itself to some high scores.
Yeah.
So the combination of that, and I think competitors just getting a little bit more comfortable back into the competition mindset is definitely helping them.
Cool. Now we've got Omni Tummy Edition. So these are the VFS guys trying out the AAA stuff, and this is a technical. It's not an easy round, this one. So let's see how they get on with those technical blocks. It's the 22 and the Q, and then the 3. There you go. Nailed it. 22, Q3. Other way, there you go.
Complete the turn.
And unofficial judging.
Unofficial. 10 to very, very respectable score if you spend obviously a lot of the jump trying to double check you're in the right place and going the right way.
Excellent work, Omni Belly Edition. Well done. So that's the second tranche of AAA done for round 3. A quick changeover, and we'll be seeing Chimera next, Shaka and Grenade. So what was the scores for Chimera on that first round again?
So Chimera were tied in first place with 21 points. So Meraki scored a 24. So it'll be interesting to see what Chimera score this time.
Unofficial judging. Not live judging. So we obviously experienced some live judging at another competition last year in another tunnel. Very different experience to what we're, I'd say, generally accustomed to in the UK, which is quite classic, that the judges really do interrogate the footage to make sure that the right amount of points are scored and offered to the teams.
Yeah, so I think that was originally inspired by the new artistic disciplines, the dynamic flying that has had a lot of live judging from the beginning. We're now starting to see that format being tested out with the other more traditional disciplines, particularly formation skydiving.
Right, here we go. Chimera, 107, currently looking smart, tying after round 1. Oh,
so he's definitely standing on the net.
Okay. I don't know what's happening there. Okay, so straight into the 22, and they're off.
Maybe we have a better view than the judges will there.
Let go. So nice sequence, quite easy. They've eased into that. Massive arms will pick up anything. Oh, just travelling a little bit there, but they managed to keep it going. It's great. Straight round. Ooh, right on the buzzer.
So indicative seems to match the Meraki score.
Meraki, so according to our unofficial offerings, looked pretty clean. 24.
So if it continues to stay that tight, it's going to be a really interesting rest of the day.
Yeah. Chimera, indicative 24. Meraki, indicative 24. See what the judges think.
So next up we have Shaka, which is our last AAA team.
Nope. Just sorting out the feet, that's it. Well, it looks like they're going to go straight in with the 22. Not the easiest of blocks to enter, especially heading and sort of diving in, because the momentum is taking you in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I believe we've seen one team enter the 22 sideways, which makes it slightly easier to control that momentum.
Nice turn. Good 22. Now this is not, it's not an easy dive. The 22 is a difficult component, so you've got a back piece spinning, and then the two wings have got to sort of back out, or in some instances hop over, rotate and finish. And where you finish in a very different position to where you started for those wings. Did a really good job. Well done, Chaka.
Like a 13.
Indicative 13. That's it's quite a big jump, isn't it, when you see some teams squeezing out 24 indicative points versus the 14. And what do you think that is? It's kind of the transition.
It's the transition. It's making sure you don't lose time between one formation and the next. Making sure everyone's sort of ready to go at the same time. All of those little pauses throughout a 35-second period like that can really add up.
So if you're that team who scored 13 or 14 points, you might think, right, let's go faster.
Exactly, but that's actually not how you want to score more points. You just need to tidy things up.
Right, starting off the AA category, Grenade. And the rounds for AA category, this is round 3, and we're going for D19-8. So a 5-point dive.
I think 8's another one of those blocks you either love it or you hate it. it's very easy to overthink the technique, particularly if you're on the front of the formation.
It's quite a long formation, isn't it?
So disadvantages the taller teams.
Let's have a look. So that build of the 8 there, that front piece rotation, you know, you're crashing into the wall. It's got to, as you say, it's tough for the taller teams.
The more room you give yourself on the front, the harder you make it for the people that have to spin on the back.
So that's grenade done. So Chimera Shaka grenade done. And now wholly into the AA group.
Well done to all the teams so far. We're well into the competition now. We're going to have 8 rounds today of formation skydiving, and then we'll be finishing off with 2 rounds tomorrow. I guess it makes it a lot easier for people who are travelling home to have a slightly earlier finish tomorrow, isn't it?
It's going to be interesting to see the feedback from the competitors about having this type of competition over 2 days rather than what might be 3 days or even 4 in some countries, to see if it works for them. I mean, naturally we've got people having days off work sometimes, but yeah, it'd be good to see.
Yeah, it's a very different pace when you have a competition over 3 or 4 days than when the vast majority of it's over 1. If you're watching on the live stream, feel free to shout out to your favourite team or people in the comments. We'll be sure to keep an eye on those.
And I'm sure there's people maybe at work with their phones and their devices sneakily watching and listening to the live stream. Be interested to hear who's watching where. What's the most unusual place that you are in the world right now watching this live stream?
Yeah, it'd be lovely to know who our international viewers are.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, here we go. AA IBME. Let's see what they're going to do. Nice steady entrance into that opening formation D. 19. And as you can see, as we're saying, the technicality of some of these blocks now, you've got 2 pieces separating in from one configuration and finishing in another configuration.
So for those that aren't familiar to formation skydiving, what you can see here is that people are actually flying over one another, which is the intended technique, but it comes with the risk that you end up riding the other person.
And then again, another 2-piece movement, the front piece rotating 360, linked by the hands, and then the back piece rotating 360 again, but in a cat style. It's called a cat style.
Karen shouts out to go ice, bank, mice, elf.
What an interesting name.
It is. I have to say that one slowly, otherwise you know, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue as
Do not say that fast. That is not a tongue twister. Right, squad game. Let's see what squad game have got. That's good. Just taking a second in the door. Nice and steady. Great, into the D. Well done. So this is where it gets a bit more technical. You've got front piece going underneath, and that back piece trying to rotate 360. Yeah, and picking up those rear grips. Good. And then the 19. 2 separate pieces, one going over the top. Rotate, rotate.
Struggling against the wall.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? 14-foot wind tunnels for bigger teams.
Much less forgiving
the
for
wall,
space.
The wall is not your friend. Good effort, guys. Well done.
I think when I first transitioned to flying in a 14-foot from larger tunnels, that was one of the things I found most difficult, was trying to make sure the formations stay in the centre of the tunnel so that everyone has an equal share of the space.
Yeah. And I think we noticed that more in our ACM format with Will in the back, me and Will in the back, and you and Hari also. You know, Hari's not a short guy.
No. And as one of the people on the outside, you know, you always get the worst of it.
Yeah. Right, martial law. Let's see what your
some interesting grips going on.
Switch
here.
grips. So there's a bust, but moving on. Got to move on. Go. That's the back piece going over the top, completing that formation.
I think that's one of the hardest parts. If you have something like that happen right at the start of a round, you just have to let it go and not let it carry through to the rest of the
time that you've got left, given that 35 seconds goes so quickly.
As you can see in the bottom right corner, the countdown, the 35-second countdown clock. Indicative score from ourselves of 8. A little bit of fun, and when you finish there, and obviously everybody better.
Yeah, well done, Stuart, Laura, Sonia, and Emily. That's martial law.
Martial law. Double A. Right, just a quick switch over now. The next 3 teams: Birds of Paradise, Jail, and Foreigners. So, Mark, while we're doing that switch over, why are we here? What's this comp for?
This is the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals. It's the first British indoor competition that we've had in 3 years. Before this, the British Indoor Nationals was run in parallel with one of the original indoor wind tunnel competitions in the world, the World Challenge, which was at Bedford. We're now at iFLY Basingstoke. And we also have a new Indoor Skydiving Association, BISA, that helps organise and encourage a lot of the new and upcoming formats and competitors that are out there.
And where did BISA come from? Why did we have BISA now?
So up until sort of 4 years ago, indoor skydiving naturally was picked up by the original outdoor organisation, British Skydiving, before that known as the British Parachute Association. But increasingly, as the number of indoor events increased, there was obviously a bonus to having a dedicated organisation, and British Skydiving were very happy and generous to help set up a new indoor organisation.
Super. Looking forward to seeing what BISA do for indoor skydiving in the UK.
Yeah, very much so. Lots of interesting plans for the future.
Watch the space. Right, Birds of Paradise have kicked off in the AAA category. This is the Bradley sisters with a number of other teams.
So Bradley
legs out the door, look.
we have someone sucked out the tunnel. So the Bradley sisters have been absolutely fantastic. I believe they've organised 7 of the approximately 40 teams that we've got here for the formation skydiving.
Lots of flying for those girls.
So they are in and out of the tunnel all day long. I think I have got less breaks than we have.
Brilliant.
Well done, team.
Well done, Birds of Paradise. And for those of you joining us more recently, we are Mark and David doing the live stream for the Indoor National Championships. And we have a roving reporter, Mr. Pete Taff Mather.
Yeah, you may have seen him doing some of the interviews between the start and end of the different rounds. We're sure he'll be back later on
with some more interesting conversations. Right, we've got Jail. Team Jail 206. And starting off with a D, there we go. And just for viewers, it's there's a 35 seconds round. The clock starts as soon as the first person is flying. So might see some of the AAA teams trying to be efficient as soon as one person's flying, they're in and moving as quickly as soon as possible. But some of the teams in AA, Single A, Rookie will also just take it a little bit more steady, safer into the tunnel, good flying position, and then start to make points. Jail taking it steady there, nice and safe. Clean 6 points, I suspect. It's down to the judges.
Yeah, so you mentioned there the clock starts when the first person is flying, and I think from a judging technicality perspective, that's been where some of the most heated discussions have taken place over the past couple of years.
Now we're seeing Foreigners, Team 207. So they've gone straight in with the D, which is great. And a nice, very good 19.
Inside centre having to reach behind themselves a little bit for that 8 setup. That's probably not a comfortable position to be in.
No, if you've got a fragile shoulder, they're not. It doesn't look like a small team in a 14-foot wind tunnel, and actually they're making some really good use of the tunnel. Actually, getting those 8 spins, and the front piece seem to have a good amount of space.
Yeah, as we found, it's just as possible to do a good job as a tall team in a 14-foot, but it just takes that little bit more discipline to stay in the centre.
It's about sequencing, right? Foreigner's done, and that is the next tranche complete. We're going to do a switch over now. And I think this is where it we had a bit of a switch around in teams earlier on today. We've got one more team of AA showing, and then we start off with the single A's. Yep, here we go. This is Deep and Filthy, who were
someone marching in.
after the first round, they were topping that scoreboard for AA.
They were, yes. We don't want them getting too overconfident. Because they're not too far ahead from Grenada. It only takes one bad round for them and one good round for the other teams.
So we'll see how these guys get on. No scores yet for round 2. So shout out actually to Jason Cook, who messaged in between the break, who would love to be here, but unfortunately his Aussie man style commentary is still over in Australia.
I mean, he couldn't just get on a quick flight and...
I think we should dial him in actually. So Deep and Filthy, round 3. It's a fast spin, nice 19.
It's a very nice 19.
So if we were going to channel our Aussie man commentary, it'd be like, it was a great spinny to a finish of the back end, and another spinny and a front spinny finishing
with a spinny
in the middle. A steady, easy round, and then spinny once more, and stretching out. Lots of spinnies here.
This probably isn't the worst jump, but there are some where you're doing so much spinning that you can almost leave the tunnel dizzy.
Yeah. That was a good round. So far, Deep and Something is looking really good.
Still ahead.
Looking really good. So we'll switch over now. Deep and Filthy with the only team in that rotation.
Got the whole tunnel to themselves.
Indeed, yeah. And now we're going to switch over and start the single A category for round 3. So single A category for round 3. The jump is 8D. So again, we're going to see that 8 block with the D. Now you might notice for AA,
they get one less formation.
Yeah, for AA that round 3 was D19, 8. For single A it's 8D. So the AA have just added in the 19.
And that's one of the other things that they do to make the earlier categories simpler, is you have less formations per round that you need to remember. It goes from 3 points in rookie all the way up to 5 or 6 points per page in AAA.
Wow. And AA, and AAA, you're also remembering the slot switches, yeah. All right, so Team Tilstock is kicking us off with the single A rounds. And there's the 8. So a connected front piece, rotating 360, and a rotating back piece.
They won't get good patience there.
You know, the 8s are not easy blocks. They're not easy blocks at all.
Particularly if you end up in the wrong place and you're trying to move your body while being held onto by someone else.
And the technique for that front piece is on its own difficult, and then the back piece is also difficult, and then trying to add the two together to make a complete block is hard. Good job, guys. So wind kickers, anybody listening out on the live stream, you want to say hello, shout outs to any of the teams, please do so.
Are iFLY Basingstoke and Visa 2022.
Drop it in the social media. And they're in.
Wind kickers definitely have some people stretching. In fact, I've got shout outs for them already.
Heavily supported. Taking it steady in the build, which is great. And for those of you just joined us, the bottom right scoring is an indicative function we have in the live stream, so we can kind of roughly gauge what we think the score might be and the countdown timer of remaining time.
Heather says, hi John.
Hi John. To all the Johns.
I imagine it's one of the wing kicker Johns.
Well done, wing kickers. That looked really steady. Good job. And then final team in this round rotation is the Winged Hussars. Let's have a look then, Winged Hussars.
Going for what looks like a linked exit. I like how we still refer to it as an exit from outdoor, when actually it's more of an entrance.
It's indoor, yeah,
it's
entrance.
An indoor entrance.
There's the D. There's the build of the 8. It's a tough move, that front piece.
It is. You're trying to fly while holding a wrist bar, looking over your shoulder and going backwards if you're in one of the slots.
Good move.
And the whole time trying to stay out of the way of the back piece that's just doing their best to spin in place.
That back piece can whip up some speed as well. You don't be crashed into by that. 10, indicative 10 we think.
Not a bad score.
Not a bad score, well done.
So after the changeover, we've got Breaking Dad, Pantheon and Nemesis. We haven't got any official scores yet to compare. Those should be available shortly for anyone watching at home, or in the office, or in the van.
Yeah. At work. I wonder how many people actually are at work today watching this.
We'd love to know if we've got any international viewers from outside the UK. Where are you watching from? Shout us out in the YouTube live chat.
So, you know, was it 1 o'clock? It's 1 o'clock here, so any of our Americas.
You can find the link to the YouTube live stream if you haven't.
Early morning over in the Americas.
Yeah, copy the live stream link to your friends and family. Make sure you're not missing out.
And yeah, and if you are, doesn't matter where you are, let us know how we're doing. Is this the sort of stuff you want to see going forward in the future national competitions?
Yeah, what are we not saying that you want to be hearing about?
Oh, good question.
Jane shouts out to Pantheon. Go Pantheon.
Go Pantheon. Right, kicking off this round, Breaking Dad, third round of single A.
So Breaking Dad were one of the high-scoring teams in round 2. So hopefully we can expect the same this time.
Tricky front piece spin.
Again, picking up a couple of buffs here by making sure that by not making sure that the block is complete before releasing the bricks.
That's a good one. Oh, feet got caught in the door there.
They obviously scored more than 0. that might have been a
technical glitch.
Slight human error on the button pushing there.
Technical glitch in the office.
So well done, Breaking Bad. This is why those scores are only just indicative.
We're not judges. Brilliant. Right, so Pantheon just had a shout out. Jane saying, "Go Pantheon." All right, let's see. He's right in. He's going right. We're in, lads. Straight into that 8 and a bit third there, but that's interesting. build. It's a toughie. It's a real toughie, this is.
Trying to get that timing right to make sure you connect at the right moment is definitely challenging. So foot grips going on there.
Still legal. There we go.
Yeah, anything below the hip.
Anything below the hip. Good work, guys. It's a tough move, especially that front piece if there's not enough space.
Well done, Pantheon. We've got a shout out from Sandra watching from Turkey. Says she used to work at iFLY Manchester, and she's very glad that the Nationals are back. So are we, Sandra. It's been a real shame not to be able to run them the last couple of years.
Hopefully the live coverage will inspire other skydivers in the UK for the next Indoor Nationals later on this year, which we'll mention shortly. But we're now seeing Nemesis. And there's the 8. There you go.
Looks like there's some interesting choices to be made on how to get the 8 into the tunnel.
Yeah, it's a completely different discipline. You know, some of these flyers are skydivers as well, and whilst you're in the sky, you also train a different type of exit from the aircraft. Trying to master an entrance of the same thing into a windy tube is tough, and it takes time.
Although made a little bit easier because you don't have to wear a heavy parachute on your back.
That's true. And I'd probably actually say this door is a little bit more narrow than what you get in the aircraft. And trying to get some big flyers squeezed into a short space is a challenge. Right, so breaking down Pantheon, Nemesis now done. We're going to have a switch over and move into the last couple of teams in Single A. But just as I mentioned, so later on this year we have the official, I'm going to say the official, moving into what will be the regular cadence of Indoor National Championships.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dave. So this is going to be probably the last British Indoor Nationals that takes place at the start of the year. From this year onwards, we're going to try and move it to an end-of-year competition, so it comes at the end of the outdoor skydiving season. So this will be the only year we have 2 British Nationals, one in February that everyone's hopefully enjoying watching right now, and another one in November.
Yep.
But we're still making up for lost time. Obviously, we've been missing some Nationals the last couple of years. We've got more shout-outs in the YouTube chat. We've got Carter Brown saying, "Go Amy" and Voltage. Mark James says, "Ross is getting all the love. Let's send some Redlands hugs to Claire and Grenade."
Excellent. Yeah, so Ross is getting all the love. Yeah.
So who's up next?
So we are into the last tranche of Single A flyers. So we've got for one night only Skydive Recruits Scratch 22, and then we kick off Rookie with Booty's Call. So for one night only, let's see what we've got. It's those legs in the door that completely just stop any level of sort of flying.
Yeah, that's a terrible place to get stuck there.
Yeah, it's rubbish. There's the D. And then he's struggling on the net. That's a shame. So sometimes actually, as you said earlier on, Mark, you don't see in this from this footage angle that some blocks naturally they drop. So it's all about body position.
Yeah, depending on how close you are to the other person, that can actually change the amount of lift you get as a pair. It's not constant the whole time.
Well done. Working through some of those challenges for one night only. Next we've got the Skydive Recruits, 8D. Let's see how these guys fare. The last couple of rounds have been really good. They've looked sharp, they've looked controlled and calm. Let's see what they're going to do now.
Yeah, even though we don't have the official scores yet for this category.
Really good entrance.
Looks like the Recruits are probably out ahead.
That's good. That's good. Nice rotation. Back piece spinning really well. So Zach on the tail is he's moving that piece around really nicely, and the front piece are doing a really good job.
The great catches there from the inside centre on the bottom of the 8, picking up the legs. That's really good time.
Super. That's excellent round, guys. Looking really sharp. We came and did a training session last weekend just to familiarise themselves with this tunnel. They've not flown properly in a fair amount of time. You know, we trained what we could last year, but yeah, moving into a different tunnel, not flying for a while. It was
different door, different entrance,
quite challenging. But they've really stepped it up into the comp, which is lovely to see. Right, the last single A team, scratch 22. There we go. Oh, that's a favourite. Knee in the face.
Trying to reach too much.
Knee in the
expensive
face.
body
Yeah.
position.
Do you know, sometimes you're not a seasoned inside centre unless you've had a knee in the face or a knee in the head. That's a good 8. Well done. That's tough. Two tough techniques, the front piece spin and the back piece spin.
Well done with an indicative score of 8 there. That's the last single A team. We're now into the rookie category.
So rookies will generally take it slightly steadier, trying to enter the tunnel. Not quite as experienced flying in general, not quite as experienced with entering and exiting a wind tunnel itself. So we'll probably see a single entrance, that's it, and then jump into that first formation. So the rookie round is BML. The B and the M's both in facing, which makes it slightly easier for the team to reference, and then the L is a slightly more technical one.
Yeah, the B and the M are probably going to be the two most common ones that people start with. And I think we were talking about some of the challenging blocks earlier. C is obviously one of them. L maybe another, again for the importance of the angles between the different flyers.
So L, one of the more interesting individual randoms for rookies, but as you come through the categories, L becomes actually quite an interesting formation.
It's a formation that you tend to learn the different variants of, so you can use it as a suitable mid-stop between things that might otherwise be more complicated.
And thinking about it, Mark, L is one of those that has a number of variations. As you said, it's kind of, there's a different version of an L that you can do with people in slightly different slots, and also a mirrored L. But it gets, you know, as you get further up the experience levels, you can start to mess around with the formations. So breaking news. We've got some breaking news, Mark.
We do. So we've had 2 teams that are going to be reflying round 1 because of some minor camera issues. So we've got team 302, that's team Tilstock, that's a single A category team, and team 103, which is NFTO. So that'll be why they had such a different, unexpected score in the first round. So they're going to be at somewhat of it at an advantage because they'll already have flown that and they'll get to do it again.
Interesting news. Breaking news. We should have prepared with a fantastic graphic and sounds for breaking news.
Yeah. Getting to re-fly around can be a bit of a double-edged sword, because if you've had a fantastic round on something that's quite difficult and technical, the last thing you want to do is repeat it, knowing that you probably can't
emulate the same. Yeah. Right, rookie. Continuing with rookie, we've got the Chaos unit in now. Let's see if they live up to the name. I think they should be called the controlled unit.
Controlled unit. There's not a lot of chaos happening.
Not chaos there. calm, controlled, lots of communication. And that authoritative head nod, love it. This is looking great. Really good dive.
Well done, Chaos Unit. Peter H shouts out to Team Impromptu.
Impromptu 405. We'll see them in the next set of teams.
Apparently they've just done their first ever group entrance.
Yay!
So well done, Impromptu.
In the skydiving community, if it's a first, some people know exactly what that means. This is the Space Pirates. Let's see if they can channel their chaos unit with calm and controlled flying. Nice and tight, that's good. And sometimes, you know, teams that are starting out, it's all about memory. It's all about remembering the jump. You're in a slightly unusual environment, it's very noisy. Actually remembering where you need to go next.
Yeah, that's where muscle memory plays a big role. Trying to remember where you need to be and how to fly and where everyone else is, and then watching out for things quite not going to plan. There's definitely a lot to paying attention to.
They are very happy with that. That's great to see. And then of the final team of this round, best served cold. And we've been asking our viewers, what else is best served cold? What would you recommend? We've had
ice cream
and
revenge
and hummus.
Hummus.
That's best served cold.
I think I'd change my answer. I think some of the other suggestions, like ice cream, they've easily been far better.
And a nice cold beer or soft drink. Look then. That's looking great. Well done, best served cold. Kept it together.
Mel Wingnut proposes that beer fines are best served cold.
Beer fines. She might be referring, well, absolutely, I agree with that. She might also be referring to what happens when it's your first. First skydive, first anything, it's always a beer fine.
First round 3 at the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals. And then we've got the first round 4.
Some people are going to be really heavily into fines, aren't they? Right, we're just swapping over now, and we're finishing off with the 2 final rookie teams, and then moving into VFS. We've got Impromptu and First Date, and then moving into Omni 99 and not Omni 99, and we are here joined with Hannah.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing?
Thank you. Yeah, doing great. Moving into round 3. We've got my favourite VFS move, which is the Angry Pelican, number 19.
Awesome. That is an amazing.
It's great, isn't it? I'd love to know whoever named that. Great name. Yeah, this is another one of a little bit of a tricky to get your head around. I was just going to say brief things about dirt diving VFS. Have you guys watched them dirt diving VFS?
No.
I've seen them use little figurines sometimes.
Because it's really difficult when you have to be on your head or on your feet. So unless you're really good at headstands, it's not the not the easiest thing to dirt dive. So you often see the arms crossing. That means they're usually head up, or the other way around means they're head down. So it's not the easiest thing to walk on the ground because it's really difficult to get your head around the orientation. So yeah, so often for these guys, the sight picture is something you can't really see until you're in the tunnel.
Unlike with belly formation skydivers that get to use creepers and roll around on the floor.
Exactly.
So, Impromptu. 2 rookie teams remaining. Oh, and a bit of backfly. And a bit more backfly. There we go. Just get him under control there. He's fine. There you go. No problems. Do you know what? It's those types of things that builds character.
And it goes to show, you know, there definitely is a
a skill to get
It's
into the
tough,
tunnel.
yeah, absolutely. It's tough, and if you're not used to it, it's a new skill and a good way to introduce to backflying.
We're on VFX next.
Well, exactly. It'll be the new Omni flat edition.
There we go.
So Peter H had a shout out for Impromptu. I think that was their first group entrance.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that was it. That was it.
well
okay.
done for trying it.
Well done,
for
guys.
trying it.
Keep going.
Keep going. That you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, look at that. Smile. Everyone's a smiler. That's really good going. And then the final rookie team. First date. And they're in. As expected, not a linked entrance to be a bit safer and take it easy through those formations. There's the L, B, yeah, that's it. Just nice control there. Really well done to the Bradley sisters for bringing so many teams, and I'm guessing so many of them are going to be new to competition.
Absolutely. Just helping give people that little bit of encouragement after what's been quite a long layoff for a lot of people.
And in another way, they are introducing the next generation of skydivers over the next couple of years. Right, here we go.
On me, ready to go in. So yeah, we're starting with the Angry Pelican on the 19. This is a mixed block.
So we'll see that transition off the net.
Yes. So yeah, like I said before, the time actually starts when the first person's feet leave the net. 2 feet have to leave the net. Great, really fast there. That one, all on 1 foot, the K. So 2 grips on one person's foot, and that one. And this is just random, it's just the one block, 19 KDN. The N, the last move we're going to see again in a moment, is an outface move. So I know this is similar to, you can see Martin in the orange helmet, he does the outface move. I think that's pretty similar with FS, right? That's not the easiest move because you're a bit blind. So they try and cheat it a little. Yeah, great work. What do you think about these guys' colour scheme?
Beautiful, I love it.
It's good, isn't it?
Just off the bat, what's a good score for that type of round, would you say?
That's a good point. We haven't actually had any scores up yet, have we?
No, I'll do the next one.
Yeah. Anything? I mean, these guys say their sky average is around 12 points.
Yeah.
In the tunnel, it's obviously a little bit more.
Yeah.
So anything between around like that, anything between 12 and 18.
Okay. Let's see what not Omni do unofficially. Let's see.
Or are they launching again?
Right. Okay, they're off.
Amazing. Good job on the launch. That's some. Takes some balls to do that. Great. There's a few switchy moves in this one with the head up, head down, which is a little bit confusing. So
I think they're doing great.
They're doing great, aren't they? These guys would probably be hoping for, 10 would be amazing, especially.
Well, they're doing really well. I'm loving them.
So did you see that outface move there? Jimmy in the red, it's not easy to do that outface move.
They need to get what, maybe 20? Yeah. Let's look at that. I think they win that.
I just like to say that these scores are
unofficial.
Yet.
Yeah,
they
unofficial
are not
scores.
Official.
But I think not Omni nailed that round.
We'll give them a 19. Why not? That's unofficial score.
Unofficial. Well done, not Omni.
How many hours of training in the wind tunnel will they have spent to get to even that level?
As a team, they've actually done 0. But to be like the flyer, like to be able to get the flying skills, just to be able to fly head down static can take hours for some people, and that's on top of already being able to fly belly, back, head up. So it really is a lot of commitment in training, and to be able to, you see the orientation flying head down, you have to stay still on your head with your head being the point. So it really is, it takes a while to train. I would say to get to that point, you'd probably need at least 10, 15 hours. But
wow.
A lot of these guys are tunnel instructors, or they've been doing it for a while. They're competing in other disciplines. So
yeah. So for anyone watching at home, if you were looking for a new deep sport that you can spend tons of time on and spend probably multiple decades perfecting, if you're going to compete in multiple disciplines, then there you go. You've just had a fantastic demonstration of what that kind of training effort can look like. And the thing about VFS, it looks more interesting from a spectator perspective, because when you're watching it from the side, you see people transitioning and you see more of the person, whereas when it's formation, belly flying formation skydiving, really just looking at the side of people, and it's hard to appreciate what we can see from the top camera.
Exactly, yeah, it's definitely a lot more visual that way. And it's, there's always, like a lot of the disciplines, it's always evolving. They're finding quicker ways of doing the transitions and everything. So you watch the guys, the world champions, like STC Core. It's phenomenal to watch.
Well, they live in the tunnel, right?
They do. They're pretty good.
That's what you need, a tunnel in your back garden. It's no longer a sauna or a hot tub.
It's a wind tunnel.
It's about having a wind tunnel.
Are you building us one?
I would love to. I would love to. Can you build one for like £10?
That's a special future project for Biza. Right.
I believe we're going to introduce Taff, who's our roving reporter. Hello, Taff.
How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, amazing. I'm getting to spend a lot of time with the competitors today. How do you think the competition's going right now?
It's been absolutely fantastic to see the teams back after such a long time. We can definitely see where things are a little bit scrappier or more nervous than they might have been otherwise, but it's been fantastic to see. How about you, Dave?
How's it feeling down on the shop floor, Pete?
Yeah, no, it's feeling really good. A lot of energy. There's a lot of people being excited about it. It's close at the top by the looks of it, and you can tell from the top teams, you can really see the difference. Everybody's really stoked about how good the competition's being run. So yeah, you know what? The whole feedback's amazing right now.
Great job.
It's been fantastic to see so many teams turn up after such a long break. Like it might actually equal the largest number of teams we have had at a British Indoor Skydiving competition.
Yeah, and we look forward to many more, Mark, to be perfectly honest. We're just going to be getting ready for the dynamic stuff very shortly. So I'm just here now with Team Nova, national outdoor champions. We have Chris on my left here and Ed Wufflenuts on my right. And we're going to talk to Ed about why he's here first. And then we're going to go move over to Chris. So, Ed, why are you here today?
I'm going to be doing the freestyle and two-way dynamic, representing Nova.
Cool. And have you been doing a lot of winter training on your own because you're doing the individual, right?
Yeah, well, we've just come back from a tunnel camp where we did some time out there. In terms of actually putting together a routine, about 5 minutes of doing that. So probably not a very good effort on that side of things. But we're here now, good competition experience. So see what we can do.
Cool, and yeah, I got to see a bit of that on Facebook as well, you look really good, both of you flying, you look like you've got some really new skills coming up for the season. And what is the season looking like for you, Chris, for the team?
So we're competing in outdoor, so we're actually a freestyle team that competes outdoor. So we're going to Emporia Brava, we're going to Spain for a tunnel camp, for a normal camp then. And then we're probably going to go competing at the World Championships and also the Nationals as well. So lots of effort put in this year. Hopefully we'll get lots of podium finishes and be good.
Cool, and it's really good to keep the freestyle going. I get to spend a lot of time with you guys in the last 12 months, and it's been really, really good to see how much you've progressed outdoors, the effort you're still putting into that discipline, which isn't a massive discipline in the outdoor UK scene right now, not as big as the four-way or the VFS, so it's really, really good to see you guys doing really well. So is there anything you want to say to anybody out there?
Nothing in particular. I mean, we're predominantly a outdoor freestyle team, so for us, like the indoor stuff like this is just really good competition experience, and we kind of view it as a bit of fun, really. So that's kind of what we're here to do today, get the valuable competition experience, have a good time. And we're a very serious outdoor freestyle team. That's what we excel in, and that's what we want to be doing on the world stage.
Cool, and thank you very much, guys, and have a great competition. And we are just going to go to a short break, and then we're going to go to round 4 of the AAA and the four-way, carrying on for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits. And best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered. The IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly. Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered. The IBA Library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly.
Hello and welcome back. Thanks for joining us again. We're here at iFLY in Basingstoke, coverage of the Indoor National Championships for Great Britain. I'm David Rogers.
I'm Mark Fletcher.
Welcome again. We're about to go into round 4 of our Formation Skydiving Championships, kicking off with iFLY, and this is round 4, and the dive is 12, N for November, L for Lima, D for Delta. Very quick turnaround going into round 4. We're running 8 rounds today and 2 more rounds tomorrow. No scores for us to really commentate or talk about just yet. We have indicative scores that you can see in the bottom right hand corner, which is an unofficial score. The official scoring is being performed by British Skydiving affiliated and accredited judges using the in-time scoring system. There we go. Now that looked pretty comfortable by iFLY there.
17 scores, not bad. I think most teams would be happy to see a single block with 3 randoms come up in a draw.
Yeah.
But then you find out that it's a slot switcher, which means that the 2 flyers on the front of the formation, every time they complete a page, they're going to be in a different position.
So potentially some high scores because we have a random sprint, so to speak, the NLD, but they're not easy randoms. And then moving into the 12, which is a slot switch, as Mark said, for the front piece. So this is our British Army Voltage team, last year's AA championship winners outdoors.
It's great to see them moving up the categories.
Moving up, and yeah, obviously coming indoors and competing with indoors now. Keep going, there you go. There's that out-facing N. They've taken a slightly different L with the with outside centre, picking up at the back, and then back into the middle to build the D.
You can see he's a little bit tempted to turn out too far on the end, making it harder for the point flyer.
eager to get to that next point.
Which ultimately slows you down. It's a tricky balance
Isn't
between speed and...
speed and poise.
Yeah.
Speed and poise. Well done, Voltage. They seem happy with that. That's good. And then now NFTO, and some news that we mentioned last round. The NFTO are going to be re-jumping or re-scoring, rerunning, reflying, re-something. They're going to be doing round 1 again because of some judging discrepancies, and they'll be flying later on at 14:47. But they're going to go now with 12, and it looks like they're going to enter the 12, and they're straight away. They're off.
That's
nice turn. Nice and structured. That's a great 12. That's great. Great looking. And they've gone, looks like the standard L. Yeah, standard L. And as we mentioned earlier on, some of these formations, especially L, does lend itself to a couple of variations when you get more familiar with it.
Out the door.
Varner's legs, which is all right, yeah.
You almost didn't notice.
There you go.
22.
22, unofficial. It looks sweet.
Yeah, good score from the ladies.
They look very happy with that. 22 indicative for Nuftos.
So for those just joining us at the round 4 of the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals, this is also the qualifying event for the World Cup in Belgium in April. We're going to be sending the top 4 teams from every discipline who qualify here to go and compete for Great Britain.
And that's in Belgium. Sorry, you said that was in Belgium.
Belgium.
Belgium in April. Right, switching over now. We've got 3 new teams coming in to continue with AAA. Eros, Meraki and Omni Tunnel. And as I mentioned, we're going to be running 8 rounds today. So we're going to be running quite late. We're going to have an intermission from FS after round 4. Following us, we're going to have Joel and who's our other dynamic judge?
Good question.
Can't remember.
I'll have to pass on that one and get back to you.
And we're going to be passing over to our other commentary sidekicks who are going to be doing the dynamic after round 4.
Yeah, so we're at iFLY Basingstoke right now, and they've been very gracious to host the event in association with BISA. And we'd also like to thank British Skydiving for lending us their judges and scoring system.
Brilliant. It's Joel and Jamie who's going to be doing the scoring. Right, Eros round 4, 12 NLD. Let's see what formation, configurations they take. A nice 12 standard. All right.
So we've got 22 to beat from NFTO.
NFTO 22. That's good. We're looking steady.
Very nice 12 spin on the front there.
And as we know, that can blow up and go too fast.
It can. You're going so quickly, you can almost forget how many times you've done the rotation.
Yeah. Keeping control of it, which is great. Oh, a little bit of a hiccup there, and unofficial.
So 19, but they may have lost.
Unofficial with a couple of busts, maybe. Who knows? They should be happy with that.
They should be very happy.
Right, Meraki.
So if you're watching on the live stream, make sure to let us know what you're thinking, what we're saying, what we're not saying. Where are you watching from? We'd love to hear from you.
Right, Meraki. We've got Kate, Liz Matthews, Kath and Pete Allen doing a great job so far. They've launched that 12. They're going standard as well.
Very quick start for them.
22 to be unofficial. Nice rotation. It's not travelling too far, which is good.
No, and they're even getting in a little bit of translation on that front piece on the 12, making the close a little bit closer.
They're burning through. There we go. Still got 7 seconds left. This is where the points come in. That little sequence of randoms. He blocks. Yeah, you've got a long block, and they've got 25 unofficial.
Very good score for them.
A little bit of boot flying just for safety. Nice and smooth. And now we've got our VFS team Omni, who are doing a tummy version. Trying to keep things interesting, doing a different discipline. Okay, it'll be interesting to see how these guys get on with the 12. Front piece switching. Standard N, standard
I
L.
think there might have been some pointing going on there as to where people should be going.
Directed traffic.
Oh yeah.
And there they go. Bit of a crash.
It's a team that looks very big in the tunnel, even though they're not. Apart from one's maybe that's all.
That's good. And for those of you that are not familiar with some of these blocks in AAA, there's a two-piecer there. So the front piece actually spins in place, 540, and then the back two hop over the top. They're a little bit more vertical, and try and finish off a 360. Good going by those guys. And that then concludes that set of teams. And then we'll move into the next three, which will be Chimera, Shaka, and Grenade.
It really is fantastic to see so many competitors back after such a long 3-year break.
3-year break. Be interested to see how many more teams come and compete at the next indoor championships later on this year.
In November, yeah.
We see the new teams now just filtering into the antechamber, and this tunnel that we have here, we have the antechamber, which is kind of like an airlock. So the teams enter, the doors will close, and it creates a seal that then allows the actual tunnel itself, when the winds are up, you don't get as much dropout around that door. Even though if you do get sucked out, your legs get sucked out, you do lose a lot of time and power.
Yeah, that is a problem you don't have when you're doing it outdoor.
That's true. Have you ever been sucked into the door?
Outdoor? Do you mean flying
in the tunnel? Yeah.
Multiple times, and in a competition, as we saw, I believe, with NFTO, and they dealt with it really well.
Oh yeah, with Varna, yeah. And some of these teams as well, they all of the formation teams have a suit with booties, which helps with extra power, with turns and movement and things like that.
It also helps that if you absolutely need to, you can push off the wall or the floor, and that's definitely gotten I think all of us out of trouble one time or another. It might not be graceful, but
it does the job. You're allowed, yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's have a look at what Chimera's got in the bag. Fast NLD sequence potentially with a 12 block, and they're going to go straight out. Oh, a little bit of a hiccup on there. That's all right though. They're off. Nice spin. Everything standard. A little bit there maybe.
Yeah, a couple of
it's all right. I think they're kind of going right. Just hold on a minute, guys. Let's just build it up again. It's a really efficient close. They're really judging it very closely. There's not a lot of gap. There you go. 22. So similar to NFTO. Interesting to see what the judges say about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about the energy level of a jump in some of the earlier rounds, and I feel like watching Chimera fly there, the energy was just maybe a little bit too high. They would have benefited from just being a little bit calmer and cleaning up some of those
more efficient 12
blocks, yeah.
And the NLD, the NLD can be quick
if you keep it small.
Yeah. All right, we've got Shaka. Shakalaka, here they go. They've gone and built in the tunnel, which is good. That's a fast front spin. settle down a little bit to really start boosting through those points. And what you see, actually, what you just saw probably disappear there was the wind speed, and that really affects. It's different for different teams. Just to maintain a level, sort of level flying for all of the members. Oh, and just on that end of the 35 seconds, they might have scored another one, but 17, possibly 18. These are all unofficial scores, by the way.
Well done, Chick.
Excellent, and now finally grenade. We had a couple of shout outs for the grenade team earlier on. Just waiting for the wind speed to settle, and then these guys will go in.
Yeah, for those watching that aren't familiar with formation skydiving, you'll see some competitors, like the person on the left here in the orange suit wearing weight belts. That's to help them achieve the same sort of fall rate as their teammates. If you're particularly on the light side, then a weight belt can help with that speed.
And this is 21p.
Tej in the comments says go grenade. I'll second that.
21p20, sorry. And the scoring is probably not accurate because I was trying to concentrate on something else whilst trying to score. So they will have scored way more points than that indicative score.
What do you mean you can't put your head and rub your tummy at the same time, Dave?
Yeah. 21p20. So AA, slightly technical round. So the end of the 21, you're kind of coming in, stopping and then reversing out to the P and then to the 20. Okay, so that was the start of the AA category for round 4. The next teams coming in, IBME, Squad Game and Martial Law. How do you feel not actually competing this time, this comp, Mark?
It's very different. I think we've both been competing in one form or another for the best part of 10 years, and this is probably the first competition that I've been on the other side of the screen,
the camera, yeah,
or not on the screen, as might be. It's really great fun.
Yeah. And just a shout out to those people who are not able to make it, that we're trying to obviously get to the comp. Hopefully you can join us later on in the year at the next Indoor Skydive Championships.
Yeah, in November. Exact date, TBC.
TBC. Right, here we go. IBME.
Loving the pink grips.
Here we go. So 21. And then to the P, and then to the 20.
Losing that centre
position a little bit. Exactly. And this, I mean, this block here, the 21, it's a single A block, but it's you get really confident with it quite soon, and then you start to try and go a bit faster, and then when you go faster, it kind of gets worse.
We've got someone going underneath there where really they want to be going over the top.
Hey, let's not judge.
Yeah.
New ways of doing it.
Yeah, people are always coming up with new ways of completing the blocks.
Yeah.
Some of which have been around for the best part of 25 years.
And I think that some of the scores globally, you know, outdoors and indoors, they're pushing them and they're trying to increase just even a fraction, put extra point here and there, and it's all down to actually now looking at the engineering, looking at how much more efficient you can make the transitions between the blocks and the randoms. Right, squad games coming in next. Semi-linked, 21, and this is where we were saying just take it easy, opening up that door, and then the rotation.
Particularly if you're not that confident getting into the tunnel right at the beginning. you're better off taking your time and setting up from there. You'll almost always score more highly.
And you don't leave the tunnel out of breath.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good close, nice and soft, so they're able to move to the next point a bit better.
Not bad. 8 points.
8 points.
Squad game.
Squad game. 8 points on double A. Unofficial, by the way. So the in-time scoring system here is in motion. You know, it's happening. We're still waiting for updated scoreboards to be able to cut back and actually have a chat. What you do see here at the minute in the bottom right-hand corner during the rounds is an unofficial scoring function that we've got in the studio. And completing this group of teams, martial law against semi-linked, which is good. A good balance of efficiency and safety.
Get some legs caught there.
That's it. And the centrepiece was in the right place. There's just a sequencing on that one. And this team, as you saw just then, wind speed of 66%. That's good. Bit of energy on that close. There we go.
Well done, 11. Yeah, we were seeing on some of those 21s, I think that the different pieces were anticipating that it would finish in a slightly different place, which then meant trying to connect them back up was a little bit harder than it might otherwise be.
Indeed, so that's those 3 teams done. If you're listening live stream anywhere around the world, let us know where you are, say hi, any shout outs, let us know, and please tag us, BISA, hashtag BISA 2022.
And hashtag iFLY Basingstoke, who are our gracious hosts this weekend.
Gracious hosts, thank you very much, iFLY. Some other shout outs. One of our viewers out in the live stream, Katie Wood's been around competition a long time, been very successful. She's missing, we're making her miss the competitions a little
Hi,
bit
Katie.
now. And we have somebody over in Canada. I think was known as the Cabrindian, saying that he's interested to know more about the secret project.
The secret project, yeah. It's so secret that you can't talk about
Can't share it. Can't share it live on TV. So there you go.
Who's up next, Dave?
All right. The next group of teams. Birds of Paradise up first of all, followed by Jail. Is it Jail or is it Jail? Because it's all uppercase.
So this is one of the 7 teams that's been organised by the Bradley sisters. I think that sets some kind of record for the...
Is this the Bradley Sisters National Championships?
It's the Bradley Sisters National Skydiving Academy, get you into competition club.
We'll get her a hat.
Yeah.
Birds of Paradise.
Oh, I think you're supposed to hold on to that grip.
Never mind. Never mind.
Well done, Birds of Paradise.
And what was the unofficial?
I believe it was believe it was 11.
It's unofficial anyway.
Unofficial.
Unofficial anyway. Similar to martial law. Right. So we've got Jail coming in next.
So IBME have a shout out from Mark James.
Go.
Live stream chat.
IBME. Right, here we go. What are we going to do? Nice and safe solo entrances. Steady turn.
Watch out for that door.
Yeah. He puts a door there. There we go.
We were talking about the importance of trying to keep the formation in the centre, particularly for the larger teams, but trying to avoid particular parts of the formation being near the door can become just as important.
And yeah, I think as you, quite rightly, as you get further up to try and maximise the flying time and scoring time, some teams do strategically change the entrance direction to avoid it.
Yeah, to keep those dangerous flyers away from the door.
Yeah. Jail finished off there. And next, Foreigners. Setting up in the door. Nice big count. And straight into, very good, straight into the 21 build. These guys, I think, last couple of rounds looking smooth, and then looking a bit sort of excited, and so far this round they're looking quite smooth. There we go.
And they're at 67%.
67% wind speed.
That was another one of the things a lot of the competitors in the past have been trying to optimise is a higher wind speed with more power better than a lower wind speed.
Yeah, and since I started flying, it was have a good arch and stay stable, and more recently sort of learning to be slightly flatter with less wind speed. Different philosophies, I suppose. Foreigners finishing off there with an unofficial 13 points. In comparison, Birds of Paradise 11, Martial Law 11. Great work, guys. So that's that 3 completed. And then we move into, well, the next handful of teams is actually just one team. Deep and Filthy first, and then we'll move into the single A. So the last team next for double A.
Yeah, so as far as we know from the limited official scores that we've got, Deep and Filthy were currently in the #1 position.
Yeah.
Good. With a little bit of flossing, they're definitely approaching this with a fun mindset.
Let's see what they got on this one. So 21P20. Their blocks so far have looked good. So Speedy 21. Nice 20. Nice 20. So far, pretty clean.
Yeah, looking very good.
Looking smart, yeah.
They've got the right balance of sort of speed and control.
Yeah. So just right on the edge of the timing on that one. It could have been a 14, but it's either 13 or 14 unofficial if the judges don't spot anything else. So great.
Well done, guys. So that takes us to the end of double A.
End of double A.
And then we're into the single A. And also, when we finish with this round of formation skydiving, we also have the artistics events starting. So you'll be able to watch the 4-way dynamic, freestyle, 2-way dynamic.
Single A. Till stop will open round 4. And wow. Round 4 for single A.
ACF.
Potentially a burner.
That one could go well
could
or
go well,
terribly.
or could go bad,
depending on how teams approach it.
Yeah. So round 4 for single A is a three pointer ACF. 3 standard randoms. Could be the point where some teams separate themselves from the pack. Let's see what our unofficial judging can do. Just setting up now. So looks like a bobsleigh enter.
That's the official name for it.
I've just made it up. It's the bobsleigh entry. Team Tilstock, off they go. There's the C. There's the A. F. And potentially, you know, it could be these. Because we said there could be high scores here if people can. If the flyers can stay close together, move their bodies, rotation in those turns, sort of 90s and 180s turns, and stay in space and stay in place.
We open with a 13.
You reckon?
I'd have been very happy with that.
Yeah.
As a single A flyer.
Oh, absolutely. C's, as I mentioned earlier on, not the nicest for an inside centre.
Yeah. So we got a shout out to Wind Kickers, which is the next team in, from Heather McPherson.
Thank you, Heather. Where are you watching from, Heather? Tell us where you are. And they go.
Oh, I see smiles. That's a great way to start.
There's the A. Nice. Nice. Slid into the A. It's an interesting C. That's good. There's the C. So this is what I mentioned a moment ago, where if the flyers can sort of stay in their quadrant and just rotate around their axis,
share the flying,
and just stay shoved close together, you get slightly more efficiency. You don't have to go faster.
Great score.
Just be more efficient. There you go. So that's a +4 on Tilstock.
Heather's watching from Cornwall. Hi, Heather.
Lovely place, lovely part of the world, Heather.
Wind Kickers high-fiving out.
Yeah, that was a good round. Good round for those guys.
Winged Hussars are up next.
Let's see what these guys can do. Right. Squashy door entrance. Nice and linked, that's good.
Nice linked, Anthony.
And sometimes as that outside centre, the A can be, even though it looks pretty simple to move, it's quite troubling because you don't quite know how far you need to go.
The temptation is not to move as far, but then it makes it harder for everybody else. This is looking good, nice and smooth. 24.
Well done, Winged Hussars. A nice round for those guys. And there was a notice in when the outside was coming into the A, giving a bit of foot visor love to the tail.
Oh, even more high fives.
High fives everywhere.
That's what it's about.
So that's the end of this sequence. Those three teams will swap over now and bring in Breaking Dad, Pantheon, and then Nemesis.
So if you're just joining us, we are at the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals at iFLY Basingstoke. This is the first Nationals at iFLY Basingstoke and the first Nationals in 3 years. It's fantastic to see so many competitors turn up. Possibly just as many as we had before COVID and lockdown happened, so it's great to see everyone having a great time.
It's good. How many teams in total have we got?
I think we've got 53 teams in total, 40 of which are FS, so Formation Skydiving. And the remaining teams, the artistic teams, if you're staying online until about 2:45, you should see them starting around then.
4-way dynamic, freestyle, 2-way dynamic. Right, as we can hear the tunnel starting up again, we're going to kick off with Breaking Dad. And let's see what these guys have got. So 24 from Winged Hussars on the last. The
score to beat.
The last one, yeah. Oh, bit of confusion on the A there, on the C.
Bit of blocking happening now. I think the point wants to turn in, and they're getting an elbow in the shins.
That's better. There we go. They've done it. They've got it. They've got it. Super.
All right, now they've got a pace.
Yeah. Oh, told you that C slot is not nice if you're not used to it. And then I suspect I don't know whether that's Dennis in the back, but somebody in the back doing a good cheated job on catting on that inside centre. Breaking Dad. What was the indicative score on that one?
I believe that was 16.
16. So a good example. Speed sometimes is not the best way. And here we got now. We got Pantheon. I love those guys' helmets. Right. Let me concentrate on scoring. There we go. There's the A. Lovely big head nod, confident.
A lot of positive energy from Pantheon here.
Oh, there's that. Yeah, so just as you see that inside centre start to drift outwards, it really eats into the time. But 19 is an indicative for Pantheon on that one.
So we've got Nemesis up next, and then after they have flown during the next changeover, we should have some official rookie category scores to share.
Ooh, scoreboards. Okay, Nemesis.
And then we're just waiting for a couple of rounds here or there for the other categories, and then we can get those up as well.
Okay, let's see what these guys have got. There it is. And something else that people kind of look at about how do you start to score more points as you come through the categories. One big thing I think that is overlooked to a degree is grip sequence. The order in which certain formations are built by whom, and what effectively is the last grip. And we talk about it a lot actually in skydiving, which is the last grip, and then it's kind of that, that's the indicator.
Right, so I think we're hoping for some rookie scores here.
All right.
So we've got Booty Calls in first place with 13 points, Space Pirates with 12, First 8 with 10, and then in joint fourth, 3 teams, we've got Chaos Unit, Best Serve Cold, and Impromptu. And I think my preferred team name there has definitely got to be Best Serve Cold. We've had some great examples of things that are Best Serve Cold in the chat.
A nice ham salad. Best served cold. You don't want a warm ham salad, do you?
I'll take the ice cream or the beer fine, I think, over the ham salads.
A lovely ham salad.
And thank you to Emily King in the comments. Good luck to all the competitors. It's great to have everyone watching online.
Yeah. And in terms of official scoring, the official scoring is, it's happening. It's no problem. I think it's just a bit of a time delay of those scores being updated on the boards for us. What we are able to do in the studio is give you an indicative score. We've got a function that we click a button and obviously it's not formal, give people a bit of an idea. So the next set of teams will be finishing off the A category and then kicking off the first team in the rookie category. So if we have a look at the the rookie category scores again, what I'll look at in a moment, Booty's call will be on there. All right, so for one night only.
What are they going to be doing tomorrow, Dave? Because this competition is actually 2 days. It's not one night.
Yes, so today we're going to be running rounds 1 through to 8 for the formation stuff, and tomorrow we'll be doing rounds 9 and 10. And I think that really works well, because as in some international competitions, round 9 and 10 starts to get a bit nail-bitey. So hopefully we'll build the tension for those 2 rounds, and then sort of early afternoon, 2 o'clock-ish, hopefully we get done. And then we'll prepare for what will be medal ceremony and sort of final thoughts. Exciting time already, talking about closing.
Yeah, so well done, one night only.
For one night only, indicative score. I'm talking. Sorry. Skydive recruits next. So a little bit of a fan for these guys. Been working with them for a few years. Not really had much time to train in the last couple of years with school studies and obviously lockdown and things, but they've been showing some good promise today. Let's see what they've got on this round. So a bit of a lock. C.
Can definitely be tricky to try and see everything if the exit hasn't quite worked out as you anticipated.
Yeah, really gets your head off on the wrong footing, doesn't it? So what's nice for me to see is that they're tight, they're being efficient, they know where they're going. They've found a rhythm, and there's actually a pace to it. A couple of points at the beginning they'll probably lose, but indicative 26.
Will they be happy with that? Do you think?
Should be happy. Yeah, they should be happy with that. They're continuing. They've got that's a long time.
Someone's forgotten to put the red light on for them.
Okay, so we'll be back after a break. These guys will still be going.
Shout out to the Skydive recruits from Kate Arnold. Thanks, Kate.
Yeah, brilliant guys. Well, good round.
Well
Should
done.
be nice and smart. That's great. All right, the last single A team.
Scratch 22. This is one of the 7 teams that the Bradley sisters have very kindly put together.
Hopefully they'll get a bit of a rest later.
I hope so. They're going to be tired tonight. And it's a long day. We're not finished with flying until about 9, half 9.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a good problem. We ended up with far more teams registering than we originally anticipated.
They're doing well, just keeping it steady. Not burning, it's actually just being efficient. And I suspect a lot of these teams that have come in rookie and single A of first competition. So hopefully they've had a great experience and they'll be back later on this year. Scratch 22. And then now
back into rookies.
Back into the rookie rounds. So round 4 for rookie is OKG. For those of you just joining, not too sure about each of the categories, the rookie category is the sort of the beginning of formations, introducing formations, a variety of predefined formations and configurations of 4 flyers. And this round is OKG. G, particularly not a nice random to build.
No, you feel very squashed when you're in one of these middle flyers.
It's one of those things that quite early on taught, try not to be in the G for too long, because it's horrible. And that's the O, and that's the K, and that's the G. So it's quite a long formation. If you've got some really big people in a small tunnel,
you're going from small round formation to long.
Yeah.
Well done, 11 points.
Well done, Booty's call. Good kick-off. And actually, you mentioned there about the long formations to the round formations. That was a training technique that I was introduced to when I was learning AA, to try and moving your body, everything expanding and contracting, big and small. Really awkward.
So I'm hoping we've got some AA scores from round 1 coming up now.
Let's have a look. All right, so no change. Waiting for rounds 2 and 3 to post, but at the minute, Deep and Filthy topping that leaderboard, and we do recognise rounds 2 and 3 for those guys. They were looking smart.
Yeah, we don't have a score for Samtal, but that's because they're not competing.
They didn't compete. Yeah. Thank you. So please, if you are listening and joining us anywhere around the world, drop us a message in our live chat.
Let us know where you are.
YouTube, yeah.
Kate says, watching from Covent Garden in London, really enjoying the show. Thank you very much, Kate. We are first-time commentators.
Yes.
Loving it.
Yes.
So, hopefully we're doing all the competitors justice.
Very different, not being involved in the competition from that view, but actually in the background.
Yeah, nervous all together for different reasons.
Yeah. And, complete respect for Regan and Ray doing this in the previous competitions, showing us actually how to do it properly. All right, so moving on, continuing with Rookie.
With Chaos Unit, and we've been saying some of their previous rounds have been not chaotic.
Yeah, they've been actually the calm unit. So let's see what they can demonstrate here.
Very calm. It's like the opposite of a self-fulfilling prophecy.
The crazy bunch. No, actually, we're very calm and measured.
So they're flying on 68% wind speed. I think that's been about the average. We've been seeing sort of around 67, 68% mark. Well done, Chaos Unit.
Well done. Yeah, excellent. Fantastic.
So apparently we've been pulled up on our usage of the word first, and that was not correct. I meant pre-second.
Ah, okay then.
Yeah, I misspoke. I apologise.
Fact checking. We're being fact checked.
Nice.
It's fine.
That's what we need from our online viewers.
Keep us honest. Right, Space Pirates. Let's see how these guys get on. And if you are in Rookie and it's the first competition, especially not doing much in the sky, especially in the last couple of years, being in a tunnel where you know everyone's watching is daunting.
It is.
It does get nervous. Like you know you're a fishbowl.
Especially when you're training, there's not a lot of people still on the outside of the tunnel looking in, and then you go to your first competition and there's like 50 faces staring.
Everybody's pressed up against the glass.
Like goldfish in the bowl.
Good one, Space Pirates. I think that was around a 12, we feel.
Well done. So what we're waiting for between one team getting out and the other team getting in is making sure the tunnel speed's been adjusted correctly. And then once it's set, competitors get ready.
That's good. Here we go. And best served cold. Ham salads.
So let us know in the comments what you feel is best served cold. I've had some great suggestions so far already today.
Taking it nice and steady. Oh, that, yeah.
That's a bum grip. I don't know if that technically
not
counts.
Not quite sure, but I'll give him a point for being ingenious.
So for anyone who's not familiar with the scoring criteria, the grip has to either be below the soldier or below the head. So if you do happen to graze a butt, unfortunately you don't get that point.
Right, thank you, best served cold. And we're going to go now into the last set of our round 4s of Rookie. and then the last couple of jumps from the VFS teams, which will conclude our first tranche of FS work. We're going to be followed by the dynamics and the freestyles from about 10 to 3. Impromptu and first date will finish off the rookie category, and then Omni 99 and not Omni.
Looks like we're still waiting for a couple of teams to make their way into the tunnel.
Yeah, it's Omni. There you go. They're just hanging back, being.
Yeah, no, and while we're waiting for the changeover, we've got a quick replay from, I think, some of the battles ongoing in the AAA. We've got NFTO and Chimera's round 4. So this is a replay of NFTO's round 4. Currently unjudged, officially.
Unofficially, yes.
We scored them an indicative 22.
Great start.
Yeah, loving their 12s. Nice and efficient. They're struggling a little bit with the close of the 12 to the N. It's a tricky move there.
And what I'm seeing is really crisp. The transitions between the randoms, it's bum, move, bum, move, bum. It's nice and crisp.
And that's where she slipped out the door, but it didn't really affect her. So well done.
All right. The tunnel's kicking off again. We're gonna go back to impromptu in the rookie category, and the bobsleigh entrance.
Bobsleigh entrance. We do love that.
All right.
I don't think those 360s were quite necessary there on entrance.
Right. So
but style, you get style credit there.
Big communication there to say they're all on.
Ooh, I think we might have missed this one out.
I think they've gone back to a G.
One person's moved on, the other people, and they're trying to discuss. For those that haven't been in a vertical wind tunnel before, Dave, can you verbally communicate in there?
You can try. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, you obviously don't get the sound, the full sound of the tunnel.
Most of the time, you've got earplugs in because the wind speed is really quite high. You're still working with terminal wind speed around 130 miles an hour. It's not, it's loud. You can see mouths moving, but you can't.
And frustrated glances.
Yeah.
Peter H in the comments says gazpacho soup is best served cold.
I might try that.
Yeah, it comes in many different flavours.
Right, first date will now complete round 4 for rookie and FS. Single entrances, that's it. There you go. That's this G, awful, really terrible, hard random to start off with when you're a rookie. They're taking it steady, just racking up the points slowly. An indicative 8 for first 8 for first date.
First 8 for first date.
First 8. And we're going to cut in a second now. We're going to go to VFS teams, Omni 99. We are joined by Hannah.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Good. So we're for round 4 now, the VFS. And this is E616. So we have a bit of a slot switch here with the 6, just a 180 move. And so when they come back around again, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be having the same move, but they'll be gripping on a different person. So it can be a little bit confusing. So it's almost like a 10-point jump. So yeah, this should be a pretty easy
launch. That's a lot to remember.
Exactly. So this one's one for the mind. So quite a few transitions going on here. Yeah, now we're now into the 16.
We can see they're on 95% wind speed, unlike some of the belly flyers.
Yeah. It's pretty fast. So yeah, so this is the second page now of it. So they'll be gripping, they'll be doing the same moves, but they'll be gripping on someone else. So they really have to, yeah, full concentration mode for this.
I am trying to keep up with live judging, live scoring, but it's not shown on the screen.
Okay, you can only try, boys.
That's because they're scoring points so fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Well
Time's
done,
up.
Omni.
That was great. They're good, aren't they? So we have not Omni now. I think this one's going to be a little bit of a mind game for these guys.
Yeah.
Slow and steady, I
Yeah.
think, is the key
Okay.
here when it's confusing. Oh, what's happening? We don't have anyone. They're not ready.
Not Omni are not in the tunnel.
Interesting. Not
maybe
Omni.
they're not ready.
Not omnipresent.
Yeah.
Apparently they are there.
The magic mic in the ear is telling us they're ready.
It was not their fault. It was something to do with the door. So technical issue. It's not Omni. Not Omni.
It's not Omni's fault.
Not Omni.
Not Omni. No.
They're not ready.
What's your favourite discipline, Hannah?
Oh, that's a good one. In the tunnel, the one I've spent most time on is VFS.
Yeah.
And I love just the discipline of training is really fun, actually, with VFS. I only really did it, honestly, at the beginning because I couldn't afford to do tunnel on my own, and so I could share it with 3 other people.
Yeah.
And then it turned out to be pretty fun, quite technical, and so, yeah, but I think in the sky, I'm way more into the dynamic sort of movement, angle flying and free fly. Although also I do a lot of training for big way vertical as well. So,
So
newsflash.
Yeah, newsflash.
Ooh.
Breaking news. We've got teams Tilstock. They'll be reflying their round 1 after, not Omni. And then later on this afternoon we'll have NFTO also reflying their round 1.
So good. So obviously Hannah, if you can stick with us and obviously do the commentary for the VFS, and if you wouldn't mind sticking around and helping us do the commentary for the flat flying.
Yeah,
Let's do
why
it.
not?
Let's
We'll
do it.
share up. We've got a shout out from Red Mischief in the live stream chat to all of the staff, particularly the doormen, Reese and Alex, for keeping us safe at iFLY Basingstoke here. That's the people in the red suits you can see there, making sure that people only get into the tunnel when it's ready. Obviously that's quite an important safety requirement for this kind of event.
right, so not Omni there with the free launch. They didn't do the grip, and then this is the E. Okay, to the 6. They do the grip flip on the transition, so they take the grip and then they transition down. So they start that move already in the slot. Oh, I think they've got a bit lost. Here we go, into the 6. Yeah, this one's... So at that point, the center link, they do a 360, and the outsides, they transition. So now we're back to the top of the E, but they will be in different slots to where they started. They're looking good. They're taking it slow, which is important for this.
Are there slot switches that only switch 2 people in VFS?
Yeah, so there's a lot. Some of the blocks only do a 180 move, so you end up basically on the other side of the formation. And there's some, so you can. It's a little bit complicated, but you can sometimes, as long as you build the right formation,
swing out of it.
Exactly.
So this is going to be Team Tilstock reflying their round 1. This is a single A category team from the formation skydiving.
So single A round 1 was JKM.
They are going for a bobsleigh entrance.
I'm going to coin that. That's it.
Trademark.
Bobsleigh entrance. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. So you mentioned earlier on, Mark, that if you get a re-jump effectively, it could be a good thing, and it actually could be a bad thing.
Yeah, it can be a bad thing if you actually felt like you had a fantastic first attempt and
you didn't record it,
and you're not going to be able to repeat that, and you'd have to do it again. It can be fantastic if you feel it was a terrible start to the competition, particularly for a round 1, and you feel like having a second chance is exactly what you needed.
Look familiar, Hannah?
It does. I was a belly fly back in my day. I did do quite a lot, actually. Unlike most free flyers these days that skip out the belly part, but I'm a big fan.
Yeah, so thank you very much for everyone that's been watching us. We're going to take a short break, and then after the break we'll be returning with the artistic rounds, commentated by Emma and Hannah. Yes. So thank you very much, and see you all soon.
Welcome Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits. And best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered. The IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly.
Hello and welcome back. We are at the British Nationals here at iFLY Basingstoke, and we're in the studio now. We're ready for the artistic disciplines. I'm Emma Matacola and I'm joined here by Hannah Parker. So Hannah, could you tell us a little bit about what we've got coming up now?
Absolutely. So first up we have four-way dynamic. We only have two teams competing, but these teams, the two teams are oddballs. These are Martin, Tim, Greg and Jimmy. And then the second team we have are three men and Harry. This is Zach, Ryan, Josh, and also Harry. So a little bit different the teams are. The first team are actually what is Omni, we've seen in VFS, but we have Jimmy instead of Sarah. And then three men and Harry, these guys are actually all the instructors from the iFLY tunnels. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty exciting. The three men and Harry have just told me they have had zero training time.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So it should be, really interesting to see. We're super excited to see them fly for sure. What's the first round looking like, Emma?
So I don't have the draw at the moment, but one thing we were going to talk about was that with the four-way, we are only doing speed rounds. So we've got no free routine, so it's going to be all about the speed. We've got two teams. We are maybe expecting to see some busts from some of these teams. We'll talk a little bit more about what busts are when the round gets started. But we're looking forward to it. We've got four-way dynamic coming up. We've got two-way dynamic, freestyle, We're bringing lots of the artistic disciplines, and the competitors are getting nervous and excited, and so are we.
Yep. Here we are at the tunnel. Moving to the tunnel, you can see them lining up. So I think first in, we will have oddballs. So the first round actually will be the head-down mixed snake, the back layout into the mixed shuffler.
Right, so what do we think of that? Do we think that's going to be a fastish round, somewhere in the middle?
A couple of transitions going on there. So I think somewhere in the middle. But let's see. Starting with the head-down mixed snake. So just a little bit of background for anyone who doesn't know anything about dynamic flying. We always start with a snake move. The second move is a vertical move, and ending with a mixer. So it will always be 3 moves, and these are repeated 3 times. So the idea for this is speed. We're trying to go as fast as we can.
So the teams want to go and fly around the tunnel. They've got to fly these 3 pages, as Hannah said. You can see the lights at the side of the tunnel. They need to fly these 3 pages as fast as they can. But as they're flying, if they make a mistake, the lights will go red. The green and the blue light you can see at either side will go red, and that is what is called a bust. And a bust is essentially a penalty. And in this kind of competition, a bust looks like a time penalty. So that will be time added on to their final score, putting them at more of a disadvantage. So yeah, we've got 2 four-way teams now, and they seem to be in quite good spirits, Hannah. We've seen them laughing and joking this morning.
Yeah, they're having a good time. They're having fun. Also, just to say, we will be trying to do a little timer so we can see. This is indicative. It is not the final judging score, but just so we can get an idea for the speed of these guys. I think we're getting started up now, so you can see the guys with their colourful helmets from Omni getting ready to go. And
right, so we are going to get a pen and we are going to jot down these indicative times, as Hannah has said, and we're going to see if we can get a bit of a feel and help you at home get a bit of a feel for who might be going to win this, who's on top, who's got harder to work. But right now we have got oddballs waiting in the door. The wind is on. We are about to start the artistic disciplines in the British Nationals 2022.
Here we go.
And they are in. Oh, it looks like an all right start. So as we can see, we're moving from head down to head up, and those transitions take a little bit more time.
Going through the layout now.
So to some of you at home, this might look quite easy, but there are 4 people flying at a high wind speed. They are flying at 94%, which is just 1% lower than the team that is going to follow them, which is 3 men and Harry. Okay, they're looking quite good, Hannah. They have not seen any red lights yet, have you?
No, it looks clean so far. So yeah, I think with the 4 of you in the tunnel, obviously discipline is very important. You want to think about your teammates as well where you're flying. So looking great, using as much space as possible, being as quick as they can at the same time.
Well, a little bit of a hesitation there, but it looks like they've recovered that really well. This is kind of it's not the fastest 4-way we've seen, but it's looking good, it's looking clean, it's looking consistent. They are opening off the artistic. Oh, we nearly had a wobble then. They are opening off the artistics categories in this competition in a really nice way. This is oddballs flying 4-way dynamic at the British Nationals.
Do you know why they're called oddballs?
I do actually. Do you know?
I think so. It's something to do with pants.
I think it's something to do with underwear. Jimmy's wife Jodie was talking to me about pants downstairs, and I believe it was to do with oddballs.
Exactly.
Right, this is looking good.
Coming through the last page now. Here we go, out the gate. Go on, boys.
Oh, and they are out. That was a nice, clean round there for oddballs.
Yeah, they look pretty happy with that. All right, so next up we've got 3 men and Harry. So these guys have never flown together in 4-way. So they are all instructors at iFLY. So they have flown together, but not in a 4-way discipline. So let's see. I think they're feeling pretty confident though. When I spoke to them, they're ready to go.
Did we see what the time was on the...
No, did not.
Well, there we go. Hannah and Emma together in the studio. This is it.
Giggling.
We're going to Oh, we're just getting something from the studio. What was that? 101.6. This is an indicative score. This is through pushing the button when they go in. So this is not giving away any results, but we like to keep you updated on as much as we can see.
Also, Dad, it does not include any busts that might occur, so that we might have missed something. So we will give you some rough idea of how fast they're flying and wait till the judges' scores come in to confirm it.
Absolutely. So Hannah, can you just remind us of the draw again?
Absolutely. So we are head down mixed snake with a back layout and ending with a mixed shuffler.
Okay.
So what's the difference with a mixed snake, Emma? Can you briefly explain that?
So mixed is, oh,
they're in.
They're in. Hannah's started the timer.
Oh, fast.
Oh, a little bit of a hesitation there. That's it. So we can see there's lots of transitioning from head up to head down, which is certainly more difficult when there's 4 of you in the tunnel. You've always got to be aware of the flyer in front of you and behind you, who's leading, which lines you're taking. You can see sometimes they've got their back to each other, and this, especially flying at such high speeds, they've got to be very careful.
Looking good though through the head up there.
This is looking very good actually. They're looking quite similar. I would say maybe these are even looking perhaps slightly faster than oddballs.
Yep, I'm going to say touch faster. Although maybe a little touch more messy, maybe.
Possibly. There's some certainly some level issues going up and down, but this is a great start to the dynamic flying at the British Nationals.
Considering they've never flown together as well, it's pretty impressive. They're coordinating pretty well.
This is. So how many rounds do we have? How many rounds will they be doing, Hannah?
So as we only have 2 teams in the 4-way dynamic, we will be doing a total of 5 rounds. The final round 1, which would be round 4, would be what would be the semi-finals, and then the final round 2, which is the finals, is the 5th round.
They are out of the door. Okay, that is an indicative score of what, Hannah Parker?
92.3.
So, Hannah, what does that mean?
That means they were faster. I didn't see any busts either, so unless something wrong with the light, it looks like the 3 Ned and Harry are currently fastest.
That is.
So, moving on quickly, we are going into freestyle straight away, and we're starting with Team Enigma freestyle. This is Saul, who has been training very hard from what I know. Just recently came back from Russia, where he'd been training just about, I think, 12 hours or so. So yeah, he's been charging pretty hard recently, so it's going to be exciting to see what he's got to show.
And is he a newcomer to the sport then? Has he competed before? Has he been in tunnel flying for a long time? Do we know anything about it?
Actually, not too sure. We'll have to find that out in the break. I know he's also competing in 2-way with James, who is a relatively new skydiver and tunnel flyer. So yeah, that's going to be great fun to watch as well. Yeah, so freestyle. What's happening with freestyle this year, Emma?
Well, okay, so freestyle's going to look a little bit different to, if you're used to seeing international competitions, we are used to seeing freestyle do their free routine. Always a very popular one, always a crowd pleaser, everybody loves the routine. So we will be seeing routines, but we will only be seeing routines. So usually in international competitions, often you'll see freestyle comprised of compulsories and a free routine. Here we're just going to see the routine. That's right. And Saul is in the tunnel. Let's watch this.
Great flying by Saul, lovely to see.
Oh, he's doing a really nice job there. You can see he's controlled. He's obviously not one of our kind of top super experienced flyers, but he has got some really lovely moves in there. Some nice head down out face there. A little stall and a beautiful clean exit from the tunnel. Saul, Enigma freestyle. That was a really nice free round.
Great way to kick off freestyle. Thanks, Saul. So next up we have...
we've got Harry.
So Harry is a local Basingstoke instructor. He's been working for about 5 years. I've been told he's a very natural flyer, one to watch for sure. So here we go. So I'm looking forward to watching what he's got to fly from us today.
So this is his third competition. He's previously competed at Wind Games and the Nationals, and they were both in 2019. So this is return to the competition scene. He seems very confident. Girlfriend Kida is here watching and supporting. And we can hear the wind is on. He's checking his helmet. He's ready. He's got the thumbs up from the instructor. So let's see what Harry Sohn can do. Oh, this is looking really nice, Hannah. You can see he's got a lot of control. That was lovely.
A bit of side flying. We all know that's pretty hard.
So what makes these routines trickier is showing, being able to do, you know, if you can side fly on one side, can you side fly on the other side? Because everybody's got a strong and a dominant side. So being able to show the consistency, turns in both directions, those are the things the judges are going to be looking for. This is beautiful, Hannah.
Yeah, really nice. Got some good style, isn't it? So also in other competitions, this is they often set the difficulty before they start. I love Harry's out. So this first round of all of the freestyle competitors is going to be setting their difficulty, and then after that first round, that difficulty will be set for the rest of the competition. So the following rounds will be just scoring, execution, and the presentation. So next up we have Amy. And Amy has only been working in the tunnel for 10 months. She's been doing a really, really, really great job. She's a little nervous, I'm sure, but really looking forward to seeing her fly. She's got a beautiful suit, like that in there. She's got this great design down the side.
She has. She's a very smiley girl, Amy Shavrin. So yeah, she's been an instructor for 10 months.
Yeah.
She's really looking forward to this. She created her own routine. She's had bits of support from the other iFLY instructors. So she's based here at Basingstoke. Jumped in with Daisy Bradshaw. Whoa! Oh. Hello!
Wow, that was cool.
That was really nice, Amy. Got some good flexibility there.
Beautiful.
So other things we are looking for, we're going to look for the flyers to be using the whole space, whether that is from wall to wall of the tunnel, up, down, using all of that space in a range of different moves, in different orientations. Oh, very nice, Amy.
Amy is also a tandem instructor, AFF instructor in the sky. She is a very talented lady. And yeah, new to the tunnel, but quite an inspiration. She's also a female tunnel instructor. There's not so many of those. So yeah, multi-rated. Oh, amazing.
Yes, Amy, we love you. Look how stoked she is, Hannah.
Smashed it. She did great. What an awesome first round for Amy.
Oh, that was really, really, really nice to see. She did a great job there.
And next up, then we have another Basingstoke instructor. This is Owen. He's been instructor here for 2 years. Also, as we see quite often, skydiver. There's a lot of skydivers, also tunnel flyers, of course, the outdoor, indoor aspects of the sport. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what Owen has to do as well.
Yeah, we've got lots of you joining us at home on the live feed, leaving us comments. We've got the lovely Dylan saying, great job commentating, Hannah and Emma.
Thanks, Dylan. That's
Thank
my
you,
boyfriend.
Dylan of the handlebar moustache.
#1 fan. All right, here we go. Owen's in.
Owen is. So we're going to be seeing various different styles of flying here. Owen's quite long and lean, and you know, different body shapes fly in different ways.
Breakdancer move, I love that one.
Yes. I don't think Owen's got much choice but to use a lot of the tunnel. So this is nice. This is quite a slower. This is a lower wind speed. This is 78%. So we can see that the graphic on the screen with the wind speed. Each flyer sets their own wind speed before the competition, they'll have a test flight, set the wind speed, and then that will remain their wind speed throughout the competition. So you can see Owen is sort of spending more time in a kind of horizontal position, which tells us the wind speed is a bit lower. That was a really, really lovely first routine from Owen.
Did you see that? The little brushing off his shoulders. Smooth.
I
very
like
smooth. Great. And so I think we have a little pause while we get the next lot in. We have a few more left in the freestyle. We've got 4 more competitors in the freestyle before we move on to the two-way dynamic.
Hello to I Am Who I Am, says I Am on the live feed, saying I loved Amy's suit and routine. All of them are doing amazing. I'm enjoying watching. And so are we. I am who I am. I says I am.
I think it's I am who I am, says I am. No, I don't know.
Okay, you said it better than me.
I'm not sure.
Bit confusing. So we can hear the wind died down a little bit there. The guys are ready in the antechamber. There's some kind of discussions happening there. And we're just waiting.
So you can see waiting there, that's Lake. He is from Latvia. He actually works at the Milton Keynes Tunnel in iFLY. This is his first ever competition.
Yeah.
So we have quite a few firsts. It's quite brave, really, isn't it, to start your first competition? It takes a little leap of faith in.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it's great to see so many new competitors.
Yeah, he seemed quite confident. Actually, Hannah and I accosted him in Costa Coffee.
We accosted him in Costa.
Accosted him, and we had a chat with him, and we said, "Are you competing?" And it turned out he was Lake, who we were intrigued to know more about anyway. So we got to ask him some questions then.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's been working for about 4 years in the tunnel. So yeah, now's his time to shine. Competition.
He's looking excited. So for me, he's an unknown. I've not seen him fly before. I don't know what to expect at all. So it's going to be Lake, followed by, let's have a look.
Emily King.
Emily King is going to be an interesting one. She has not flown for a very long time. She began flying at the tender age of 10. She's reached 13 now. Officially a teenager, coached by Zach Nicholas, who is going to be competing today.
See Lake getting warmed up, muscled up, ready to go.
Muscled up.
Muscled up. Look, he's doing some.
There you go. Muscled up.
Muscled up.
Loosen the joints, Lake. Right. Oh, let's see. We've got. He's going to be going in. Do we know the wind speed? Let's have a little look at the wind speed. Oh, we've
81.
As if by magic, 81%. So we have Serendipity is going to be flying a bit later on 82%. So this is one of the higher wind speeds that we're seeing.
Good. Starting with some in-face carving.
360 there. It's looking very smooth. There's nice transitions between the. Oh, hello, Lake. Nice transitions between the moves, Hannah.
That was a surprise thrown in there. Looking good.
So it's really nice being able to have this view because we can see, you know, often in competitions we get a further back view of the tunnel, but this is brilliant because we're getting to see kind of a unique view that we don't usually get to see, where we see the kind of how close they get to the net and really kind of more perspective of everything.
Exactly. So he's flying with a little bit of flair. He was just doing some outface with his hands behind his back. Just giving a bit of style.
Oh, I like that. The head up too. It was almost like a cartwheel to head down. Thank you, Hannah. Powering up high. That looks like an instructor's demo power up, doesn't it? I like that.
Pleaser. Everyone loves a good pop up.
Oh, well done, Lake. I'm going to guess you're very happy and proud of that first round. That was really, really nice flying there from Lake.
And next up then we have Emily King. Emily is just 13 years old. She's been flying since the age of 4. And I spoke to her earlier. She's very happy to be back with her tunnel family. How sweet is that? It's great to have you back too, Emily. Now things are all open again. We're back in the competition.
So Emily was hoping to have more training time than this. She's only got, in total, she has got 40 hours altogether, which is a small amount in the grand scheme of things for these tunnel competitions. And she only started her training on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, she's done 3 hours since Tuesday, and The tunnel was so booked up that she didn't even think she was going to be able to get any, so she was very lucky to get that.
Okay.
A nice exit. Oh, do you know what? I can already tell such a huge difference in her flying. Emily King, this is beautiful.
So elegant.
She has made that transition from being a little girl, and this is much more grown-up flying. This is really nice. Using a lot of the space there. A range of different moves, beautifully linked.
Showing great control.
She is, Hannah. This is definitely a big step since I last saw her compete, because she was more wobbly and she's so much more stable. Look at that side flying.
She's doing a great job. She's actually coached by Zach. She's been coached by Zach since she was 4, who is the chief instructor here. Basingstoke. Oh, amazing job, Zach. She's going to be so proud of that.
Well done, Emily.
Yeah, great cheers from the audience there. All right, and next up we have Connor Figg, a part of Serendipity Freestyle. He's also competing in 2-way with Rosie.
Yes, he is.
He's the reigning champion, actually. So here we go, Connor. He's the one to watch. He's the current winner of Freestyle Indoor. So really excited to see what Connor's going to do today.
We love watching Connor fly. He's very controlled fly. He's a tunnel instructor. Which tunnel is he at?
Yeah, so he's been travelling around. He's from the UK, but he now currently works in Utrecht in the Netherlands.
Yes.
And but he has been in Canada, he's been in Finland, he's been all over the place in the last few years. He's been really training and pushing it really hard. It's great to see him.
He's in straight in with a trick.
Beautiful side fly.
Nice side fly there. Ooh, I thought we were going to see a side fly on the other side. Let's see. This is nice, Connor. And again, this is very smooth. The wind speed is 82%, which I believe, don't quote me on it, I think that's the highest out of the freestyle group that we're seeing today. Yes. Using all of the space. You can see Connor's a very technical flyer. That was great.
Great job.
So
Nice
he's
bit of
mixing it up.
style.
Yes. Look at those shoes.
I was going to say, works well with those rainbow shoes. Loving those.
He's keeping it dynamic.
Whoa!
Oh,
Yes!
Oh, we love a good exit, don't we?
Oh, that was amazing. Great. Oh, I love that. I don't think I've seen that before.
No. So
nice.
kind of what we were saying before about the setting of the difficulty scores.
Yes, so, okay, the first round. So this round, the judges will watch and they will set the difficulty. That will not change for the following rounds. In other competitions, normally they send a video that the judges will watch and they send the difficulty, and they set the difficulty. But this time, the difficulty will be set in round 1. And then from then on, the scores will change depending on their presentation and the execution of that routine. So the more difficult the routine, obviously the higher they will score. So it's, that will not change throughout the rounds, but obviously depending on how they execute it will. All right, so next up, this is Ed Cracknell from Nova. He's in. Ed is also just come back from a training camp in Poland with Rafa Schweiger, who's current world champion in freestyle. So learning from the best. It's looking great so far. Also very technical flyer is Ed.
Yeah, it's Ed's flying on 81%. He's quite serious about his flying. Ed knew, I met Ed years ago, and he knew he wanted to make this his life, really.
Yeah, he used to be an instructor in iFLY Manchester, and I think now he mostly freelances. Little helicopter spin. We haven't seen many spins so far, actually.
No, we haven't. Quite a few breakers. That's nice, Ed. I find Ed one of those flyers that's quite easy to watch. Don't have nerves that he's going to do something terrible. And I love that suit and helmet. Ed, that was a great start. Really looking forward to seeing the difficulty ratings, actually, Hannah.
Yeah, me too. Looking forward to seeing that and seeing how well they execute. Alrighty, straight into two-way dynamic. And the first up we have Sizzling Wombats.
Sizzling Wombats.
Great name.
They have definitely competed in various things before.
I know, we've seen these two in pretty much
last year.
Yeah, we've seen these two as well in pretty much every discipline so far. I think Martin might be competing in everything except from freestyle.
I think that's probably true, actually.
Yeah, it sounds about right. He's multi-talented, that's for sure.
Jimmy McCarthy as well, though. He seems to be doing a bit of everything.
Exactly.
He's been coaching this, that. His lovely wife Jodie does a restoring old houses. But between them, they are two very busy people, I think, and plus oddballs. Something to do with that.
Always oddballs.
Oddballs.
So, two-way dynamic. This is all about the speed.
Yes.
So very similar to the four-way, except for obviously there's only two people. And we are only doing speed rounds in this competition. There are no free routines. So we are going to attempt to also time this. Again, disclaimer, this is indicative. It is not judged time. So this way we can hopefully try and get some idea of how fast they're flying. So we're also looking for busts.
Yeah. And each bust is a 5-second penalty, which will be added onto the final time. Rob Southwell on the feed saying Jimmy McCarthy is a pretty big deal. Jimmy, you're a big deal.
You're a big deal.
Show
Jimmy.
us what you can do. Hannah, what is the draw?
Oh, what is the draw? Let's have a look. Right, we have head down, in face snake, back layout, head up, circles. This is very fast. This should be at least a very fast round.
Just confirmation there on the feed that Max Fenston said that he is a huge deal. So Jimmy McCarthy, we know it.
You're a huge deal.
This is looking really nice. They're flying at a wind speed of 92%, which is pretty high. We can hear the tunnel actually. Generally quite a quiet tunnel, but this is looking good, guys.
Looking very good. This is yeah. So this is a relatively quick round. There's not so many transitions involved. Just the one bottom loop to reset between to the head-up circles. So yeah, no mixed snakes, no mixing. So this should be pretty fast. What would you say would be a really fast time, Emma? What are we really looking for the top guys? It's under a minute. I'd say.
I think definitely under a minute. Yes.
Yeah, that's. I think that's what they'd like. But yeah, let's see. Oh,
and he's out. Jimmy's out. That was 73.1.
Right, we're gonna try and keep track a little bit of the time, so we can stay on top of it. Emma, that's your job, okay?
I'm on it. I'm
You're
on it, Hannah. Yeah,
on
I'm on it. I'm on it. So what was it?
73.1. She's on it. All right, and now next up we have JP. So these are the Nethers boys, Jonty and Paul. These guys are, well, actually, when I asked them how they think they're going to do in this competition, he said, we were probably quite good 2 years ago. So that's just about what I think they're selling themselves a little bit short. These guys can fly. But I think maybe, yeah, they're suffering what everyone might be suffering with, a little bit of uncurrency. Yes. Let's see how they're going to do. In they go. Aggressive entrance.
Right, come on, Pinky and Jonty, what is this? Come on, Pinky and Jonty, the live stream, they've got a lot of support here.
Oh, the live stream's going wild for these guys.
Then. Right, yeah, look.
They're looking great. Pretty fast, maybe a little sloppy, but I mean, like we said, this is all about speed.
Exactly, and Hannah, we have not seen any of these red lights so far, which are busts, which are a 5-second time penalty.
Either they're not working or everyone is flying like a dream.
I think everyone's flying like a dream,
yeah.
Hannah.
So the busts, we have like the two main types of bust, which is crossing the line. You have to make sure you cross the line completely, and also clearing the center line. There is also, actually, you can get a 15 or 20 second bust if you skip an entire move. So, yes. Let's see how they're going.
The reason we're not seeing red lights is because we don't have the red lights here at the moment. So the judges are doing this visually, so we will not see the bus. So our indicative time is not including the bus. So we are going to be looking out for the bus and see if we can spot them ourselves. As soon as we've got the scores, once everybody's flown, we will start bringing in the scores and dribs and drabs as soon as we've got them.
Rightio. Now we have iFLY Manchester. As you guys can probably guess, these guys are from iFLY Manchester.
Well, I would never have believed that, Hannah.
Here we go. Josh and Dave. So these guys should be very fast. Josh is I think, world champion, or if not vice world champion.
I think it's vice world champion.
Yeah.
Lot of experience though.
He's recently moved back to the UK. Yeah, these two are great flyers. I love the white suits. It's pretty cool, no? Looks clean.
It does. I think they both just had white suits by chance, but these two are looking really smooth. You can tell looking at their body position. There's no flapping. There's no leg waving. It's very smooth. It's very controlled. Whoa, hello. That's a bit fast for us. It is generally very controlled, and you can tell that they are top level flyers. This is faster, and this is where you can start seeing the kind of more elite teams who have put in more training or got many hours through instructing or various training from previous teams. And these have both competed before, got plenty of competition experience.
Yeah, they're looking good here, looking fast.
Across that final line, a nice exit.
Yes, going on to the 70. So these are the fastest so far from us. Again, we don't know about the busts, so we're just looking at times for now. But yeah, looking great. And now we have FSU. It can stand for whatever you want it to. But this is father and daughter duo, Harry and Ali.
We've often seen Ali competing before in freestyle.
Yeah, I spoke to her a little bit about that. She said to me that she said to her dad, before you die, we should probably go and compete. I think they were joking. And she's of course. But yeah, so they're great. They're very fun to be around, these two. And yeah, look at them. Here we go.
Yes, they are in. So do a lot of skydiving and tunnel flying. They do a lot of organising kind of fun tunnel nights as well. These two are all about having fun, but also, you know, they've got the skills to back it up. Harry, where have you gone?
She's like, come on, Dad.
Come on, Harry. Right, Ali, I think I can see a little smile on her face. This is amazing. Harry and Ali Shankar, FSU. Just doing what FSU do.
Ferocious skydiving unicorns.
I think that's
one interpretation.
One interpretation of it. That's it. Bringing it back.
Pretty good now.
It is looking good. That's it. Head up.
I love their suits as well. They look different.
Yeah, they do.
This is their head up circles. So now back into the in-face snake.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking good. We know we've seen some wobbles. We know that they're not going to be one of the fastest teams, but they are certainly having fun, and they're doing a really nice job. Come on, Harry.
I think this is maybe the slowest we've seen yet.
I would definitely say we are on track for it to be, yes.
Oh, here we go. Go on, catch.
Oh, catching your dad. Yes, Ali. That's an 85.5.
Their colour scheme reminds me of fruit salads, those sweets. Remember fruit salads?
I do. Yeah. I was just trying to stop myself from singing a song I know there about fruit salads, so nobody needs to hear that. Right, that was FSU.
Okay, and well, next up we have iFLY. So these guys are Zach Nicholas and Harry Sohn, who we just saw in the freestyle. These guys are actually the trainers of iFLY Basingstoke, so we've got the top dogs. They said that they've been training pretty hard and they're feeling quite confident. So I'm quite excited to see how these guys are doing. they've been doing a fair bit of training. They have a couple of sponsors they wanted to give a shout out to: Tunnel Ninja, Visionary, and of course iFLY. So yeah, they're good job, boys, in training hard, and looking forward to seeing how they do.
So, can hear the wind. Does it tease us then? It sounds like the wind might be starting up again. Helmets are on, visors are going down. This is iFLY. Clever pun on iFLY. It took me a little while to realise. Visors down. This is Harry and Zach. Zach's leading the way. Hannah's ready with her finger on the indicative timing button. Here we go. We're in. So as you can see on the view, on the left we've got the kind of front camera, and on the right we've got the side camera. So you can see on the right hand side of the screen we've got a line and there's a ring in the middle. So one of the judges will be watching through the ring. Imagine there's kind of a pole going through that ring all the way to the other side, and at times the flyers are going to have to fly under and over it.
Yeah, so they need to make sure that they don't cross through that ring, otherwise that can cause them a 5-second penalty. And something may sound obvious, but obviously they do not want penalties. Clean flying, we say, is usually better than the messier flying, but obviously you want to be aggressive too. So it's finding that balance.
But those teams that perhaps fly a little bit slower, Hannah, but then they fly cleanly, those are, those can have the chance to take victory from those teams that might fly faster but make more busts, because each of those 5-second penalties. The other thing to know, if a team gets completely lost, doesn't know what they're doing, and they end up skipping a move. If they end up skipping a move, it's a penalty of 20 seconds.
Yeah. So actually, one of the classics, slow and steady, right? Slow and steady wins the race.
Yes.
Well, no, fast and steady, I think.
Fast and steady wins the race. Hannah's coining whole new terms. We've got so much love for these. We've got Zach and Harry represent Manchester iFLY all the way. Go Zach and Harry.
Alrighty, so next up, this is Enigma. So we saw Saul earlier in freestyle. These guys are very new to this discipline. They have been charging so hard. So yeah, it's great to see new people coming along, going for it. They're flying great so far.
Yeah, this is nice, and the nice thing that Hannah and I have talked about quite a bit is that how accessible this competition is. So it's accessible to not only the top flyers, and you've got people like Josh O'Donoghue, who has competed internationally many times, and then you've got people who it's their first competition, and really, I've been in this position where my aim was to not come last. But in reality, not everybody is a top flyer, and not everybody has the means to be. But this team, look at them, they're going for it with everything they've got. It's not slow flying. It's perhaps not the most technical. And it'll be very interesting to see the score.
And I forgot to press the button. One job. Got Peter and Karen James, go Saw, rooting for you from SA, all the way from South Africa.
We've got somebody who I think may be related to Saul, as they have this lost surname, Nadine. Good luck, Saul.
So you can follow our feed on YouTube, and you can feel free to leave us some comments, give all your friends some support. And they're out, and we have no idea how long that was. Oh,
a little hesitation, a head shake and a laugh.
Great job from Saul and James there.
Yeah, not taking themselves too seriously there. Who we've got next, Hannah?
Oh, these are guys are really old friends of mine. Really old, because we're really old now, of course.
Well, they're not really old.
I am really old. This is Connor and Rosie.
Is this Connor of freestyle fame that we just saw?
Of freestyle fame. So they have not trained too much for this competition, about an hour and a half, they told me. They both work at the Utrecht tunnel in the Netherlands. That's actually a twin tunnel, so there's two tunnels next to each other.
I have seen pictures actually.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've been there a couple of times. Nice little tunnel. These guys are amazing friends in life as well, so they've got great energy between them. It's always fun to see them fly. Because they both have the rainbow shoes on.
I believe they have. I think I did see them.
Okay, great. Okay, so they're just getting ready. So you know what that moment feels like just before you go in, right?
Yeah,
your heart's racing.
And it's that kind of, you've kind of got to buzz each other up.
Here we go.
Yes, they are in. That is, is that Rosie flying first?
It's hard to tell, actually, isn't it?
It is actually hard to tell.
They look identical almost.
I think Rosie's in position 1 and Connor's in 2.
Wow, they're
Look
looking
at
great
that.
so
They
far.
are looking really good. Both very clean, very experienced flyers.
No, Connor's first. Is he?
This is Rosie. No, it's Rosie. All right, I'm betting Rosie. Let's put money on it.
We'll pay more attention next time.
So these are one of the teams, Hannah, that we've kind of pegged to be in the top spots.
Yeah, we think so. The way the rules go, or a little hesitation there, the way that the qualification is going to go for the Worlds is that the top four of this competition will get an invite to the Worlds. So these guys are really probably looking for a top 4 slot, all of the teams. So I reckon these guys are in the top 4 for sure. Looking really nice.
Lots of comments going on the live feed. If you want to head over to check out the comments, leave us a comment. That was nice, Rosie and Connor.
I was a little bit late on the buzzer, so it was more like 67 as a rough indication. So it looks like so far, without busts, looking at busts, that Serendipity and iFLY are the fastest, I reckon. Obviously, busts could change many things. But yeah, so okay, we have the last team now in the two-way dynamic. This is Chris and Ed. So we saw Ed in the freestyle. And these guys, they've both just come back from Poland where they were training. And so, great entrance.
Head down in, face snake. Nice and clean. They're really easy to see with those pink helmets.
It's my favourite colour scheme, actually, pink and blue.
Yeah, they're looking good. I mean, these guys, this is certainly not their first competition. They've been all over the world to compete.
And they are the national champions, I believe, in freestyle. So Chris normally films Ed in the sky, so in outdoor skydiving. Yeah, so the tunnel is definitely not their normal spot. So, but they have trained, they have competed before. As they're looking very slow compared to some of them, but also nice and controlled. So looking good.
Absolutely, yeah. So we've got the judges also watching and judging live, as I mentioned a little bit before, and they are in various positions. So judging at the moment, we've got Josh O'Donoghue, Jamie Arnold, and Joel Strickland judging the dynamic disciplines.
So I've been told I have to give a shout out to Daniel Mills.
Hello, Daniel Mills, and thank you, Rob Southwell, for that comment.
Chris got stuck at the door, bless him.
I am gutted for them. That was a really, really nice round.
It was a great round. Also to add, they told me they have only trained for 30 minutes, so great job from those guys. Oh, we're back in the studio.
That is, I really feel for Chris and Ed getting stuck that little wobble. And this is what happens in live competition. We are only through the first rounds of the dynamic and the artistic disciplines. That was great.
Exciting so far. It's only the first round. So much more to go. All right, so I think we are going to head over to Taff, who is interviewing. Who have you got? iFLY Manchester.
Yes, we have, Anna. We have got iFLY Manchester with us. It's a super kind of round one that's just been super excited out here, so everybody knows there's a lot of buzz and everything else. And we are with Josh on my right and Fuzzy on my left from iFLY Manchester. Josh, do you want to explain a little bit about why you're down here for iFLY Manchester?
Why am I down here? To compete for the Nationals with Fuzz here.
All right. And Fuzzy, how did you think round one went? You know, it was a bit of a warm-up, you said to me about 5 minutes ago, is that correct?
Yeah, it was a warm-up because we've not done much training and that was a bit of a shambles. So we're saying that's our warm-up. That's our warm-up round, and then we'll get faster and faster and better Let's promise.
Okay, they seem to be promising me. I think they're more promising themselves about actually getting faster and faster. Josh, what did you think of the drive down here? Because it's a long way from iFLY Manchester, and we've got something in common coming from the same place, right?
Yeah, it is a very long drive. Yeah, and we both did have to do that long drive, but now now we're here. It's okay. We can chill out a bit.
Yeah, okay. And is there? Did you do much training, Fuzzy, or not?
No, we tried to train last night, but we couldn't. We kept forgetting what we were even doing. It was 15 minutes of just total nonsense flying. So not really. 20 minutes maybe.
Okay, and is that because you flew back from Singapore and you were tired? Is that the reason why the training was not so good, or what? You know, is it because he came all the way back from Singapore?
I would love to blame Josh completely. I'd say it was 70% his fault, 30% my fault.
Okay. Okay.
The training last night.
in fairness, before we get into a bit of a discussion with this amazing team from iFLY Manchester, we're going to say thank you very much, guys, for doing this interview with us. It was my funnest interview I've just done, and we're going to go back to a break in a second, and on the next round will be round 5 for the 4-way AAA starting. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to the formation skydiving coverage at the Indoor National Champions for Great Britain. I am David Rogers and this is
Mark Fletcher. Nice to see everyone.
Hello. So we're going to go straight into round 5. We've just had a break of the dynamics and the freestyles, which looked utterly amazing. So huge transition into the flat fly now. We're going to start kicking off with the AAA Alola, Voltage and NFTO. How's it going, Mark? How's it feeling out there?
Fantastic. I think a lot of people are happy to be over halfway through the competition today. We've done 4 of the 7 rounds that we're going to be completing. I think the pace has changed slightly as well. A lot of the teams now have a slightly longer gap between different rounds, which means they've got more time to prep.
Right. And we're in. Okay, so round 5, 15-19C. Quite a technical jump, I think. I don't know whether we're going to see some too higher scores on this. And I think the teams really will be focusing on steady blocks. 15 is, it's a technical block. 19 can be quick, but it can also blow up a little bit. So this is a Lola Langer team. I know there's a bunch of people down at Langer, so big up to the Langer Massive. Halfway through for these guys. 15 points. Unofficial score. So bottom right hand corner, we have an unofficial scoring mechanism. And a Lola showing their cards with a 15. So earlier on we were talking about some teams that needed to do re-jumps. Just for information, none of those re-jumps have been done just yet. So I know we're waiting for one for an FTO, their round 1. So now we've got British Army Voltage. These guys have been looking really consistent through the first couple of rounds, and let's see what they've done. They've gone straight in. They're confusing me now. 15, 19.
Are you easily confused, Dave?
That was really confused because they're doing a 16.
Yeah, it was 16 before.
Have I got the jump? Have I got the jump wrong? Yeah, I have. I've got the jump wrong. 16, 19C.
Yeah.
So 16, it's not an easy block. Front piece slot switch, and then that 19 back piece does a lot of travelling, does a lot of effort on that on the 19 block. The front piece can take it easy.
16 is one of those blocks. It works easily when you're trying to do it slowly, but as soon as you add the pace, that's when all the problems start.
Yeah. Voltage, showing us what they've got there, and it's a good job they don't listen to me because they'd have got all of the first points.
So NFTO is one of the teams we're waiting for the re-jump to take place. I believe that's the main reason that we're held up presenting the official scores in AAA beyond round 1. But as soon as they've done that, hopefully we'll get a couple of rounds in one go.
All right, they're squeezing themselves in the door. Looks like they're going to launch the 16, and a little bit of a struggle there, but they're in and they're off. There we go. C16. They're looking like they're pushing it a little bit, which is good. Nice short 19.
Almost overcooked the 16. Good catch there from the centres.
Yeah, okay, so that 19, they're doing what we call a short, so the front piece is taking a slot switcher, which with the 16 puts them back into the right position. Looks like to be an efficiency saving there as you go through to the C. Unofficial.
So unofficial score of 22. Well done, NFTO.
Looks pretty clean. I think I preferred the short 19 after a while. It became more the dominant
It's almost easier
option.
to get into everything else after that, unless it's another long formation.
Yeah. So, good punchy start back. Alola, Voltage, NFTO.
You can almost see them having benefited from the slightly longer break between rounds and lunch.
And lunch, yeah. Lunch is a good thing. And we're going to see the next tranche coming in now. Eros, Meraki and Omni, Tummy Edition. Again, anybody watching from anywhere in the world, drop us a message, tell us where you are. Shout outs.
Yeah, so we have a shout out from Langer from I Am Who I Am Says I Am. That's a bit of a tongue twister.
Not confusing whatsoever.
Go Langer. We know we've got some Langer teams here, and thank you very much for the love, Heather. Mark and Dave are doing a stunning job as first-time presenters.
Do you know? Did you pay her for that?
I did not, but just a correction, it's not our first time presenting, it's our pre-second.
It's our training second go. Awesome, right, Eros, changing over flyers for this season. We've got Matt Cummings joining them. Not done a huge amount of training in preparation for this, but I suspect they'll be aiming for the Outdoor Nationals later on in the year. Let's see how they get on with 16. Slightly linked, make it easy for that 16 build. Nice and steady. Good rotation there, yeah, they've gone for the short 19 as well, take it nicely into the C. Good. Okay, so halfway through the dive at this point, you start feeling the confidence grow, you might get a little bit more confident and starting to go a little bit faster, and it's at that point where you kind of got to find that line. And probably not go too far.
Past it.
Yeah, you go past the line.
A little bit faster is never a problem,
but they start. Yeah, you know, we're out of the time, so 19 for Eros, indicative. But they started to really gather pace in those last few pages, which is a sign of everything's going well. So nice work, Eros.
Thanks for the shout out, Dan, in the live stream chat. Go, Alex. Whoop whoop whoop.
So just checking over the wind speed now, ready for Meraki.
So as of the latest scores we have Meraki in first place alongside Chimera, but we know Meraki had a pretty good round 4, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with those official scores once they're available.
That was official scores. We've only got round 1, isn't it?
We have, yeah, incomplete round 1. We're still waiting for NFTOs.
But the indicative scores for Meraki have been very good. Let's see how they get on here. They're not launching it, or are they? Let's have a look and see if they
Looks like they're squeezing it in.
They're squeezing. Yeah, there they go. They've jumped straight on it and moved.
Great start.
Great start.
And they're flying at 65%, so that's a reasonable bit slower than some of the other teams, but it's looking really good.
That's good.
If they can maintain this pace, it's going to be a great score.
Yep. That's a nice turn on the back piece. That's excellent.
Closing the 19s really cleanly, there's no collisions happening.
Yep. Let's see, it's a nice pace. They've kept it steady all the way through. And what looks like a clean 25.
Well done, Meraki.
Well done, Meraki.
The ladies of Meraki.
The ladies of Meraki. And Pete, plus Pete. And Meraki have been training out in Windor, coached by David Grouse, famously of Hayabusa.
Has a brother called Andy.
Has a brother called Andy, absolutely. Right, Omni, the last of this this rotation, Omni Tummy Edition. Here we go. So they've launched the 16. Good lad.
They're definitely not lacking in confidence.
Nope.
Perhaps just more practice.
Nope. And there they go. Yeah, they've gone for the short 19 as well.
It's almost as if they've been receiving tips.
I wonder who's been coaching them.
Oops, so they've gone a bit too far at the 16 there. Very easily done.
Yeah.
All assistance there, I don't think that can.
Yeah, that's fine. And if you're in AA and you're going to be moving up to AAA, you'll get to learn a lot of the sequences and sort of the power ratio in some of those moves, especially in the back piece. Trying to balance the power that both partners in the move actually put in, otherwise you're going to go off course. The 16 back piece is one really good example.
So shout out from Peter to iFLY Manchester.
Whoop.
Whoop, whoop. We know we've got a lot of people that have trained at iFLY Manchester here today.
Yeah. And we've got a number of the managers as well from iFLY Manchester popping down to show support. But thank you very much to iFLY for helping support, host, organise the whole shebang. And hopefully this is proving to all of our viewers all over the place what a great meet it is. So the next set of teams we've got now Chimera, Shaka and Grenade. Interesting to see how Chimera do.
Yeah, they're one of the other teams in sort of first place contention.
Yeah.
There's not a lot separating the teams as far as we're aware so far.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see the scores. Big Will there just taking a deep breath. Probably sucking out all the air from everybody else. Hopefully he can't hear me.
I don't think he can.
So Chimera again, Langer-based team. Here they go. Let's see what they do on this entrance for the 16. Done right, this 16 entrance can actually be quite quick, because as soon as you're flying you can move. You don't even need to be anywhere near the centre. They're taking it just a bit steady, which is fine. Set up. Short 19. That's nice. Nice freeze on the sea.
Making the vert on the 19 look almost effortless.
Yeah. They're looking really tidy.
Bit of a misgrip there possibly on the 19.
See if they can squeeze a few more points. Oh, it's going to be close right on that last.
Well done, Chimera.
Last point.
Indicative score that matches NFTO at 22.
Yeah, 22. Looking pretty clean. There might be one bust that the judges might pick up, but yeah, looking good, nice and sharp. Right, Shaka. Talking to these guys in the break, and a slight variety about how they're feeling. Some are really pleased, some are really not pleased. But as I was saying, you know, they're showing a lot of power, a lot of energy, And I think that's probably what they're not so happy about. They're not scoring as highly as they would like. So let's see what they how they attack this. And it is an attack.
It is very much an attack. Hopefully that doesn't cost them too much in busts.
No, but you know, these guys aren't a trained team. They sort of, over the last year and a bit, they've flown together in patches. I've done some flying with these guys as well, individually and collectively. And yeah, it's a fun group of people.
16s are looking really quick.
16's good, aren't they? Yeah. And sometimes the 16, as an untrained team, 16s can be a bit of a nightmare, but they've got a nice 16 roll going.
Nice, well done.
Bit too much power on that last one, but
we gave them a 19.
A 9. Ooh.
And we got a shout out from Andrew. Go Chimera.
Go Chimera. Langer rules. Hashtag Langer. This is Langer.
So next in we have a Grenade. We know they've had some supporters in the online chat. Let us know if you're still there.
Right, so this is the start of the AA category. Round 5 is 4 GM. So 4 block. So that's the start and that's the end. G is a bit of a nightmare, and then the M is nice.
They have the benefit on this round that they're going from something rather long, like a long close of a 4 to G. That definitely makes it easier.
Long.
It's a bit like in the VFS when you have a transition in formation skydiving. Probably the closest analogy is going long to short.
Yeah. But they're looking good. The 4s can be very easily overcooked. You spin too much. The close.
Crash the close.
Yeah, it's this bit here where they go and trapped. Yeah, and that close sometimes can be just misguided, misjudged. But they did a really good job with those. So Grenade.
Well done, Grenade.
Well done, Grenade. Grenade, if you see there, Deb Lamsley flying with the Grenade team, who was a former ACM member. ACM we're familiar with as well.
Yep, it's one of Dave and myself's old teams. Long live ACM.
Long live ACM.
So for those that have just joined us this afternoon, this is round 5 of the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals. We're currently at the AA category, and this event is also the qualifier for the European Championship and World Cup that's being held as a combined event in Belgium in April. So the top teams from each category are going to get to qualify for that event, and Beezer will be in touch with them very shortly after this on Monday.
And I saw in the news, other countries are now starting to announce their indoor tunnel competitions as well. Belgium are going to do their country national championships in March, as so is Germany. So it feels like some other countries in Europe are following the same path.
Yeah, they're getting back on the horse after being closed for multiple years.
Selection as well for that April international meet. So anyway, let's see what we've got. IBME kicking off in this group. And we're starting off with a 4, the G and the M. Yeah, that's nice. As I was saying earlier on, that 4 can be either overcooked or undercooked. It's all about timing and sequencing, and that person flying around the outside just needs to keep an eye on where that piece at the back is going to end.
Yeah, not turn it away too soon so that you lose that eye contact. Leave that until you can see where it's going to stop.
Good judging though. Right, IBME with an indicative 10.
So if we've picked up any more international audience, we'd love to know where you're watching from.
Yep. Whether it's early morning, late at night,
middle of the night, first thing in the morning.
You're at work, you're on the bus.
Thank you for joining us.
On the train, on the tram, on your bike. If I know, not on drivers.
In your heads-up display goggles.
All right, so squad game, round 5. and they're going to be 4GM. They've entered with a slightly more safe, unlinked entrance. Nice completion of that 4 build into that G, and then a nice steady out to the M. That's really nice and smooth. Some good groundwork that they can build upon with that. Swish, swish, swish.
Do you make those noises in your helmet when you're flying forward?
Oh yeah, do you not?
Whew.
Meow. Ka-chow.
Got to watch out for the door there.
That's what I was going to say. A moment ago, you could see them edging towards the door,
out the door,
and they were like, "I'm not going past the door." Squad game looking good.
So we've got a shout out to Connor and Rosie from City Skydive in Utrecht from Liz.
Utrecht. Connor and Rosie. Living it large. All right, and then the final team of this group, Martial Law. Please remember, guys, if you're watching, any shout-outs or any sort of love for the teams, please do interact with us on social media.
Let us know in the live stream chat. Hashtags are Visa 2022 and iFLY Basingstoke.
All right, Martial Law. So some nice fours, a little bit too much power on that finish. Oh, quick
Don't forget the turn.
There you go. Nailed it. Not bad. So you know what, for that round, 13 as an indicative was not bad.
Nice, well done.
Not bad at all. IBME in comparison was around a 10, but again it's unofficial scoring. The official scoring in time has not yet updated all of the rounds on the official scoreboard. We are waiting for a couple of rescores, a couple of re-jumps from teams. Once they are done, then the scoreboards, I believe, will be updated. We're just trying to find out when those redraws and rescores are going to happen. We'll let you know as soon as we find out.
So we're expecting NFTO's round 1 to be reflown at about 6:30.
Okay. All right. This is really exciting to see. It's so nice to have the time and watch all of the FS teams through all of the categories. Normally you and I are on the other side of this
it is
in competition
keeping our head down, playing the mental game.
And Mark, what do you think? You know, we're halfway through the meet. How do you think the teams and individuals are feeling now?
I think they're really happy to be halfway through the competition and over halfway for the rounds that are going to be judged today. I imagine a lot of them are looking at the scores and thinking now, you know, strategically, what do they want to be changing in their upcoming rounds, depending on how they've been flying the previous ones.
Yeah, I think the nerves might be settling a little bit. They've got a good few rounds under their belt, a bit more confidence. So yeah, let's see what happens. So we're going to kick off in this group with Birds of Paradise, Team 208. And again, this is one of the Bradley sisters teams who have brought with them at least 7. Had a quick chat with one of the sisters earlier on who are extremely happy to be here, but really quite tired.
I imagine they are after all the flying they're doing. Each of them 3 or 4 times the amount of flying of the other people. Just not giving them a lot of time to brief and prep and catch up and make sure they're eating.
This is a really good angle. Hopefully everyone can see this. So this is really giving us a perspective of the 4 and the levels of the teams in the tunnel. It's really important. It's not just the technique of the formation and the technical aspects of turning, but also the height management as well. Mark, on the 4, what would you be looking for?
Yeah, so we're going to see that 3 piece at the back that's spinning.
they're typically staying roughly on level, but the solo flyer, normally we're going to see them dip underneath the three-piece, and that kind of vertical translation generally isn't that obvious from the top camera that we're typically seeing here.
Right. All right. Team 206 is Jail. And let's see what these guys have got. Get away from the door.
Reach, but they got it.
Yeah, get away from the door as well. Get that then back out to the floor. Can be a really tricky block. Let's have a look and see the height.
So this is the 4 block that we're seeing now.
So generally when a couple of flyers all come together, it creates a little bit more lift. And what you generally see is as the block turns, for some reason, the body position changes and the pressure, you lose the pressure and they drop a little bit. So when something like this, when you've got somebody flying underneath, you want to make sure that you're staying up. Have you ever been dropped on?
I think everybody's been dropped on, Dave. It's not a question of if, it's just when.
When and how many times. Foreigners in now, round 5 in the AA category. That's a nice 4. Nicely into the G, and nicely out into the M. Let's see how well they do this over the next couple of pages. They're looking really good. And the solo flyer is reminding me of Tiger Tony.
Tiger Tony.
In his suit.
So I think their point fly here initially started off trying to do that vertical move, but then caught a very close...
yeah, that's good. A nice round, 17 indicative.
Well done.
And do you know what I think they might say about that round? It was great.
Great. You're missing the stripes.
Yeah, looks good though.
We're missing anyone waving at the camera. In the break, we spoke to a couple of the competitors and said, show some love to all of our web stream
Show where
viewers.
the camera is. Yeah.
Obviously,
Absolutely.
that's what we're looking at while we're waiting for the changeover in the tunnel.
Yeah. And while we're here doing the changeover, what's I guess some people might be wondering. They might not be, but they might be wondering what's the guy in the red doing whilst we're
Oh no! Here we go. I spoke too soon. Look at this.
Yeah, there we go.
So that's deep and filthy. So the instructors here wearing all red by the door, and they're just making sure that people only get into the tunnel once it's been ready. What people will have seen in some of the previous rounds is the wind speed that the different competitors are flying at, and obviously you wouldn't want to get in as a team until the tunnel had been correctly set to your speed.
Yeah.
So shout out to all the tunnel instructors today who've been helping out.
Indeed. So we're going to get into Deep and Filthy, who are the final AA team, and then once we've done this team, we're going to transition into Single A. But then we've got a couple of we've got an update on some of the 4-way AAA scores for round 2, which we'll cut to after this. So let's see how they get on. They've been looking good, actually, the last couple of rounds, these guys.
So Deep and Filthy, I think on most of the rounds so far have been out in the lead.
Yeah, they've been looking good.
Looking at the official scores from round 1, they were 2 points ahead.
Really tidy 4 move.
And it looks like they're also a bit more comfortable to put a bit more of that vertical translation and then completing that 4 block.
Yeah. Really good 4, and then obviously nicely into the G. Let's see what happens. A couple more points.
Very smooth.
That might
Well
have got
done.
an extra point on the edge of that, but we reckon 18, maybe 19. Foreigners before that, unofficial 17. Right, let's have a quick look at what scores are on the door for the AAA. So after 2 rounds,
we've got. Well, incomplete scores, so we can't really look at the totals, but if we just compare across for round 2, we've got NFTO in the lead with 19 points,
but waiting for the scores from their close competitors Chimera and Meraki for round 2.
Yeah.
NFTO are followed by Eros and Alola, both with 18 points. And then Shaka with 17 and British Army Voltage with 11. So we are eagerly anticipating the complete round 1 scores and also the round 2 scores. So next into the tunnel we have Team Tilstock and Wind Kickers. And Winged Hussars, who have a shout out in the live stream chat from Marek, who says, "Go go Winged Hussars," with lots of hearts. Extra love.
Right, kicking off the single A rounds, and their round that they're going to be doing is 2G. What do you think to the 2 block?
So 2G, that's a round formation going to a very long formation. So this is typically when you're going to be introducing a lot more challenging setup from the close to the build of the next one.
So 2 notoriously difficult for new teams because you've got, as I mentioned earlier on, that power sharing, that power balance between 3 flyers, whilst trying to judge how to move backwards, sideways, and round.
Yeah,
so
the only way to learn that is to train it together so that everyone's putting in the same amount of effort. Otherwise, you end up with the donut going off in a very unexpected direction.
Triangular round shape.
Yeah.
It is a really, for new teams moving into single A, it is a notoriously tough block, and you generally get more movement from the outside flyer to the end position rather than the donut in the middle making the big move.
But for the more experienced teams, 2 becomes another one of those blocks that has a couple of common variants that you might consider depending on what you're coming from.
Absolutely. We've got Wind Kickers now. Let's see how these guys get on with the 2. And another dimension to that donut in the centre is the length of body of the individual as well.
Yeah, 3 people that are very different sizes makes for a very different shaped donut.
And it is a sequence thing, you know. Once the outside flyer has sort of made sure the donut is built correctly, as they're looking into the middle, they'll key and start the move. There's a sequence, outside centre, inside centre, tail, and moving all in a sequence fashion. So tough move.
So it looks like a 9 for Wing Kickers. I have a shout out from Heather saying, "Go kick Wind, John."
Kick Wind. I wonder where the team name Wind Kickers comes from. So Heather, anyone, if you've got any insight into the name, please share. We've also got a visual shout out from Sean, who's in some part of the world, sat with some people watching the live stream. So
hey, Sean.
Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Right, Winged Hussars with the linked M entrance into the 2. These look quite tall chaps, so let's see how they manage the 2. Into the G.
Bit of a reach for the guy at the back there.
Bum, bum, bum. So the donut's moving a lot smoother. And go. Yeah, nice finish. Steady G, and then back to the 2. It may sound simple, you know, 2G, 2G, 2G.
It's not a lot to remember.
But there's not a lot to remember.
There's a lot of technique in that.
But there's a lot of technique, absolutely. And that's the end of those 3. We're going to do changeover now. So Mark, iFLY, where could, obviously our listeners, if they're not usual skydivers and indoor skydivers, where could they go and try out this indoor flying malarkey?
Well, it depends where in the world you are, Dave. I think new tunnels are opening up all the time everywhere, so it makes it much more accessible to everybody. We're very fortunate in the UK that I think per capita or per square mile we've got quite a few tunnels. We're currently down at iFLY in Basingstoke. There's also tunnels in Manchester, Birmingham. There's a new tunnel opening in London near the Millennium Dome.
That'll be busy, I think.
It's going to be very busy, yeah.
The 3 teams coming in now are Breaking Dad, Pantheon, and Nemesis. We saw Breaking Dad obviously earlier on. It's a little bit of a family team.
They haven't broken Dad yet.
They've not broken Dad yet. We were talking to them outside. We've got the Parker family. So Varna, you may know, flies with the NFTO team. I think Tano, who is the son, and Dennis. You can see the NFTO helmet there. I think Dennis is in the blue, who's famously been with Microclimate for a number of years.
That's an 8-way team.
British 8-way team.
They'd have trouble fitting into a tunnel like this.
8 ways. Right, let's see. Nice 2 spin. That's great. Yeah, that's really nice moves. And Tano and Dennis will be in that donut piece. Tano is flying in point. Dennis is in outside centre. That's looking really good. I think you were saying that Tano has done probably an hour and a half worth of training to get to this point.
That's incredible.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what happens as well when you've got skydiving legends as parents.
In the family.
Yeah.
Best training right from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean both of those people, highly experienced outdoor skydivers, national champions, UK, South Africa. It's great stock to come from.
So we've got the team with the most colourful helmets, Pantheon.
Pantheon. So this is round 5 of the single A category, and the round is 2G. It's good, and loving that inside centre, controlling the jump with confident head nods.
They're being very cautious, rotating the 2.
Yeah. Say it's the timing. It really is the timing of it. You don't get a good start, it's really difficult. And what happens is you try and force it too much, the tension in your arm, because you're trying to pull it. Yeah, it's a tough one. But that was a 9, I thought. Was that?
Yep.
Indicative 9. These are not official scores. These are just what we're doing in the studio.
So Heather's asking in the live chat where the scoreboards are. For anyone that's watching the live stream, you can find the current official scores on the British Indoor Nationals website if you Google for that, or you can find it through iFLY's website. There should be a section called Live Info, which includes the scores if you want to look at them in between us putting them up on the live stream.
Cool. So this is Nemesis, and that too is challenging, causing them a few struggles. They've got to get that solo flyer getting around. I think a lot of the single A teams and the rookie teams, they won't have done much training, they won't have done much competition in the last couple of years, so some of these things are going to be brand new for some people.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously a lot of teams have been struggling to train over the last 3 years. We haven't even had a nationals competition for 3 years, so it is absolutely fantastic to see just so many teams and people back, and a lot of new faces as well. It's great to see that the grassroots movement in the UK is strong.
And we're going to, hopefully, with the restrictions sort of levelling out now, there's going to be a lot more outdoor activity, do you think?
Well, we're looking forward to a very busy summer. I think once we hit the outdoor season, that sort of starts in another month or 2. A lot of people will be shaking off the outdoor cobwebs, getting their reserves repacked to go and jump from a real plane.
Yeah, and the Outdoor Nationals aiming for the end of August, where I suspect we'll see a lot of the advanced teams that we're seeing here today performing outside.
Followed by the new time schedule for the Indoor Nationals, which well, from the end of this weekend onwards, will always be in November.
November. So there's a couple of local sort of what we call UKSL, the Skydiving League meets throughout the year. So April, May, June, July, and then the Nationals in August, followed by the Outdoor World Cup. And then quite quickly after that in November will be the Indoor National Championships, which will be the selection for any international events next year.
Yeah, that'll be the World Championship in 2023.
Right.
A busy calendar for teams that compete both indoor and outdoor.
We've not done anything for a while, so we might as well get all of these competitions in, eh? Right, so teams now for one night only. Single A category, round 5.
Struggling a little bit with that short to long transition.
Yeah. I think I remember the last round for one night only. There was Mr. White Suit was struggling a little bit with wind last time. But as you can see, he's flying his body. The wind's there, and it's just on just some movements. It's just dropping out a little bit. Looking all right. Looking, he's doing okay. He's recovering all right. Excellent work. This is a really nice view. The entrance exit view. Right, and here we go. Right, skydive recruits. Let's see how they've used the downtime a little bit. For 2G, I think. So I've been working with these guys for the last couple of years. I did tell them to do a little bit more creeper work on this one to make sure that the move out the 2 into the G was,
going the correct way.
The right way, yeah. So they're comfortable with it.
You can almost do a lot less if you're going in the right direction. Then
brilliant. That's nice.
Nice entrance.
And yeah, for the recruits, the 2s.
Getting stuck a little bit on the ball.
Yeah, I did a little bit of a power imbalance sometimes. They're trying to go too fast, and but they're looking good. Yeah.
They're turning the 2 very efficiently. Almost means the solo has to do less work.
Exactly. As you get better with the 2, the solo doesn't need to do quite as much. The 2 goes really nice stop there. A 16.
Indicative 16.
Indicative
Well
16
done.
for the recruits. Looking pretty good. I'm really hoping that they're happy with that. They're looking really smart.
So we've got the last single A team, Scratch 22, before we move into the rookies. So for anyone just joining us, this is round 5 of the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals at iFLY Basingstoke. You can shout us out in the live stream chat or use our hashtags iFLY Basingstoke and Visa 2022.
All right, here we go. The last single A team, Scratch 22. Let's see how they get on with the 2. Bit of a bum grip. If you're not quite sure what you're watching, there are, this single A category is the next step up from effectively where you start as rookie. There's some slightly more technical blocks. This one being one of them. It's called a number 2, and really it's a really tough one to get right straight away. You've got 3 people trying to do the same thing, but at the same time.
We gave them an indicative 8.
Indicative 8 for Scratch 22. All right, we're going to move now and start round 5 for rookie.
So rookie's the first category you typically join when you're getting into competitive 4-way. The benefit of rookies is that you only have the random formations and none of the blocks. And the block we've just been watching for the single A category, that's a 2, and that's one you'll only have to conquer when you move up from rookie into single A.
Right, so round 5 is JPE. And that's the J, so it's a donut, a P, and this is the side body where they're all side bodied on each other, got side grips, and then E is the Mika. And the trick here really for this type of dive is because it's nice and round, it's in facing, everyone can see everyone really. It's being efficient, staying in your quadrant, just moving your body left and right. I say just. Just. It's not quite just all the time. It's a challenge.
Yeah, if anyone has been in a wind tunnel before for the first time, they'll obviously recognise that what we're seeing here with the rookie category is some pretty good flying.
Do you remember your rookie seasons?
The first one was pretty rough, but from that point on, I managed to find some great other flyers, and it was I've never looked back.
And then did you move naturally through to A, AA, AAA?
I think when I started off, I transitioned very quickly from rookie to AA.
Right.
For those watching at home, the main difference between A and AA is that you end up covering most of the blocks. And then I stayed in AA for I think 2-3 years before finally making the transition into AAA.
So if you were, let's say you were a new team in rookie, what would your advice be? Would you say go through to single A, AA, or would you suggest jumping?
I think it depends on the confidence of the flyers and the budget that they've got to commit to training. If they've got a very small budget, then focusing on the foundations of rookie and the randoms is a good place to start. If, however, you've got a consistent team and you've got a bit more time and resource to train, then A is also a good place to start.
Interesting. I'm sure there are some rookie teams that will listen back and hear that and kind of wonder whether they make that transition. Right, the next group of rookie teams. So this is the Chaos unit, and famously, as we've said, their name in the last couple of rounds
doesn't imply much chaos.
Not chaotic whatsoever. They've been very smooth and measured.
Let's see if this round is the same as their previous.
The previous ones, yeah. JPE, so nice and smooth. Could earn some good points here. They're taking it quite steady, but they are very mechanical.
They'll have to watch the grip swapping there. They need to make sure that between each of the randoms there's a complete separation between all the flyers. So when the official scores come in here, there might be some penalties for that.
So if you're watching the footage, the inside centre was transitioning the leg grip from tail without a clean break. Which means there's no clear separation in the formation.
Which means no point.
Which nil point.
Shout out from Spence for also seeing Fuzzy P, Quick and Dirty, and Hip P, Martial Law, bringing penis to Indoor Nationals. Go Peas.
Obviously the letter P. Yes. And Space Pirates.
I wonder where the space comes from in the name.
Who knows? Let's see. So again, looking quite mechanical on those randoms, and sometimes a pure random round like this can feel like forever. 35 seconds can be a long time. As long as you keep it steady, keep going at a steady pace.
With a 20.
And a 20. Nice. Right, and then we've got one more. Our best pun team name.
Best served cold.
Best served
We've
cold.
had some great examples of things that are best served cold in the live stream chat this afternoon.
Absolutely. So please, by all means, tell us what you feel if you're watching is best served cold.
We've had beer fines, ceviche, ice cream,
hummus, ham salads, and what else? Revenge is best served cold. So these guys again, just keeping it steady. Oh,
watch the door.
Bit of wall action, that's fine. Yeah, good.
Outside centre here doing a good job. Getting in and out.
Yeah. Good
done.
one.
Yeah, hand clap.
Yeah, nice to see that. So an indicative 12 for best served cold.
Well done.
Well done, best served cold. So we're now done with those 3, and we're going to change into, we're going to swap out the teams, and we, in a minute, we'll have impromptu and first date, finishing off round 5 for rookies, and then we will see the vertical formation skydiving, the VFS teams.
And we'll also have some
not on the
VFS 4-way scores to show you.
Official scores. And because we're not the knowledge, we don't know really the VFS stuff, but we'll do exactly what we can to maybe try the unofficial scoring with the VFS. We'll try. We are.
Yes.
There we go.
Oh, can we hear me now?
We can hear me.
All right, we're going into round 5 of the VFS. We do have scores for round 1, if we could possibly see those, if we could get those up at some point, that would be great. We'll look at those later, because now I think we're going into the last rounds of the rookie.
Round 5, yeah. So impromptu's going to be first. Here we go. Let's see if they do. I was hoping for me bobsled entrance.
No bobsled entrance.
No bobsled. Oh well. Impromptu. Here we go. Whoop, bit of back fly. Yeah. Transition. Good transition. Really nice transition there from back fly to belly fly. And there's the side body.
It's a P, isn't it?
P, that's correct. Bob. J, P, there's the side body again. Big head nod, happy with that. Moving on to the E. Oop. Oh, look at that vert. Bit of vert there as well. Finish off with some levels.
Next in the tunnel we have the last rookie team, first date.
First date.
I hear a rumour from one of these rookie teams that a lot of the teams signed up very last minute, hence names like Impromptu. So I think in the last week there was 2 or 3 extra sign-ups, which is great.
That is nice.
We did have a lot, but it was fantastic to be able to fit them in last minute.
Yeah. I suppose, with the scheduling and everything else. Right, let's see what first date have got for this random round. JPE. Some of these, some of the first rookie teams earlier on were looking really quite, clinical and mechanical, which is good. Let's see if first date are continuing with that trend. Looking good. Yeah, really good.
Nice score, 11.
11 for first date. Unofficial score for rookie. That closes out the rookie round 5.
And we're into the VFS, who Hannah will be our specialist commentator for.
Excellent. So we are starting with block 11. This one's called Fun Buddies.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah, it's head up, head down, and you go from one partner to the other partner into B. And then 15 is the bipole, which has a 340 spin on it. This is a little bit more simple than round 4, no slot switching. But a couple of more tricky moves, maybe with the bipole. You've got the outface move. So yeah, let's see. These guys, this is a little bit more of a different launch as well. They've got launch off the leg, as you can see. Boom, straight into the move, and then they switch partner. Great, that's the outface.
Yeah, we're looking from the top down. Is this normal?
Yeah, actually, no, it's not at all. We're just going to change camera in shortly. Okay. So we're going to look from this view. That's great. We've got an interesting, different perspective on VFS here. So they're getting through this third page already. So you can see the difference in foot grip.
Yeah.
And now that this is a 360 move, but 2 of them are out face, so they're completely blind there. So it's not the easiest.
And because we're judging at this, we're looking at this point, does this mean if this is the judging material, they're going to have to redo it?
I have no idea.
What was the reason for filming VFS from underneath? Where did that
Just to
start
see the
from?
grips, because when we're in different orientations, the head down, you can't see the grip basically. So
It
it's
has to be from underneath.
yeah. Okay, that would look like a great round there from Omni. Omni 99, and the second team we have not Omni, of course. These guys, I think, are getting better and better. I think they're definitely picking up a bit more confidence.
Confidence growing?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to do for the launch here. Probably not. I reckon it's going to be free. It's a little bit of a tricky launch.
Right.
2 head up, 2 head down. Going into the block 8.
Let's go. Good luck, not Omni. Let's go.
Looking great so far. Definitely see a little bit more rushed sometimes, a little messier. But there you go. That's with
Quick
the
spin,
the 360 moves. They're not easy to do in place. You know, Omni made it look very easy, but the spins in place when you're flying at 95%, it's not easy.
Yeah, the smallest difference in body position there puts you in a very different position.
I think we got a little lost there. Starting again. But good job in just carrying on. It's difficult. That's it. Yeah. Okay.
And
time's up.
and Hannah, is VFS as popular as it once was, or?
I don't know. I think it definitely differs between. It goes ups and down, like a lot of disciplines. Okay, great. So we have the scores for round 1, and you can see Omni got an amazing 27. That was quite a quick round. It was all head down, but that's still a very impressive score. And not Omni in second place with 12.
Yes.
Which they're going to be very pleased with as well, I think. So, great job on round 1 scores there.
Absolutely. And if you remember round 2, the unofficial scoring put not Omni really well ahead.
they've got at least a 19.
The unofficial score, they
exactly.
scored way higher than Omni 99.
Yeah. So that's the end of the formation skydiving, vert formation skydiving. We're now going to go to TAF for another interview.
Yes, thanks, Mark. And we are here with Chimera from Skydive Langer. On the right, I've got Will, then Sarah, Laura, and James. And they are silver medalists 2021 Outdoor Nationals. Laura, how's the meet been going up to now for you guys?
Yeah, good, thank you. It's really great to be back and to be competing and to be able to watch the other teams. We haven't prepared as much as we might have hoped. Various things have got in the way, including COVID, but we're having a really good time, really enjoying it.
Cool. And have you really enjoyed the rounds up to now, or have they been sticky, or has it been flowing, or what, Sarah?
I think we've had 4 really good rounds, 1 not great round, but it's always the way. You're always going to have a few rounds which don't feel great.
And which round was that?
Round 4.
Oh, okay. I have a question for James on the end from Simon Brentford. He wondered if you had a cheeseburger with bacon for your lunch.
No, I didn't. I can tell you what I did have for lunch, though. Christ, I can't actually. I've forgotten already.
And that's why round 4 went so bad, is it? What about for the rest of the season, guys? Will, what training have you got for the rest of the season? I know you're going outdoors and indoors as well.
So mostly outdoors for the rest of the season. We've got a couple of trips to America planned with our coach Nicholas. So hoping to get out and get jumping as soon as possible, really.
Cool. Thank you very much for... Okay, thank you very much for that. And we're going back to the studio.
Because of the problem that we have with the camera angle, we are redoing it again. So they're getting a second go. Looking even faster, looking so great here. Look at that, smashing through this. This is quite a quick round, so especially with the second go, this is looking really, really good here.
This is one of those examples of having to redo it again. Actually, sometimes can be a benefit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're going to be really pleased with that, I think.
Particularly for a team that doesn't have that pressure of being very closely followed by others.
Right, there you go.
So that is the end of round 5. We will see you again shortly with the artistics.
to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered, the IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly. Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered, the IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly.
Hello and welcome back. We are at the British Nationals 2022 at iFLY Basingstoke. It's Emma Matacola and Hannah Parker, and we're ready to bring you some more of the artistic disciplines. Hannah, what do we have coming up now?
It's very exciting, Emma. It's round 2, so we're kicking off again with the 4-way dynamic, moving into the freestyle and then the 2-way dynamic.
What do we have for the draw for the 4-way?
So yeah, 4-way we have starting with head down mixed snake going into a, oh sorry, no, that was round 2. Head up in face snake, butterfly, and then the head down circles. So it should be, it's fairly simple, but not necessarily the quickest. The butterflies often take longer time. That's the butterfly move is where they cross in the layout. And a lot of head up, well, the head up mixed snake is a few transitions going on. And then finishing with the head down circles, that should be pretty quick.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so we've got kind of a mixed bunch, and then we're going to see how for the 4-way, we've obviously got 2 teams. And we don't have the scores at the moment uploaded, but as soon as we get those scores, we're going to start bringing them to you. I've just had a bit of a chat with the judges, and they're really impressed with what they've seen.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a few... we saw mostly kind of what we'd kind of predicted to see, but we did have a few surprises, including Chris Mayhew's exit, which actually he's recorded and uploaded to Facebook. So it's
Already.
Okay, we can talk about it. We can have a giggle
First
about it.
thing he said was, it's never happened to me before. It never does it? It's only when you're competing and it's all on video that's when that happens. Yeah, I think he had a little moment where, are we gonna see it? Oh no, they're getting ready. But maybe we should find that little clip. I'm sure Chris would love that. But yeah, it's all one of those things where it never goes right exactly when you want it to. So, but yeah, he's having a good laugh about that. Hopefully it won't happen again.
Exactly, but that is what makes these competitions so exciting. Live competition. These are people. This is not, a competition where we're on a gymnastics mat. This is flying in the air. This is, sometimes can be dangerous stuff. We're flying at high wind speeds, and things happen, and we just want everyone to fly safely. But we do like to keep it exciting, see the drama, see the busts, keep you up to date with the scores. So we can hear the wind speed cranking up now. Hannah, we can see oddballs waiting, giving us a wave
Here they
from
go.
Tim.
We're gonna also keep up with the. Oh, they're giving us a wave. Oh, look at those. Aren't they cute? Aren't they sweet? Yeah, that's Martin, Tim, Greg, and Jimmy. So yeah, getting ready to go. We're gonna try with the timer again. So again, just a reminder, this is unofficial, but just to give us an indication of how fast they're going.
We will not, as well, we won't see the red lights. The judges are judging manually. So we won't see the red lights, but we will see the busts included, and we'll try and spot busts. It's all happening very quickly, but we'll try and spot busts that we can see on the screen. And look, when we do have the scores, we'll bring you those.
Great. So yeah, only 2 teams in 4-way dynamic. This is fairly normal, actually, just because it's a bit more of an advanced discipline, and but it's great to see these 2 teams competing. And yep, they're getting ready. So here we go, and they're in.
Tim leading the way, followed by Greg. Oh, a bit of a wobble there. Followed by Martin and Jimmy McCarthy at the back. Almost look like they're struggling a bit with the wind speed, but Tim is a very tall guy. So they're flying at 94% there. That's it, bringing it up and over. It's all looking quite smooth, maybe a little bit of confusion. It's hard to see.
Is the head up circles? No? Right. Oh, no. That's back to the snake. Sorry, got a bit lost myself there.
Butterfly, so they cross over, they do a bottom loop at the bottom of the tunnel and cross over again. And I love the way this looks in 4-way.
Butterfly is definitely the pretty move, isn't it? The pretty vertical move. I think they're looking better than the first round already, warmed up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit more confident. Okay, finishing up and back onto that vertical, which is the butterfly.
Oh.
A little bit of a hesitation there. And into the circles.
And it really is not easy flying with 4 of you in there.
It is not, especially if you are competing in other disciplines. Oh!
He nearly took his head off as well there, Jimmy.
Nice. nice exit there.
Oh, good job, guys.
Didn't
Great
do
round
a
2.
Chris Mayhew.
Did he? It's going to be called an official Chris Mayhew from now on.
Sorry, Chris Mayhew. It's another battle off.
All right, so these guys, 3 men and Harry. Wait, we just going to keep track of the time a little bit there. So for round 2 of oddballs, what was that? Do you remember what that was? No? 87.2. There we go. So let's see how 3 men and Harry do. I think they were a little quicker on round 1.
I think they were, but as we don't have the scores, we don't know about how clean they were, whether they got any busts. And just to remind you, a bust is a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, and if they skip the whole move, it's a 20-second penalty. So
yeah, we don't
and
want
here
that.
they go.
That's it. In they go.
Very tight, looking good.
They are looking faster. Maybe slightly less hesitation into the butterfly. You can see there how quick that butterfly is. That was really nicely performed. Oh. It looks as though they have got a bit of confusion here. So this is where teams really need to work together to try to restart. And this is where it is really, really key to know the dive pool like the back of your hand.
Yeah, you don't want to be thinking in the middle of a move, like what's coming next. It really should be second nature.
And this is where they need to assign one person to restart, which will usually be the person in first position, flyer 1. They will have to re-find where they are and everyone else will join in. Now, if they do skip a move, that will be, as we said before, a 20-second penalty. It's going to be really interesting to see whether that did cost them that little bit of confusion there. Other than that, Hannah, it's looking quite fast.
Yeah, great. Definitely get back in the swing with it.
And they are out. Oh, I think that was about 80.
It was definitely less than that.
Yeah, it was definitely less than that, and that is definitely quicker than oddballs.
Yeah, around about 82.
About
So,
82.
yeah. Well, they did a little confusion in the middle though, so let's see. It all depends on how clean it was too, without the bus or not. All right, moving into freestyle round 2. So, just to recap, they will be performing the same routine, and this difficulty score will already be set now by our judges. So, moving on with the scores for round 2, they'll be looking at the execution and the presentation of the routine. So, first up is Saul from Enigma.
So we saw Saul flying as well, didn't we, in the two-way? He started with a nice routine. You know, he's the first off to start to kick off all of the artistic disciplines in this competition. It's a big weight on his shoulders.
We've got Ed W on the board. He says, "Come on, Solikins."
Oh,
so great support there.
Saul for Rookie of the Year.
Got a lot of support, Saul, on the board here.
Yeah, we love getting your messages. So if you are watching on the live stream, please do leave us a message, and we'll try and give you a shout out. A little shout out from my father-in-law, Adam Maticola's dad, Paul Maticola, saying hi, Emma and Hannah, doing a great job. When are Flo and Isaac flying with my children?
Emma's 1- and 2-year-olds.
Well, I think they're probably going to win.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Future flyers right there, surely.
Absolutely, matching suits and everything. Right, so just taking a little bit of time here, and you know, tunnel competitions, this does happen. There's all sorts of delays that can happen. We're very reliant on, you know, on wind power and lights, and there's
judges.
there's lots of pieces of the puzzle that have to fit together, and this whole competition is just an absolute it's a huge thing to organise and keep running, and iFLY, and
so many things to coordinate there, all the teams and everything, different wind speeds. It's it's pretty amazing to see this all come together so well. So we're seeing there that Enigma Saul's flying on 79%. So compared to some of the others, that's a little, I'd say in the middle actually. Speed can depend on many different things, on the moves that you're planning on doing, on your size and weight. So generally, like higher speeds, obviously, if you're a bit bigger. So we're seeing Saul here, get up, almost ready to go.
Yeah, so with having a higher wind speed, it does help you to get that power behind you, to drive your body across the tunnel and make you faster, but it can also lead to not doing what you want to do. I think he's looking a bit more confident this time, Hannah.
He's looking great.
So these are probably not the most technically difficult moves, but we will also be looking at the execution. The judges will also be looking at execution. It looks like he's executing these nice. He looks more in control than he did in that first round. So it'll be interesting to see if the scores reflect that. As Hannah said before, we've got the core difficulty score. So each round now for the freestylers, the execution score will change, and it will be how they've executed that in that particular routine. Nice bit of head down out face, and that lovely exit.
Very graceful, good job, Saul. So we next up have Harry. So this is the local Basingstoke instructor. Also looking very good in the two-way and the four-way, competing in all the disciplines. He's doing great. He's flying at 85%. And we think first round we saw he was flying at a little bit of a higher difficulty level, a bit more of a complicated routine. So it'd be great to see how well he executes this round.
Yes. Yeah, instructor moving away, straight in. Straight into that breaker, that's really nice. And then he's got the side fly coming up now. I think he's just a couple of those.
Do you think the advantage of flying in your home tunnel, do you think that's a nice comfort zone as well?
I would say definitely. You know, what can beat your home tunnel? This is where you're most comfortable. You know your wind speeds. Lovely side fly in there, lowering down a little bit.
Stall.
David, he's got great technique. He's a very precise flyer. He really knows what he wants. So ensuring he's stable before going into that transition.
I think a little calmer this side, like definitely a lot more, precise. It's looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to him earlier. He said just as he was waiting in the antechamber, ready to go in, he said he was feeling really, really nervous.
Oh,
yes!
He's going to be pleased with that one, I think.
That was a really nice one, Hannah.
Great job, Harry. Now we have little Amy.
Yay!
Who's complete rock star in all disciplines.
Yes.
Her first ever tunnel competition. So she had an interesting routine. It's nice to see everyone's different style and individuality in freestyle. It really is a great opportunity to sort of express your own style. So it was, super nice in her great rainbow suit.
Yeah, she's doing a really lovely job. We've got people on the live stream commenting Ben Sohn, assuming is related to Harry, say, come on, Harry, smashing it. And we've got Paul Dorwood saying, stellar job commentating and running the stream, glued to this. I think we've got quite a few people glued to this on this lovely Saturday afternoon in February, watching the British Nationals.
It helps that it's extremely windy out, so not much skydiving going on, I'm assuming. So what do skydivers like to do when they're not skydiving? Watch skydiving.
Skydiving, tunnel flying.
Love that exit from Amy, so cool.
Showing great flexibility. Looking nice. So Amy Chavarin put together this routine by herself. She had a little bit of support from her iFLY colleagues in sort of asking them questions about the finer details, how to fine tune it. She's jumped in with Daisy Bradshaw, who's one of our freestyle judges. And Daisy's given her a few tips.
Great power in that move.
Yeah, again, these competitors are looking so much more confident. Oh, Amy, that was lovely. So, an instructor for the last 10 months here at Basingstoke. This is Amy's first competition.
She's out. Great job, Amy. Nice.
Oh, she looks pleased with that. And Red Mischief on their live feed is saying, little Amy, go gal. Go gal. Yes. Oh, dust off the shoulders. Is that Owen?
That's Owen. He's like, yeah, he's good. He's good. He's chilling.
I'm fine.
I'm fine. Nothing to worry about here. No nerves. Owen did great on his first round as well. He's also one of our Basingstoke instructors in his home tunnel.
Yeah, so you can see, I mean, we talked about it a little bit last time. Owen's obviously quite tall and, these flyers have all got different body types. And in freestyle, to a degree, the judging's subjective. And, every judge is going to have their favourite style. So you've got to look at wind speed and body types, and each flyer's got to make it their own while still hitting the things that the judges are looking for. That breaker then. Head up out face.
Emma, have you ever tried freestyle? Was this ever your thing? No? No?
Two-way dynamic or four-way dynamic. I had a rookie FST, not rookie FS, never did that. Rookie VFS.
VFS.
Not.
Yeah, I'm definitely not in front of the camera kind of person. Oh, here we go. He's out. That was really good. I think he's going to do that.
Nice one. And I just had a really big whoop and cheer from outside in the crowd there. Lots of support for Owen Willis there.
All right. Whilst we get the new guys in, we still have coming up the two-way dynamic, round 2.
So what do we have the draw? Do we have the draw for that, Hannah?
We do indeed. So it is going to be a head down mixed snake with a head up 360 and then the head up shuffler. So a bit more head up in here. I still think this is going to be a relatively quick round. Let's see how that goes. Plus the teams are maybe a little bit more confident after the round 1 nerves are out. So hopefully we can see. I'm hoping today we get an under minute two-way round. That's what I want, and I know that's what some of the teams want. iFLY, they told me they can do it under a minute on a quick round, so challenge accepted, boys.
Well, that's
we
our,
want to
our
see it.
personal goal then, isn't it, Hannah?
Yeah,
We'll
that's it.
fly fast
Yes.
from our seats here.
We're
like backseat flyers. Come on, guys.
We want to see under a minute, okay, guys?
Yeah.
While we sit here and watch you.
Hope that's clear. Do it.
Okay, going into the second half of the freestyle, we are starting with Lake, our Latvian flyer from Milton Keynes Tunnel.
I don't think I've seen Lake yet with that smile on his face.
Yeah, he does look happy, doesn't he? That's
He
good. Isn't it?
does. I remember when he came out of his first routine, he was like rubbing his hands together. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Right, some questions going on here. The wind is on.
Oh,
It
someone's
looks like
running
somebody's.
late.
Yeah.
Bit of confusion, not entirely sure what is going on, but I think we're getting started. I think he's off.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a thumbs up. Fires it down. Lake is in. This is freestyle round 2 at iFLY Basingstoke for the British Nationals in 2022.
So Lake as well, just said he is an instructor as well in the tunnel. Quite a few instructors competing, which is great to see. So these guys get really, maybe not necessarily an advantage, but with their sort of commitment to flying, working in the tunnel obviously exposes them to a lot more flying.
Yeah.
That's a great move there with the leg.
And also, not only that, Hannah, but also the expertise from, you know, from your fellow instructors. You're always in that flying environment, and as you know, as someone yourself, you've worked in the skydiving environment. You're there all the time, immersed in it, and it instantly becomes your world. And it's
Yes, very much aware of that. Almost an obsession, some might say.
taking you around the world. Oh, a little catch with his foot on the door there. Nothing that's knocked him off too much.
Well recovered.
Nice power. That was a nice camera view there. See him right up to the top of the tunnel. He looks pleased. Yes.
Good job, Lake. Great round 2. So next up we have Emily King, our 13-year-old competitor who was flying amazing. I think in the time off in the break, she's really evolved. She's really doing so great.
So we've just got a little shout out on the live stream. This is from Rob Southwell, saying, could we give a big shout out to Rupert Peters, who's suffering from long COVID, and he's the pin-up of Black Knights.
Oh well, Rupert, I really hope you're feeling better soon.
Definitely. Hope you're tuning in, watching, relax, and
enjoy some good flying.
Yes. Hopefully we can make you feel a little bit better just for today.
She's in.
Oh, she's looking so much more confident. And again, this is round 2 into almost Amanda's base lab there. She's got some really nice transitions. I was speaking to Zach Nicholas earlier, who is a coach and also a competitor, and he was saying, oh, little zip up the
there we
suit
go.
there.
That's
that was
the
some
real
skills. He was saying she's just really matured from flying like a, you know, flying more like a child, and she's really grown in her flying, and it's, you know, there's a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know, this is a girl who's not done a huge amount of hours, but has had the confidence to come and compete internationally.
Yeah, so she has competed in Wind Games twice, I believe. That's a competition that is in Puria Brava. So yeah, and she has competed in two-way dynamic with her coach Zach, I believe.
Yeah,
yeah.
nice exit there. And Emily is also, Amalia came over to coach Emily. She came over to Basingstoke, so she's had some coaching from Amalia.
Amalia was another young flyer, amazing flyer.
Yeah, based in Voss.
Exactly.
She's won lots of competitions. Is that Rosie?
Rosie is stoked. That's great support from her teammate there. So, yeah, next up we have Connor, who had amazing routine in round 1. And he is the reigning champion, here to defend his glory.
But he always just seems so chilled out, doesn't he?
Chilled out.
Just so relaxed.
He's got a great presence. Connor also does a lot of skydiving as well.
Yeah.
And he has been coaching a lot more load organising as well. So yeah, he's been killing it recently. It's great to see him.
time in. Oh no, we don't need time. It's freestyle.
It's in your own time.
He's just got beautiful body control. Those shoes are amazing. Nice into side fly on both sides. Into head down spin.
Amazing.
It's really nice. So you can see he's using the whole tunnel. He's working in lots of different orientations, head up, head down, sort of body horizontal. And he's always doing something. Whereas there are some of the routines where there's a lot of time spent getting into various positions. Connor is bam, bam, bam. He's one move, trick. He's just constantly going.
Sending it.
Yes.
Yeah, Connor. And he's out. Oh, I love that exit again. Big fan here, Connor.
Yes, Connor.
That was awesome. So I know in the past, freestyle has often been with music, which really does add to the sort of creativity of this discipline. And it's been beautiful to watch, Emma. I know you've been part of some events where we've had some amazing performances.
Yes.
No, it's not part of this competition, but I often, when I'm watching the freestyle, I imagine it to music.
Yeah, I do as well. And one thing I was actually thinking about asking some of the competitors was, do they listen to music during the routine?
Or do they design their routines to music?
Yes.
I think it's pretty much a dance, right? It's a dance
Exactly.
in the wind.
A dance in the wind? It is a dance in the wind.
It's a dance
Hannah,
in the wind.
Full of profound knowledge, Hannah Parker.
You can quote me on that one if you want.
2022. Here is Ed from Nova. We saw him competing earlier in the two-way dynamic. Great body control. He is one of those flyers that is just absolutely determined to do well.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been extremely dedicated as well. He did used to work in the tunnel in Manchester, but now does a lot more sort of private coaching and everything. But he's done really well in not like quite a short period of time. I would say he's been pushing it pretty hard. Yes. Yeah, nice, Ed. Great routine. All right, that is it for the freestyle. So moving on quickly to the two-way dynamic, and we should have our first team are the Sizzling Wombats. That is Martin and Jimmy. However, standing there are JP, which is Pinky and John T. So I don't know, maybe there's something we don't know. Either way, we'll just briefly go over what the round is. The dive ball, it's going to be a head down mixed snake. So starting head down, transitioning to head up, back into head down, moving into the head up 360 vertical move, and finishing with a head up shuffler. So this should be relatively quick. I'm going to just make sure we give this a time so we can have an unofficial time.
Perfect. Good job, Hannah.
Looks like Team JP are going in first. So, like one of my favourite quotes so far, probably quite good 2 years ago. But, but yeah, I don't know if that is...
So they are actually flying on the second lowest wind speed out of all of the two-way dynamic at 93%. And Enigma have 89%. Serendipity flying tunnel maxed out at 100%, which means that the tunnel is essentially flying at 100% of its power.
All right, I guess these guys are going in. So Jonty and Pinky, I've been told that these guys are inseparable.
Oh, you're right, Hannah.
Inseparable. Don't think that they've ever been on a skydive without each other.
What?
Yeah, can't live without each other, these two. Adorable.
It's very dreamy and romantic.
Looking great so far.
Oh, JP.
Oh,
lovely. Yeah, Kate Arnold saying she loves freestyle to music. Absolutely agree with that, but it's so hard to sort out the licensing, which has been a big debate recently, you know, the licensing for the music, because it does take it to another level.
Yeah, it was recently that the performers would have to pay for their own license, is that right?
Yes, I think there's quite a lot of discussion about that.
Yeah, a bit of controversy there, but so it's a little bit of a shame. It's not the most easy crazy thing to navigate right now, but at least we get to still enjoy the dancing in the wind.
Absolutely, the dancing in the wind dancing.
Right, we are almost through this round. First team competing in for round 2 for the two-way.
So again, this is an indicative score. This is going to be the raw score without any penalties added because we are. Oh.
Messi getting out.
A bit of a shrug. That was Jonty having a bit of a moment.
We've all been there. We've all had a bit of a moment.
We've all been there. Hannah, the worst thing I did was in a competition, I convinced my teammate that it was not my decision to make to get out after only 2 pages.
What about the next one? Well,
actually, sorry, Laura Kenyon. It was a very bad moment for me.
Well, I would say, fun fact: the one and only time I competed in two-way dynamic was
with me.
Was with you.
Unicorn free
fly. It was possibly a little bit out of my my league. I think we bust every single vertical move because I was not particularly good at those at that point.
During our flying, I remember we made a little unicorn.
We did. Yes, that was my one and only time competing in two-way dynamic.
Successful team here.
Right, go iFLY Manchester. We've got that from Daniel Mills. Yes, indeed, go iFLY Manchester.
And Sam Beman says, shout out to all my old teamies and old rivals who are competing today. Never mind so many friends, but especially Chimera, Eros and Alola. Alola. Sat with a beer, enjoying the stream.
Yeah, great to have you guys on. Hi, Sam Ben. I knew that's Sam Bennett. Haven't seen you in a while, Sam.
That was so sweet, right, this is Josh and Fuzz in the tunnel.
They were not happy with their round 1. Spoke to them. They said, yeah, it was not their best, but they are looking really nice now in round 2. Much better. How does it feel with the round 1 nerves? That was always the bit that's you got to get through that, and then.
Well, for me it was round 1 nerves, round 2 nerves, round 3 nerves.
Oh, a bit of freestyle going on there.
Yeah.
From Josh.
There's going to be a little bit of frustration here.
Yeah.
Do we know how many hours they've trained together?
No. We will have to find out.
Definitely find out. But yeah, both of them very experienced flyers. Fuzzy always seems to be in a good mood. He's got his girlfriend here watching.
Yeah, impossible to not be in a good mood.
Absolutely. When iFLY Manchester, Rupert Peters says, have it, lads.
And there
are he had it, lads.
A little bit faster than than JP, and I think they'll be pretty happy with that compared to the first round. Looking good, boys.
Oh, it's the Shankers.
So we still haven't had Sizzling Wombats. Not sure what's going on with them, but we're moving on anyway to FSU, Harry and Ali.
Sizzling Wombats is outside the tunnel.
They are sizzling outside.
Marinating
Wombats.
So we've got the Shankers up next. This is Alabama Shanker and her dad, Harry Shanker, wanting to do a team apparently before Harry
kicks the bucket.
Which is not imminent.
Oh, and they're in. These guys have such a great dynamic between them. They're so much fun to watch.
They do. I think they do quite a bit of sort of load organising and tunnel boogie nights and.
Yep. Looking nice now though. It's Ali leading the way.
Pink helmet followed by Harry in the yellow helmets. So these two really familiar with dynamic lines. It's just about the execution now.
You can see Ali's power through that bottom loop.
Yeah.
Compared to Harry. Sorry, Harry. But it's a great comparison.
Yeah.
We'll see it come around again. She's just a great little flyer.
She is, and we've seen her competing a few times in Wind Games, which incidentally, Wind Games always falls on her birthday every year.
Oh, nice one.
Celebrated several birthdays with her.
So it's the mixed shuffler there. Oh no, sorry, head up shuffler. There, see, she's got such great power through there.
Bottom loop into that third and final page. She looks like she's really getting into her stride now.
Great to see if we, next round, we can get some statistics on busts. So we can see who's flying clean and who's not. We'll get our naughty list.
A naughty list?
Naughty list, the busts.
The bust list. The busters.
So yeah, this is in general a little bit slower than round one for everyone, I think. And
Yay. I really love the way she catches her dad as he
carries
comes
her dad
out.
through. Bless him.
That's really sweet. The camaraderie here at the tunnel competitions is really, really lovely to see.
Yeah, everyone's supporting everyone for sure.
And it's nice. It is, you know, we talked about it a little bit with Emily King, but we, you know, it's like a family, and we know each other. We've known each other for so many years, and you come and you see people that you see once a year at competitions.
Exactly. And where we haven't seen each other for even longer than that because of COVID, so it's even more exciting.
Absolutely, Hannah.
So what have we got left for round two, Emma?
Well, we haven't seen Sizzling Wombats, but it does look like they're about to come into the tunnel.
Is that, yeah, I don't know, maybe they were, you know, having a cup of tea. Got a bit carried away. Oh.
Yeah, and did we see Connor come in? We've seen Rosie. So these are the next group of the two-way dynamic flyers.
Yeah, so yeah, it looks like we're starting now with Sizzling Wombats. This is Martin Robertson and Jimmy McCarthy, jacks of all trades, of all disciplines.
Fingers in all the pies.
Better late than never.
Right, Martin's standing there, looking a bit pensive. So we can't hear the wind on in the tunnel, which means it's not going to be next couple of seconds. So they've got a little bit of time to stand there and think. We are hearing the wind speed now. So what will be going through those flyers' heads right now?
So these guys are flying at 92%. We talked a little bit about this. Like we almost got confused between Connor and Rosie because they look so similar in Team Serendipity. These guys, because they're the same sort of height, and here Jimmy is a little bit bigger than Martin. So you've got to think about that when they're even setting their wind speed. It's something to consider to cater to the team, basically.
Yeah, but I mean, so they're on 98%, which is the same as Nova, which is Chris Mayhew and Ed Cracknell. Serendipity, as I said, on 100%.
Wow. That's it. Go fast or go home.
Go fast or go home. Can't do both.
All right. These guys looking good so far. Through that head up 360.
Yeah, Jimmy's been practicing kind of various things in the tunnel. I was just talking to him a little bit about it, but he's kind of working on different lines and the kind of the dynamic work within the tunnel. You know, they're flying this, but each of these transitions and each of these moves, if they practice that again and again and again, they can get it smoother and faster and be shaving off seconds each time.
And Jimmy's actually getting quite a lot of love on the feed as well. We've seen many people. Jimmy McCarthy is my hero from Rob Southwell. That's nice.
It is nice.
Yeah. And they're out. I didn't time them. Sorry, guys. Could be anything. We'll have to work it out later.
We will, and as soon as we get those scores, we will let you know.
And so next up we have iFLY. These are our local boys. I have some fun facts about these guys. Harry broke his foot at some point. And they couldn't compete, I think in 2018.
Yes,
do you know this?
Yes, and it was on the bottom net, wasn't it?
I don't know.
I believe he caught his foot on the bottom net, and he said whenever he comes now and he's coming down, he tucks his feet up. You know, you've had an accident before, you want to prevent it again. So when he is coming down feet first, you know, for a transition to head down, he pulls his feet up so he doesn't have the same accident.
Right, so these guys are looking fast. I'm going to just say it. I reckon it's going to be between iFLY and Serendipity.
I think I might agree with you.
Yeah.
It'll be very interesting to see what happens with Nova as well. After they had their little exits boo-boo.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see. I think Chris Mayhew was thinking they would probably have been in 3rd place rather than 4th place.
And I think also, bear in mind, coming up, we're going to have the head-to-head rounds, which is where it gets really exciting. That's when the pressure really hits as well.
It is.
So that's when anything can happen.
Yeah, so we're kind of going for a ranking of these flyers now. We're going to see who's ranking, who's got the highest scores, who is flying the fastest, who's making the most mistakes.
And the top 4 competitors here will be invited to the World Cup.
Well, that will be hosted in Belgium, I believe.
Exactly. So that is definitely a lot to fly for here.
Yes.
This is looking really nice.
So this is essentially the qualifications for the being sent to the World Cup or World Championships. Oh, look
nice
at that.
one, boys. So, although interestingly, what we don't know about the busts, looking very similar to iFLY Manchester. So we have a little bit of friendly iFLY competition going on there. Those teams both looked pretty fast in round 2. And so moving on, we've got our more rookies in this. Yeah, hi guys. What's up, Saul? What's up, James? Good luck for your round 2. Yeah, the newer guys here in the competition, but still flying really nice.
Yeah, so we've just seen Saul fly in freestyle. James is not. This is James's only discipline, I believe, that he's competing in this time.
Yep. So when I met James only a year ago, was quite an experienced skydiver and tunnel flyer, and so he really has smashed it out the park. And like I said, they've just spent, I think it was 12 hours each in Russia quite recently. So they really dedicated to flying right now, which is amazing to see always. So great to see where these guys will be going.
It's looking nice. It's definitely slower. I mean, this is where you can see the comparison to, for example, Nova, Serendipity, WeFly. This is markedly slower. And there it's just all about experience, how much opportunity you've had to fly, how many hours of training, how well you know and have worked with your teammate. You know, relatively new teams are never going to perform as well as those teams that have been together for years.
And this is going to be a great experience, of course, because it's a different story flying these lines under pressure. So,
yeah.
So far, both of them are doing really great.
Yeah, first competition, it will be both of these two. Oh, they are looking so much more confident than that first round.
Were you position number 1 or position number 2? Leader, follower?
Oh, it depends on which various teams that was.
What did you prefer flying? One. Oh. And yeah, nice job, boys.
That was a really nice job, Enigma.
Great. 102.8. Not sure about the busts, but looking good. So these guys are flying at 100%, you said, right?
Yes, Rosie and Connor.
Yeah, amazing. So
this is the highest speed that the tunnel goes to. Now, what you don't want to do here is make a mistake, because if you make a mistake, the wind speed is so high, it's going to ping you up to
oblivion.
Jupiter.
Space.
Not really space. Stay in the tunnel.
The diffuser.
But not good. So, but the advantage that having a flying at high speed is that it can enable you to fly faster if you get it right.
You really have to fly your fastest position as well, right?
Yeah.
So which is not the easiest.
No, holding that position strong.
Nice explosive entrance. These guys are really going for it.
And you can see how fast that transition is. You see both of them there transitioning to head up and head down. Nice transition to head up.
This is for the head up shuffler. Getting to page 2, second round.
And say, woo, Connor and Rosie. And woo, Connor and Rosie. They are going for it.
I think this is the best we've seen.
Yeah, I think so. This definitely feels like the most comfortable to watch.
These guys are so synced up. They really are great teammates.
Really nice now. Trying to see. I've not seen any busts not saying there wasn't any, but it's hard to see on this screen. But this is looking really good, Connor and Rosie.
I think it's going to be the fastest yet.
I've got a feeling.
Not quite. Oh! Nice. So no, a little slower than the iFLY in Manchester and WeFly guys, but did look very clean. So I can't wait to see what those scores look like after we have the final scores from the judges. Hi, Chris. Watch your head on the door. Watch your head.
Don't do a Mayhew.
He's never going to live that down.
No, he's not.
Chris is lovely, and so is Ed. These guys are really, really awesome guys. Great flyers, and let's just hope he doesn't hit his head all the way out.
Well, do you know what? I have known Chris for years, but also I used to read he had an AFF diary on, if anyone can remember the platform, it was called kind of skydiving chat forum.
I don't know. I don't think I've
years
read
ago.
it.
If anyone knows, please write it on the live stream. And Chris Mayhew had an AFF diary, and I used to follow him before I'd ever met him.
Oh, so you were a super fan?
I was
before
super
you knew
fan,
him.
yeah. I was a Chris Mayhew
super fan. They're looking good though, a lot better than the first round, I think. Everyone did. It's definitely getting to the groove of things now.
Yeah, they're gonna have in their head, they're gonna know that it's the exits that they are wanting to nail this time. It's looking nice. I definitely don't think it looks as fast as the previous team.
Nope.
They are both very skilled flyers though, both indoor and outdoor.
Yeah, they have been a team for 5 years now. So that's, so their speciality as such is definitely outdoor.
Yes.
But yeah, these guys are looking good.
Possibly.
Slow around. Yeah, nice. That's definitely a celebration for the exit. Good.
Chris Mayhew made it out safe and sound. Thank goodness. That was Nova.
I think we have the replay. I'm so sorry, Chris, but it's just too good. We're going to do it. Of the famous exit of, oh, whoopsie, watch your head. Try get there. Oh, there we go.
Oh, Chris Mayhew, we're so
Good.
sorry.
We love you.
But that's doing a Mayhew.
Beautiful. Doing a Mayhew. You're now famous. Oh, another angle.
I tell you, the more angles we can see of this, the better.
Oh, good job, Chris. Yes, there we go. That was Nova's new exit style. I think maybe you should just rock it. Go into freestyle with that.
I liked it. It was good.
All right, so what's happening next?
Right, we have got a 1 minute break now, and then we will be back with you shortly.
live stream audience, welcome back to the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals round 6. Sorry for the slightly out of sequence start. You might have seen NFTO do their first round 6 there, and I'm happy to say we gave them an indicative score of 26. Sorry,
26. Yes,
26,
not 6. Not 6.
26.
They're much better than that.
So well done, NFTO. We're now going to start off with the remainder of the AAA round 6.
So unfortunately, a slight intermission with our guitar players. We've missed Alola live footage, voltage, and as we were saying, just NFTO, but we did score them as an indicative 26. We do have some other breaking news though for NFTO fans.
We do. So NFTO had a bit of problem with their round 1. Originally, they had some problems with the footage, but we've been able to pull it off the live stream. So they're very happy that they won't have to re-jump that. So hopefully we'll have complete round 1 scores shortly for AAA.
Good, and that takes us nicely into the second set of AAA teams. So we're continuing now with Eros. The jump here is A13 P11, which is a really interesting sequence. So we've got a random block sequence, which normally this might give us an indication of the end point average for teams. It's a really interesting sequence. So Mark's going to continue because we're getting interesting now with the scorings. So let's see where we get. So speaking to Eros outside the tunnel on this round, nothing fancy, just taking it standard, taking it steady.
So 13 is one of those new blocks. There's still a lot of teams experimenting with different techniques. What sort of differences are you seeing there, Dave?
Well, I think since the block came in, there's been a couple of variations of either high grips or wrist grips. Some say the wrist grips are a little bit more flexible. Personally, I prefer the high grips and slightly more less movement in the centre, so just a side slide and a switch. Yeah, so there's a develop because it's new, it's developing. People are trying out new ways of doing it, but it is a quick block. So Eros 22, is that indicative 22? Do you remember?
Yep.
All right, Eros indicative 22. Now Meraki.
Thanks for the shout out, Mr. Sambem, in the live stream chat.
Wonderful. Right, Meraki, indicative score. Let's see how these guys get on. They're going to be taking standard. There's the A13 P11. Quite an exciting round. It's one of those things, if you get a good rhythm, you can naturally score pretty well with it, because it's a start-stop, random block. It can really sort of play with your head a little bit if you start going too fast and you kind of lose where you are. Misgrip there. Yeah. But these are the types of jumps that you really see how teams perform with pressure. So indicative 24 for Meraki with a possible bust. In comparison, NFTO scored what was an impressively clean round of 26.
We're seeing a lot of differences between these teams. Sometimes some of them have really good rounds, and then other times, obviously not quite as smooth, which is going to make for a really interesting competition as we go through to the later rounds.
Yeah, it's different teams have preferences. They've got stronger blocks. Mentally prepare slightly differently for rounds. So it's an average at the end of the 10 rounds. It's how do people consistently perform. Right, so Omni Tunnel Edition, as you know, these guys are our VFS team, UK VFS team, who've decided to go flat and try the big leagues of AAA.
It looks like they may also have got matching jumpsuits, which are very dedicated of them.
Matching jumpsuits, that was exactly. In the big leagues when you got matching jumpsuits. It's nice and steady though for a non-trained AAA team. They're nailing some of these moves.
Yeah, looks like an indicative 11.
Indicative 11, and we'll remind our viewers these are not official scores. This is just us messing around, seeing how people get on. So the judges are the real scores. But they look happy. They do look happy. So yeah, just coming back to news flash, we had a hiccup with round 1 for NFTO, and they were likely to have to redraw
re-jumped that, and I was speaking to them during the break, and they were mightily relieved that they weren't going to have to do it, because they were really happy with their first
They were really happy. We've got a lot of rounds today, and obviously they want to make sure that they're competing at their best in every round. Having to do one extra in between just gives them that less time.
Absolutely. And as they're saying, they want to focus on the future rounds, and rather than having to go back and redo it. Right, so the next set of AAA teams, we're going to be finishing with the AAA guys with Chimera next, followed by Shaka. So speaking to the Chimera guys in the break as well, I think these are going to be going standard engineering. They said they did have a look at the alternate A, where you've got inside centre, but actually they weren't keen on that, so stock standard. And let's see where we get with these guys. Potentially can be quick. Let's see how they fare against the NFTO and Meraki scores.
So we've got a 26th of each against NFTO, indicative of course.
Alright, straight in with the A. Nice and smooth, there we go, into the 13. And watching these guys over the last year and a bit, I've always found them to be really smooth. I think that might have been the work that Nicholas does with these guys training, doing a lot of stuff remotely, naturally because of the breaks with COVID and stuff. A little bit of congestion there. Nice 13.
You can see the length of time that the 11's taken out.
Ooh. So indicative 25, one short of NFTO, but they might have nailed one on the buzzer on the last timing. Depends on.
NFTO have really come out fighting this round. They were a little bit behind, based on the available scores that we've got, both official and
unofficial. Yeah, and do you know what? The news of not having to do the re-jump
probably was a real big
bonus for them.
Boost for them,
They've come in and right, let's just have it.
So we've got Shaka up next. That's the last AAA team.
Indeed. Right, let's have a look. These guys again had a quick chat with.
Someone stuck in the door.
Now, is this going to make them go a little bit too fast? We'll find out. Sometimes you get stuck in the door, you get that tension. It's like, I've got to go faster, make up the time, but. Kind of need to go the opposite way. Forget about it and just.
Well, the energy is looking good so far.
Yeah, it's
they haven't really
controlled. No, that's good. Nice 13. Yeah, they're looking really steady actually. With that, even with that hiccup.
Watch out for the door.
19. All right.
20.
So Shaka, maybe 19, 20. But other than that little hiccup, and I'm sure they'll be laughing about that.
They will.
I'm hoping they'll be laughing about that.
It makes for the good bloopers in the competition.
Right.
And good entertainment for our viewers at home.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So someone's mentioned how who's flying camera for all of these teams is amazing. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we've duct taped someone to the top of the tunnel, and their role the whole day is just to point their head down.
Right, moving into the AA category, grenade. AA category, the dive is N11.6. So we're seeing the same formation in terms of the 11. We saw the 6 earlier on as well for the AAA team, and as we remember, the N is the outfacer. So again, the 11 AA block. You've got 2 separate pieces. One's got to go up, one's got to go down, and it is quite a technical block. A bit of translation, rotation.
The 11 is definitely harder than the 6 for them, because on the 11, for half of the move, the front piece doesn't get good visuals on the back piece, so it's naturally a harder one for teams to develop.
And some teams who are starting off with the 11s will start with sort of 2D, so they'll all do it on the same level, and then eventually they'll start to try and cut corners and save some time and do 3D.
Yeah, so we've got a changeover now. We're going to be swapping in IBME, Squad Game and Martial Law. For those just joining us and haven't been on the live stream from earlier today, This is the qualifying event for the European Championships and World Cup that for the first time is being held together, and that's going to be in April in Belgium. So there's a lot of teams that will be looking to qualify for that.
We're just changing over now, other AA teams. Hopefully later on we'll be able to have a quick look at the scoreboards. We've had some shout-outs from our Langer team, from our Langer contingent. Apparently we're quite large in their front room. They've got,
fantastic,
they've got
thank you very much.
Big heads in big TV screens in living rooms.
So we've had a lot of love for IBME. I think you've got a lot of spectators.
A lot
online,
of support,
which is great.
yeah. And you know, IBME have been flying for a few years, coming through the ranks, more so outdoors at nationals. So it's great to see them indoor competing a different flavour. So IBME, here we go. N11.6. Let's see how they get on with this round. Nice and steady in the tunnel.
Loving these pink grips.
Yeah, that's it. They need to rotate. That's it. Keep going. There we go. Yeah, and
good.
then the 6.
See them taking care of that vertical separation there on the 6.
Yeah.
The more vertical separation you've got, typically the easier it is to get across the other pair, but obviously it also adds to the time it takes to complete the block.
It's natural that trying to avoid each other, you put a little bit too much effort in, there's too much height, and eventually, you know, it takes a little bit of time to get back down. But a solid indicative 6 for IBME.
Well done.
Well done, guys.
So squad game up next.
Squad game. Right, let's see what these guys are going to do. So an entrance or some form of it. I suspect the person in the antechamber is going to drop in and turn. Oh no, they've gone the other way. Okay. There's the N.
Picking up the 11.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, that front piece where the two people are compressed is quite a tough turn. If you're not trained, yeah. Good, nice, close to the 6.
Oh, they might have lost that N.
Few more points. Can I get a few more points?
1 second.
Oh, they might get one more point right at the end there. Squad game. 8. Solid 8. 2 up on IBME. What we got next? We've got martial law. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are at iFLY in Basingstoke, the British Indoor National Championships for 2022, and qualification for the European and World Cup Championships in Belgium in April.
And the only year we're going to have 2 nationals in one go, because we have to switch to the new schedule of having nationals in November.
Absolutely. We'll talk about that shortly. Here we go. Martial law. Let's see how these guys do with their 11s. That's nice. Nice communication. Start the 6. Got it. Yeah, well done.
Lots of positive energy. Yeah. Almost too much.
I think, you know, it's these dives where, you know, you really, I'm going to say, metaphorically bouncing off each other. You know, good eye contact, big smiles, you're having fun while you're doing it. It makes it a lot more enjoyable. Sometimes you get a bit too serious.
Well, it's important to have fun.
Yeah, things get a little bit tense, and when you start to tense up, your body shape sort of is a bit contorted, and you can't relax and you fly your body too well. So it's great to see big smiles as they're coming out.
So well done to Martial Law.
Martial Law, right. We're going to have a rotation. Birds of Paradise Jail coming in next, foreigners. Let's see if we can get some 4-way scores on the doors. Let's see if we've got AAA coming in. Look at that, just by magic. And a big score by Chimera for round 2, officially 25. That's a big jump from 21.
Yeah, they've really dominated round 2. It'll be interesting to see if they're able to maintain that pace.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
the rounds that we haven't had official scores yet, but we are still waiting for round 1 scores for NFTO and British Army Voltage, which hopefully, now that we've resolved the video issues, should be up shortly.
Yeah, and that whole NFT scores on round 1, that's going to really really move that scoreboard around. So great work. Let's see, can we see any double
Moving on to double A. So in double A, we've got one team out in front, Deep and Filthy.
They've been looking good.
Closely followed by Grenade. Yep, Deep and Filthy have been consistently good.
Grenade looking good as well.
Foreigners in 3rd place.
Yeah, close in 2nd and 3rd. Right, we're going to cut back to the tunnel now, and we've got Birds of Paradise in the double A next. See how these guys. Oh yes, it's one of the Bradley Sisters teams.
Bit of confusion over the right grips there.
Everybody wants to do the 11. And a bit of backflying as well.
This makes for great watching.
Oh look, there's we've got smiles in there as well. This is really good to see the levels, especially on the 6.
You can see just how much pieces are going over one another.
And ideally, for the the trained teams, the margin of trying to get up and over and separation is really quite slim. Then we finish. Nice work, guys. Bit of back flying, yeah, bit of everything in that round.
There was everything. We love the style.
Love the style.
So up next, we've got Jail.
Jail. Here we go. And if you are listening, wherever you are in the world, please say hello. Let us know how you're finding the live footage, how you're finding the commentary. Obviously, be nice. Yeah, if there's anything that we're missing, you want to hear more about, let us know. Right, Jail, off they go. That out-facing end can be tricky, but they've done a good job on that.
So going into this round, Jail on the official scores are currently in 7th place.
Okay.
With a total of 15 points. So we'll see if they can beat their average.
And that's the first 2 rounds. They're the official scores, first 2 rounds. We are on round 6, so there's still a few rounds to score and post. Working really hard to close that 11, which is great.
Cool, well done, Jail.
Well done, Jail. Not an easy jump. Jail coming out there, big high fives. Got 207, getting ready to go in. Foreigners. Foreigners. I think we're starting to see teams looking, to me, they're looking a little bit more confident in the door, getting used to those entrances and how the wind's going to, how they're going to interact. It's Tiger Tony team. Nice move for the front.
Making easy work
on
of
the
that
11. Yeah. Good
nice
6.
on the 6 as well.
That's really good. Wrong way.
The other way.
Right way. That's correct. Keep going. Boom.
12.
Good job. And where were Foreigners actually on the scoreboard after 2 rounds on that one?
So Foreigners were looking at the official scores.
Yeah.
We're in 3rd place.
After 2 rounds.
2 points behind Grenade after two officially judged rounds.
Okay.
Hello, they're giving us a wave.
Hello everybody.
Hello to the live stream.
Let's have a quick look at the single A board if we can, whilst we're changing over. Wow, Skydive Recruits out front with 42. That's great news. Breaking Dad following 35. And then we've got quite a close contest from 3rd down to 7th. So the next couple of rounds for that part of the board will be interesting to see where people land.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the re-jumped score for Team Tilstock's round 1.
Okay.
And I believe misbehaving aren't here.
Ah,
so
okay.
That's why we're missing scores for them. Mr. Sam Bem, which is Sam Bement for the people that know.
Mr. Bement.
He's asking why Fletch and Dave aren't competing.
Because we are commentating.
We are commentating. It would be a very impressive feat to be commentating and competing at the same time.
Indeed.
I'd love to be on the other end of the live judging that. I think we get about 50 points per round. Set a new world record.
Yes. Well, thanks for the question, Sam. Keep them coming in.
Sam.
All right, we've changed over now, and we have Deep and Filthy currently on the 2 rounds that we've got scored. Leading double A, and these are the last team in the double A category. So interesting how these guys have performed in the last couple of rounds. They've been really sharp. So let's see if they can continue that with this rather technical jump.
Yeah, they'll be doing very well. I wouldn't be surprised if at the next competition we see them stepping up to AAA and taking on the extra challenges of the slot switches.
Nice and steady. Yeah, it's looking good. No big hiccups or problems just yet.
Yeah, they've got all of the angles and the flying efficiency worked out. There's a really strong foundation.
Really
for
good.
these
17
guys.
actually. Indicative. That's quite
well done.
Nice. They should be pleased with that.
Should be.
It'd be interesting if they are actually going to continue competing in this fall. So, Paul, as you can see, just out of screen there, he was flying with Pumas last year. Don't know what's going to happen in any new team that they're in, but it's looking promising.
Yeah, very much so. For everyone joining us, we are iFLY Basingstoke, who have been very graciously organising the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals for us. This is the first British Nationals competition in 3 years, because obviously everyone's been locked in a house up until now. So it's absolutely fantastic to see just so many teams back at it, straight out of the gate.
And if you are watching at home, a skydiver, indoor or outdoor, just to let you know, you can prepare for another indoor national competition towards the end of this year. We've obviously moving into a more regimented sequence, similarly at like a lot of other countries in Europe, where they'll finish the outdoor season and move straight into the indoor season.
Exactly, and then we'll see the World Cup and World Championship competitions at the beginning of the skydiving season, so it makes the calendar for teams that want to do both a little bit easier to manage.
Alright, Team Tilstock opening up the round 6 for single A. The round is Q9. Potentially fast round, dependent on how they engineer the nines, either start or the end, to actually move straight quickly into the queue.
And also the potential to get on a bus if they're not paying attention to what's going on in the other piece while you're being impatient.
So what should you be looking for when you're moving through that 9?
Well, so the keys on the 9 should be coming from the top pair there. That's where you've got one person facing out, switching with the other person, and that makes sure that the grips are guaranteed. And then on the queue, it switches into the other part. So there's the temptation for the keys to always come from the same part of the formation, which is when you then run into problems on a dive like that.
Good, looked clean. Let's move on now from Tilstock to Wind Kickers. A lot of shout outs for these guys earlier on in the day. Let's see how these guys get on. As you say, it's could be a quick jump, could also be something that causes a lot of problems. Let's see how they get on. Looking so far so good. Yeah, nice and steady. They're taking their time, they're thinking about it. Steady, steady 14.
Well done, Wind Kickers.
Really good.
That's okay, it looked like they were going to carry on.
Yeah?
They were having so much fun, they didn't want to stop.
High fives all around, well done. Right, and finally the Winged Hussars waiting to come in. Mark, just have a look at the scores. Where were the Winged Hussars after the 2 rounds?
So Winged Hussars were in 3rd place, 1 point ahead of Pantheon. And 5 points behind Breaking Dad, who were in 2nd place.
Okay, so hopefully the scores on the previous rounds have pulled them up. But let's see if they can turn this into a good jump.
There's a lot of positive energy from there. They just need to make sure they stay patient.
Yeah, they're moving swiftly, efficiently. Oh. A slight brain lock probably. He thought he was going to the queue, but managed to pull off the 9 in the first anyway. That's good. Quick key. They might have extremely
dancing.
Happy. Yeah. He's not even coming out. There you go. There he is. Having more fun than all of them.
So for those that haven't joined us earlier today, the people in the red suits, these are our tunnel instructors, just making sure that the tunnel's ready before the next teams get in. So thank you very much to them and all the rest of the staff that's in the building today, making sure that the event runs smoothly.
And during the break, as we had a sort of walk around, what I was noticing is the dynamic, the freestyle, the 4-way is, it's highly watchable. We've got lots of spectators around. So if you are local to a wind tunnel and there's a comp on, come down, come and watch. The great atmosphere, everybody filling the hall is really nice.
Yeah, or get in a tunnel and try it out for yourself if you've never done it before. Couldn't recommend it enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you aren't a skydiver, where could they go?
Well, it depends what country you're in. Increasingly, we're seeing more and more tunnels open up all the time, which is fantastic. In the UK, we've got multiple locations. We're at iFLY in Basingstoke. There's also locations in Manchester, Birmingham, Milton Keynes, and shortly in central London, which is going to be a really interesting venue, potentially for future British national events.
Yeah.
Or world events.
That'll be
Let's
interesting.
watch this space.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Okay, next, the next group, Breaking Dad, who are currently in 2nd place after 2 rounds. Let's see what these guys have got. There's the queue, and 9. All right, and they're off.
Looks like they just need to make sure they're paying attention. It looks like some of them are getting a little bit ahead of the rest of the team here. Good.
That's better. Yeah, they're looking a lot more synchronised now, a bit calmer.
Picked the right pace. That's normally what you're aiming for as a team. Try and find that right rhythm as quickly as possible when you leave the door.
There we go. There's the lights. Well done to Breaking Dad. Pantheon next. So, Mark, what would you say the sort of magic ingredients, the key basics about scoring lots of points?
The key basics is to be tight and efficient. The speed isn't even necessary to score well. We can see some of the best AAA teams flying very slowly in comparison with what you might see in a AA team, but scoring 50, even 100% more, just because they're not having to move as far.
So efficiency of movement, small tight blocks.
Yeah, and it's a terrible thing to try and focus on, because when you're trying to score more, you just want to go faster. It's almost an instinct there you need to fight against.
All right, let's see on the level. Yeah, a bit of a dropout, so we are seeing that, but teams are actually working through it. This is Pantheon.
I think they might even have gotten their key a little bit mixed up. It looked like some left before the others.
So what we can see here is the back piece has sequenced their 9 to move quicker, a bit more efficiently into the build of the queue. There you go. Where some of the other teams previously have taken the longer move into the build of the queue. Let's see if it works for them. 17.
That might have cost them a point there at the end.
Possible 17.
So Kate in the chat asks what size the O2 tunnel will be. I don't know for certain, but I believe it's going to be a 14-foot. So same as what we're seeing here.
Yeah. I suspect so. There's not. In the UK we've got a 12-foot tunnel in Milton Keynes, which is I don't even know what shape it is, but it's a multi-sided 12-footer. And then most of the others are 14-foot, as we see here today. And Bedford, who's not open at the moment, was 16.
Yep.
Right, Nemesis. Let's see how these guys get on. So again, they've taken the back piece engineering to make it easier into that queue.
So this is a good example of where efficiency can really help. You can see these big swings that the purple fly is making in the bottom right-hand side. There's a lot of potential here to make that move smaller and quicker, and less energetic, which ultimately makes it easier to control.
A little bit of a brain lock there. They lost a bit of time. They could have scored. I think they could have scored another 2 points on that one. And in the scoreboards on the first 2 rounds, they are only 1 point off Wing Hussars, who looked pretty good on that last round. I don't have an indicative score for the Wing Hussars, but Nemesis at 15, they could have scored a 17, I think. Indicatively, that's not real scoring. We're just giving a view, a flavour, keep it interesting. Right, we're going to switch out now, and the last set of teams for Single A, for one night only, Recruits and Scratch 22.
Yeah. Oh, we've got some people loving the live stream camera. Yay. Here we go.
You can't see us waving, but we are.
So we got one night only, or for one night only. They were in 7th place after round 2 on the official scores. Skydive Recruits were in 1st place, and Scratch 22 were in 8th place.
All right. Let's see if anything happens here. And whilst these teams are getting ready, and in the tunnel, sort of in the antechamber, all of the other teams that are waiting for their timings will be preparing for the next jumps, all the way up to round 8. So today we're going to be running up to round 8, and tomorrow we'll be running rounds 9 and 10. So for one night only, let's see how these guys get on. A little bit of that cut out, and they're off. First point scored, which is great. Oop. Yep, they might get that. Here we go.
We were saying on some of the previous rounds, they look like a team that might benefit from a slightly higher wind speed.
Yeah. And according to my records, they're currently operating at 68% wind speed, which is around what some of the other teams are doing as well.
Yeah.
The score, we've just got 69, so they've gone up to 69. They could probably do with a little bit more.
Yeah, so they have increased it already. That's good to see. Maybe just a touch more for them would be a good thing.
That'd be good.
It's just one of the many things you have to try and optimise for as a team. That's why you'll see some team members wearing lead, because obviously everyone needs to have a good neutral body position when they're flying in the tunnel to give them the best possible range when they're competing.
All right, let's see what these guys do. So let's Q9. A little bit nervous for them. I hope they're not looking at the scoreboards too much.
Did you give them any advice before this?
I just had a look at what they were doing. What they're going for was fine. Don't try and overcook it. Stay calm. Could be a quick round, but don't get seduced by it.
Yeah, it's a round you have to let the speed happen on its own. You can't force it.
Yeah. They're looking good. Taking it steady, that's right. So we talked about the slightly different quicker engineering. They were more comfortable with taking the moves, and because they're taking the big moves together, it doesn't affect the sequencing too much, so it makes it easier on the visuals.
Indicative 22 for
Indicative 22 for Recruits. the ones that we do have from earlier on, Nemesis 15, Pantheon 17, Wind Kickers 14. I didn't write one down for Breaking Dad.
So 22 actually puts the Skydiving Crew still at the top of that round, most likely.
Seeing what, depending on what happens with the official scoring of the other rounds, potentially that keeps them in that top slot.
So this is the last single A team.
Scratch 22. Straight into the queue. Lovely. And yeah, nice through the first page. And for viewers, how do we get judged? Well, the judges are looking at the complete formations. So that's a complete formation. That's a complete formation. So it's predefined. So the blocks themselves are determined. The grips themselves are already determined, and they're looking for complete grips.
Yeah, everyone knows coming into a competition what potential formations they might be presented with, but what they don't know is what the order of that's going to be over 10 rounds.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of combinations.
There's
to put those all together.
They seem happy with that.
They did, yeah.
Scratch 22 took them a page just to get going, which is absolutely fine and natural, and then keep pushing forward. So now we are running. We're kicking off with the rookies. So Booty's Call, and
they're in.
The rookies round 6 ALN. So quite long formations followed by an outfacer. So slightly tricky. Not the kindest. As you can see, it starts when you don't see where your teammates are and where you're meant to be. You can slide and push people and sort of get out of sync.
But there's only so far you can go wrong in a tunnel. If you see this kind of round take place in outdoor and free fall, sometimes the outfacer ends up 100 metres away very quickly.
You do have spread out teams,
which makes
sometimes.
it fun for cameraman.
For cameraman, yeah. Indicative 11 for Booty's Call.
Well done, Booty's Call. So they were in. Oh, we haven't had a official round 2 score for them.
Those guys, do we? Yeah.
But we suspect they might be very close to the top because they had the winning score in round 1.
All right. So that is the end of that session. We're going to change out and have the Chaos, not so chaotic unit, Space Pirates, and then our favourite named team, Best Served Cold.
Mm-hmm. It's getting to that time of day where the beer fine has an increasing appeal to being served cold.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of people on the live chat. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And yeah, absolutely. There's a huge number of people behind the scenes today. Some people you might have seen on camera, such as the tunnel instructors and Taff, who's been doing the great interviews. We've got the other commentators for the artistic events, but there's a whole team here at iFLY Basingstoke who's really been putting in a lot of effort, and obviously being the first national competition in 3 years, there's a lot of love behind trying to make sure it's as successful as possible.
There's a huge support. You can feel it, you can see it by the iFLY guys. Everyone's come together. Nothing's too much hard work. Pulling out all the stops to get this going, get the teams flying in such, a compressed weekend. It is a compressed weekend. Teams are not going to be used to, doing 8 rounds in a single go. So, kudos to the teams as well.
Right, so we're anticipating a little bit of chaos from the Chaos unit. It's almost like we've been sold a product.
A dud.
we're not receiving.
Where's the chaos, guys? Come on. Too calm and controlled. This is good though.
Very smooth.
A little bit of wall action. That's it. Nice out facing. That's good. All right. So rookie, kicking off the rookie category, Chaos unit with an indicative 10.
Well done, Chaos unit. They were in 4th place. Looking at the official scores going into round.
Okay. And if whoever's listening has been doing any coaching with those guys, looking really smart. A lot of promise for those. Now we're looking at Space Pirates. Nice steady A.
Great to see so many new teams popping in. Oh, some backflying, fantastic. How many points do they get for that? Do they get like 8 points, 6 points?
Now the thing is, sometimes if you're struggling, you're fighting the wind to try and get back on your belly. Actually, it's all really anti-intuitive. You try and do something, and the wind pushes you back on.
Yeah, it's almost like you want to go right, and for some reason your body pushes you left.
Yeah, it's.
And the more you try and go right, the more you push left.
You fight it and fight it. That's a shame. I lost a bit of time with that, but
well recovered.
It didn't look like it affected them. They just carried on without really showing any problems. Good job, Space Pirates, with that. Okay, just waiting for the wind to change.
The instructor's just giving it a little bit of an extra boost there.
Yeah, that's the international signal for wind change. Right, best served cold. Let's see what happens. Nice, straight into the... I was going to say straight into the A, but nearly straight into the A.
The door had different ideas there. It's like an invisible door monster. You fly too close and it bites you.
It pulls you in. There we go. That's good. Good job on the outfacer. The outfacer turn there was nice and smooth. Really disciplined, actually. That front A build, super cheated, but quite textbook.
Will they get it? I think I saw something come off a booty there. A bit of shoe.
Yeah, so I was saying earlier on, they obviously got booties, helps with power turns, etc. We do get some teams that, unfortunately, halfway through a jump, they lose a booty, and you have noticeable power, a power outage, so to speak.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Have you ever had that?
Losing a booty,
yeah. Not
in a competition, but it's something that we've occasionally trained for, just in case it happens.
That's a very good idea. If you remember, actually, Voss, one of our rounds with Will, lost a booty.
He did, yeah. Didn't make any difference because his feet are so large.
It didn't appear to make any difference, which was brilliant. Good work.
We didn't even notice, did he? That's how much
we didn't notice. Yeah, I think he was just panicking.
Yeah. So we've now got the last two rookie teams and the last two VFS teams.
And with us, our special guest, Hannah.
Knows everything about VFS?
Everything, absolutely everything.
Thanks, Hannah.
So how's the competition going so far?
Fantastic. We're waiting for some of the official scores for the various categories, and from what we can see, it's going to get tighter as the official scores come out, and that's a great thing to see, and that's what we want. You know, it makes for a better competition.
Exactly.
It means the competitors are going to be enjoying it more.
Keep them on their toes. Well, it's not quite the same in VFS. We do only have two teams, and Omni 99 and not Omni. So it'd be great if we could see the scores for the first two rounds. We so far, round one was a very quick round, so Omni had an amazing score for that as well. But not Omni were pretty proud of their round two scores as well, I think. So they're doing great. It was a very clean round. They had no busts. I think that's all they really want to do. And then moving forward into round 6, this one's another bit of a complicated one. So we have M, J, Q, F, and 10. So
ooh,
lots
that sounds
of things,
fast.
lots of things
randoms
going on.
Yeah.
Although the randoms are a bit mixed, so not actually that fast.
Okay.
It's probably our FS version of round and then long.
Round long,
yeah.
but just a mixture of randoms that we want to avoid.
But we've got two more rookie teams. Impromptu is next. Come on, get in. Yeah, there you go.
Go on, pull him round.
Where they going?
Push, pull, spin.
Do they know? Right, I think you should backfly now. That's the A.
Okay. It didn't look like an A, but...
Yeah, it's a funny A. And then we need to get to the L. We need to get to the L. No, let's break up.
Sorry, guys.
Wave off. Do you know what? I think they're going to come out of there and they're going to be laughing at that, and then they're going to say, what could we do differently? I think they'll probably say, remember the dive.
I think I obviously didn't go to plan, but it looked like everyone was trying to constructively help everyone else. But there were no shaking arms where people were getting frustrated. Like obviously when that happens, you can't help it. You just have to do your best.
Well,
and do more training.
It's all a learning curve, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those ones where you're kind of looking at everybody else going, do you know what, I have no idea where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, your head just completely explodes. All of a sudden you're on a beach drinking a martini and you're supposed to be competing doing full way.
Right, anyway, last rookie team, first date. Hopefully they've not caught the same bug as impromptu. They know what they're doing. N, there we go, and then back to the A. There's the A. Good. And sometimes it just takes one page to go, oh yeah, right, got it.
We're back.
We're back, yeah.
And that's why we have these different categories. You know, it gives teams an opportunity to compete with the right sort of pressure and competitors in their category.
There you go. So that's the rookie closed off. First date with an indicative 8. First date with 8 again. Right, Hannah, talk us through this next round again.
So we have MJQF10. This is quite an easy launch. It's a mixed round, but with the 2 head-up flights side by side to the head down. And then J is all head down, Q is not. So there's a lot of transitions going on here, and they're actually going to, between the F and the 10, have to do like an alternate configuration because it minimizes your transition, so it's a little confusing.
Rough.
Oh, you haven't got scoring.
I am.
Yes. That's the 10, the block, boom. So if that's in time, 20, you'll be pretty happy with that.
I'm sure they would be. Also, I am not a VFS scorer, so that is an indicative score.
No, let's say they got 20. As of Judge Dave.
Hannah, you got a shout out from Ray in the live stream chat.
Ray! Hi, Ray.
Hi, Ray.
And a banana.
We are missing you.
We miss you a lot. Where are you, Ray? Come here. Right, yeah, so now we have not on me. I know, like I said, this one is really, again, it's all about the mind game here. So a lot of like switching going on in slots. So it's just like, oh, they're launching. Good for them. This is a little bit of an easier one. You just got to kind of flip back into it. Nice. Good job. Oh, already a touch of confusion, but good. Oh dear. Not too sure what's going on there. I think they're trying to move into the F.
I'm impressed they're just flying in the tunnel. I definitely couldn't do that myself.
This is okay. No. Oh yeah, they're a bit confused. This is the 10. Okay.
I would be. They're upside down.
Yeah, they're in the wrong orientation. Yeah, resetting from the M. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, especially when it's all going, it's better just to start from the top, you know?
Do you know what? I'm proper Zane Lowe punditry comment. You've got to respect what they're doing.
Oh, they're doing
absolutely
great. So yeah, just to reiterate, never flown together.
Never flown together. Well done.
And do you know, are they going to continue to fly together?
I
Is
hope
this
so.
is this the start of a beautiful thing? Yeah.
So that takes us to the end of round 6. We're now going to join our roaming commentator, Taff, who's been doing a fantastic job of interviewing all of the competitors down here. He's going to be speaking to NFTO, who had a little bit of fun with round 1, but obviously some good news later in the competition.
Hello, Taff.
Hi David, and thanks for handing over. Yeah, we've got NFTO here at the minute, and like you said, yeah, they had a little bit of fun in round 1, and we still haven't got a score for round 1 for the ladies yet. We're with NFTO, and we have Vanna at the side of me on the left. And Vanna, how's the competition going right now?
It's going really good, actually. You know, we haven't actually done a lot of training together in this kind of configuration. So I think we've done about 2 hours of flying, and I'm in a different slot, in B slot, and Jules has come into back pair inside centre, and she hasn't flown that for about 15 years. So we were kind of haven't got many expectations, but I think we're doing good. You know, we've had a couple of wobbles, but which is to be expected if you haven't done enough training.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, Sian isn't in the team right now. So whereabouts is Sian, Anna?
She's somewhere South America. Breaking news.
Oh, breaking news again, by the way, everybody, breaking news.
No, she's working in Uruguay, and it looks lovely. And working in a boogie this week, so it's kind of stuff that she said that she needed to work. So that's why we get to fly with Jules today instead.
Cool.
Which is great.
Jules, what does it feel like to be back in 15 years of not flying that slot?
It's like an old pair of jeans in a way, but without the currency behind it. It's familiar, but it doesn't feel quite as easy as it did. But Vanna's doing a brilliant job on the back piece with me, helping me out. So I'm enjoying the slot.
Cool, and you're looking really good, all four of you. And what is it for the next foreseeable future for an FTO for this year, training-wise?
Outdoors, lots of outdoors. Yeah, lots of outdoors. The main aim, our big aim, is the Outdoor World Championships in October in Eloy. And we're trying our hardest to do as best as we can out there, really. Our ideal training is going to be 400 jumps, but we just need to find a sponsor, just no biggie. No biggie.
There's a big one there.
So we're constantly on the search for that as well. Just trying to work as well as concurrently as doing various bits of tunnel over the winter and another Dubai camp hopefully soon, then Spain and jumping.
Cool, and I've seen you was in Dubai recently, yeah? And did you enjoy that?
Oh, it was brilliant. Perfect jumping conditions, 25 degrees. We jumped at Skydive Dubai, so I think we got nearly 60 jumps in 5 days, which is incredible.
Cool.
And it's just so easy.
Yeah,
really
amazing.
Nice. And warm.
Yeah, definitely.
Ask
Do you want to
Jules
say
how much she's enjoying?
hello to Simon, by the way, ladies? Do you want to wave to Simon, because he is watching? Yeah, it's been great chatting to you girls, and have a great rest of the competition. We're going to go to a quick break. Thank you.
Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered, the IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome back to the British Nationals 2022. It's Saturday, day one, and I'm Emma Maticola, joined here in the studio with Hannah Parker.
Yes, and what a great day it's been so far.
It has. We've had FS, VFS, two-way dynamic, four-way dynamic, and freestyle. And we're back with more of the artistics disciplines. Hannah's just seen some lovely FS, haven't you? VFS, sorry.
VFS, exactly. VFS. Yeah, it's going great so far. Only 2 teams, but they're doing really, really good. And so, shall we discuss some scores? We have some scores for the first 2 rounds. So if we first start with the 4-way.
Yes.
We would like to demonstrate the importance of flying clean.
Yes. So with the 4-way, so these are not the scores are not up on the scoring system at the moment. So we've got
insider
sneaky access here. So with the 4-way, we obviously have the 2 teams and oddballs. Starting with oddballs, they had 4 busts in their first round and 3 busts in their second round. 3 Men and Harry had 0 busts in their first round, but then they had a whopping 9 busts in their second round. And after a little bit of discussion, we thought it was most likely they've got out of sync, and then for every move that they perform out of sync, they will get a bust.
So that's an extra 5 seconds, so that added on a lot of time. So if you look at their times of flying, so oddballs in round 1 flew 1:43, but with the busts comes out as 2 minutes 2 seconds. Whereas 3 Men and Harry 1:33, 0 busts, so they won round 1. As you look into round 2, the time they flew was actually 1:22 compared to oddballs 1:28. So they flew faster, but with 9 busts. Sadly, that threw them behind oddballs.
Onto two-way dynamic, we also had a few busts in here. Oh, we can hear the sound of the tunnel. So let's have a look. We have up in top position at the moment in the two-way dynamic. Right up there, we've got Fig kind of in second position at the moment.
And we fly in the top.
Fly in the top.
Yes, so they're the 2 tops to look out for. But now, so we are going into the 3rd round of 4-way dynamic.
Do we have the draw for this, Hannah?
Yes, we do. We have head up mixed snake, followed by a classic, and finishing with the head down mixed circles. So classic is with that 180 move at the top.
Yeah, down on your back, on bottom.
I hate those. Very disorienting.
Everyone else, the favourite things to do and least favourite, and unfortunately we tend to practice our favourites far more, and that's one thing I definitely learned. Yeah, a little bit of a confusion. So oddballs, just to recap, had 4 busts on their first round, 3 busts on the second, and all in all flew I think it was a slightly slower raw time than 3 Men and Harry.
Yeah, so if you see on the right screen, we have where you can see the bust that would go through the centre line. They really want to make sure on those vertical moves that they are going around that line, so they're not cutting the corners. Otherwise, they'll get those busts. So that one looked pretty good from our view. Yeah.
Right, so Tim Gaines, followed by Greg, Martin and Jimmy. This is oddballs flying. This is round 3 of the 4-way dynamic. Day 1 of the British Nationals 2022.
So Jimmy's suit is ruining this for me, the red suit. Jimmy,
like
get a black suit, please. No,
colour coordination.
Colour coordination is key. You have to look good. Rule number 1.
The helmets as well.
They're out.
Yes.
So that's 103.8.
So I mean, with the 4-way, we haven't seen any really huge kind of collisions or anything, but we have definitely seen some mistakes that will impact the scores greatly. Luckily for both teams, they are both getting a lot of busts, and kind of not too far distant in the scoring.
Well, at the moment
table.
it's 1 round to oddballs, 1 round to 3 Men and Harry, so it's all to play for. It just let's see what happens.
See how this goes. I mean, straight off as they come into the door, they definitely look faster.
they're definitely the faster team, but it's whether they can fly without us, basically. So, yeah.
Getting a little bit jumbled up there. And into the next snake.
So the mixed snake starts head up.
Into the classic there. This is looking good, this is looking faster, and I think if we look at the time, it's definitely looking faster than the previous team were looking around this point. That's it.
So their leader is that Harry?
Oh, I think it is, yeah.
Or is it Zach?
Oh, it's hard to see on these screens. Right, bringing that back. They are going to cross that final line. Waiting, and they are out. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, definitely faster. Just have to wait and see for the scores to come in as to whether they have any busts or not. But a great round. I think they're going to be pleased with that one.
Yeah, and as we say, you know, they had a clean round on the first round. It was just that second round they really had a real disaster with those 9 busts. The 9 busts. So if they can get another clean round, they're definitely a good advantage there.
Do we have, next up we are going into freestyle. Do we have any freestyle scores? Do we know who the current leader is?
Have a little look. I don't think we might have some sneakers.
Sneaky preview. But first up we have Saul from Enigma. So yeah, they're going to be looking to perform their routine as best they possibly can. Like we said, the difficulty is already set, and it's just the presentation and the execution of their routine.
Yeah, so in theory we would want to, as the day kind of progresses, we would hope to see a smoother routine. But there's so many outside influences, you know, how you're feeling in that moment. Just sometimes the wind speed and the wind can just feel different. So
distracted.
Yeah. What's in your mind? You know, what's going on in your personal life. So it's all about letting that go, getting your head in the game, and giving it your absolute best performance.
Oh, little moment on the net there, but great job at carrying on. Okay, so we have some insider freestyle scores for round 1. In the lead is Connor Fig with 8.8. Closely behind is Harry at 8.3. And in third place is 7.8 is Ed. So, and round 2, Connor also in the lead at 8.9, Harry behind in at 8.6, with Ed drawing third place with Emily King 7.4. So excellent, that looked great there from Saul coming out the tunnel. His score so far, he started with a 4.9 and in round 2 scored a 5.3. So I'm sure he's going to be looking to improve that score even further as the competition goes. And next up we have Harry. So he currently is sitting in second place, just behind Connor.
Right, he's looking ready. Visor down. This is Harry Sohn. He's in for his freestyle round 3. Yeah, he gets going straight off the bat there, doesn't he? Great energy.
Looking really good in there. So yeah, 8.3 in his first round, 8.6 in round 2, so see if he can get even higher. Go on, Harry.
That was a nice little Manners Space Lab there, and now into some side flying, demonstrating he can do it both sides. Side fly spin there. Ray Ahmed, who's sent me a couple of messages today. She's watching on the live stream. She's finally able to comment.
She is in Copenhagen, she says. Thanks, an awesome show. Lots of teams rocking it, including Harry here on his round 3 freestyle out he gets. Amazing. Look at that. Smooth.
He looked pleased with that, didn't he?
He knows. He knows. Great job.
Next up is Amy.
Yes, and Amy, this is her first competition. She's only been working in the tunnel for 10 months. She is, as I said, we've said before, she's an all-round badass in multi-rated instructor in skydiving and recently become tunnel instructor. She works here in Basingstoke. And on the first round, she scored a 6.2, and in round 2, a 6.4. I'm sure she's going to be pleased with that. Seems like everyone improved on their first round, which is great.
I think everyone did, didn't they? Oh, States. I think Owen's the same, yeah. And Amy's in, showing us what she can do. Some nice outface carving there, head up. Looking more stable and controlled. Nice head down spin there. I love the sleeve on that suit.
So nice. A rainbow traffic light.
Yes, she's linking these together really nicely. She's got some tips from Daisy Bradshaw, who's does some beautiful freestyle flying. So yeah, Amy's really tried to use the knowledge of her fellow iFLY instructors to get some critique.
Great job, Amy. And next up, last one in this block, we have Owen. So, Owen, fun fact, plays the guitar.
I didn't know.
Well, there we go.
And what can he play?
Not sure. He's mostly acoustic, apparently.
I did actually overhear this conversation. He can play a riff from It Would Be Better If I Could Remember the Whole Fact. I feel like it was some kind of Guns N' Roses.
No, that's Harry. Harry can play that on the ukulele. So Harry, his colleague, instructor, also playing string instruments.
Getting confused with the string instrument players.
Multi-talented.
Multi-talented. So yes, Owen plays the guitar.
And flies very well in the tunnel. Looking really nice. This is his first competition, and he is not a skydiver. Well, not an outdoor skydiver.
An indoor.
Clearly a very good indoor skydiver.
He certainly is. So what were his scores from previous rounds, Hannah?
Yeah, so in round 1 he scored a 6.5, round 2 an exact 6.5.
So that is quite similar to Amy.
Exactly, so they might be having a little competition between themselves. Nice, Owen. Great job. So that is the end of that section. Next up we have the other half of the freestyle teams coming in. And then moving on to the two-way dynamic. So do we have some more results from the two-way dynamic as well?
Oh, let's have a little look. I think I've got a couple from here. So two-way dynamic. Okay, who are we going to be starting with?
We still have some freestyle.
We do. Right, so let's have a look.
And the last 4 freestyle flyers we have for round 3 are going to be Lake, Emily King, Connor Fig, and Ed from Nova. So out of our competitors in freestyle, 1, 2, 3, 4 are iFLY instructors, either Milton Keynes or Basingstoke. Fun fact.
All right, just having a look at the scores, Hannah. So we have definitely got the scoreboard is starting to separate. We've only got scores from 2 rounds. We're going to be going into the 3rd round soon. But up at the top of the table, we've definitely got Nova, Fig, Sizzling Wombats, and right up at the top, we've got iFLY
Right, and Lake is going in for his round 3.
Nice layout there with a like 360 turn at the top.
His scores currently, he had 5.9 in round 1 and then slightly less, 5.7 in round 2. So I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on that.
Yeah, trying to pull out all of those things that he can do, keeping it moving. It's very flowy, a bit of a slower wind speed. So you'll see if they are flying with a lower wind speed, you'll tend to see more the kind of almost laying back more horizontally in the wind and letting the bigger surface area catch the air. Whereas when they're flying at a higher speed, they will tend to be more in a kind of head down vertical position.
Nice, Lake.
That was a really nice fly by Lake. Always smiling.
Emily stretching it out, ready to go in for her round 3.
So as well as her flying being more confident, she just seems more confident generally as a person. We've just been speaking to her outside of the freezing cold tent. She's here with her parents.
So she is currently in 4th place with some great scores, 7.3, and then in round 2 is 7.4, and actually very close to Ed, who has a 7.8 and a 7.4, who is currently in 3rd place. So it could be interesting to see. Emily, very graceful there.
She's definitely showing more maturity in her flying, more confidence, and far better technique. Definitely adding some more technically difficult moves in there. So this routine was put together in, I believe, 3 hours of training. Emily managed to do. She's worked closely with her mentor and coach, Zach Nicholas, for the last 3 years, I believe it is.
Since she was 4, apparently. So, long time.
Rosie's having a little dance outside.
That's how to support your teammate. Right, so we have Connor currently in 1st place with an 8.8 and an 8.9. Can he get a 9?
Can he get a 9? That is the question.
Go on, Connor. So yeah, we were talking about the side flying on both sides, like just demonstrating your range of skills on both your strong and your less strong side. So he said he's really focusing on showing he can do it both sides equally well. So let's see what he's got.
Yeah, because it's very, people can perfect a move on one side and show it very strong, but it's that, it can look very impressive, but can you perform that same on your weaker side? He's just demonstrated so much control. That spin is brilliant. Just a small little kick off the wall there.
Yeah,
I think he's looking slightly less in control than he was in his previous round, but that's very nice.
Right with the 360 there.
Wow, he's just going for it, isn't he? Fitting as much as he can in there. Using all the space.
Whoa! Yes.
I love it.
I just love that exit. Great job, Connor. It's current reigning champion and sitting in 1st place as the scores are after round 2. So last but not least, we have Ed Cracknell from Nova. He started with a 7.8. He said he had a little moment in his round 2 where maybe he forgot something. So he has a 7.4 in his round 2. So hoping to improve probably from his 7.8 as he's currently sitting in 3rd place. And just to remind you, our competitors will want to be scoring in the top 4 in order to get that place in the World Cup in Brazil. Not Brazil. Brazil?
Was it Belgium?
Belgium. Begins with a B.
Begins with a B.
very different country.
It's been a long day.
Maybe I just want to go to Brazil. I don't know.
So yeah, Ed not so pleased with his previous round. Said he had a complete brain moment where he just completely forgot what a brain block. Well, apparently I had one myself there. Couldn't remember for the life of him what he was meant to be doing. But we in the studio were very impressed. Thought he styled it out beautifully.
That looked great. As yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to be happier with this round so far. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Come on, Ed.
Come on, Ed. His teammates out there. Chris is watching him. Yeah,
oh,
nice
brilliant
job.
Does he look pleased?
Yeah.
Hard to tell in the helmet.
Poker face.
We loved it, Ed. We thought that was brilliant.
Great job. All right, so that's it for our round 3 freestyle. Moving on to the two-way dynamic. So this is round 3. We have a head-up switching snake into the butterfly. No, is that right? Yes, and then the head-down circles. So butterfly, actually the bottom loop here does slow it down a little bit. It's maybe not the fastest, but let's see what our competitors have. First up, we have sizzling wombats. They made it this time.
Yes, they did. They didn't make it into the antechamber last time. But so sizzling wombats, just to bring you their previous scores. In round 1, they had 2 busts and had final time of 1:23, 1:24. And round 2, they had a completely clean round with a score of 1:25.47. 1:25. And they've got quite a good score here.
Can you see where they are in the table?
I'm just trying to figure it out, Hannah, because we haven't got it on the in-time scoring system, we're having to do some maths myself, and it's not my strong point. Right, let's have a look. Sizzling wombats.
Right, here we are. They're getting ready to go in. So let's just start our unofficial timer. Nice there. Through that head up, switching snake into the butterfly. This is a cross. We saw that previously in the 4-way. Now in the 2-way into the head down circle. So actually, yeah, looking pretty fast. And we're going into page 2.
From my calculations,
Nice.
Hannah, it looks like they are around 3rd position.
Ooh.
Which is something I think they're going to be really pleased with. They're looking speedy.
This looks very nice this round, actually. It's definitely a bit quicker.
Yeah, with those head down circles. Bringing it back to start the next page.
So the final butterfly.
Jimmy McCarthy bringing it back now.
This is it. Great.
Yay.
So, 69.0. So maybe we can see a sub 60.
I think we can, Hannah. I think we can. We've got iFLY will be coming up soon, and so far they have had a completely clean competition.
So this next up we have JP, which is Pinky and Jonty. I got a bit more background on these guys and what they've been up to. They were training pretty hard before the lockdown with Marius in Sweden, and then had a bit of drama in the 2 years. Pinky had a baby. Congratulations, Pinky.
Well, that is a bit of drama,
Bit of
Hannah.
drama. But then Jonty also broke himself mountain biking. Had to have some surgery on his shoulder. Says he put on a little bit of weight. So they've had some life changes, shall we say? But they which maybe goes well with the quote of probably quite good 2 years ago. So considering all that, they are doing, I think, a great job getting back into it. How are they doing on the scores from round 1 and 2, Emma?
Well, they had 3 busts on the first round, 2 busts on the second, so they're definitely going to be hoping for a clean round.
We can go through the head up here.
so these ones kind of scoring around the middle of the pack of the two-way dynamic teams, somewhere around the middle, not at the top, not at the bottom. Cheeky little exit.
Nice. 71.9. I think they can be pretty happy with that. It's a clean round. They,
Max Fenton is saying Jontas and Pinky for the win. And TJ Fly is 801, an instructor. That's Jimmy McCarthy at MK. I don't believe Jimmy McCarthy is an instructor at Milton Keynes. I think he does quite a bit of coaching, but
no. We were asking for you, TJ Fly. Okay, so next up we have Josh and Dave Fuzzy. So these guys not been particularly happy with their flying, but they have only flown 20 minutes together training. So I think considering that, they're doing pretty good. In they go. Can they do a sub 60-second round? Because they've definitely got it in them. These guys definitely got it in them if they fly a nice clean round. They had a couple of busts, I think, on the last round. I think maybe 3.
I mean, their scores are looking pretty good.
I have a great story about how I met Fuzz. He reminded me today.
Go on.
I would say I didn't have so many skydives, and he used to work at a drop zone in the UK. I landed very close to a tree. Not in a tree, very close. My parachute landed on the tree. And Fuzz came and rescued me, who was currently working, he was working at the ground control there.
Oh.
First time I met him, rescued me from the tree.
He's a legend. He's a legend. Yeah. I've known him for, I think, 10 years.
Yeah.
Started skydiving at Peterlee, doing static climb.
He has been working at the Tunnel Manchester for a while now. His skills definitely pretty impressive now. A great job here. Can they do it out there? I think maybe I was a little premature on there, but it was 59.5.
Oh, well. Raw score of our indicative scores. This looks like a sub 1 minute-er, but we
if it was
all
up to
know
me, you would have under a minute.
Under a minute.
All right, now we have the Shankers coming up with FSU team, father and daughter duo, having a lot of fun. They a little bit messy flying going on with a few busts.
Well, a few busts. Hannah, I'm afraid to say they have a total of 14 busts, 7 in round 1 and 7 in round 2, and they are currently in first place for the amount of busts.
Yes, if there was an award, we'd give you it.
Yes.
See that? You can see their logo there on there. I love the little unicorn, cheeky emoji looking logo.
Oh, yeah.
See it? It's great. All right, getting ready, and here we go.
Wishing for less busts than 7 this time.
Go for 6.
Come on, FSU.
Not judging. I think that was pretty much my record too. Was about 7 busts. So, is the more busts the better? No?
I thought you've gone over 7, huh?
Okay.
Right, head down in face circles. This is Ali and Harry Shankar, father and daughter team. Ali in the red helmet and her dad, Harry, in the yellow.
Definitely pink, not red.
Red. It's red. Pink. Can't do colours.
So the butterfly, the crossing.
This is looking a little bit quicker. These two do a lot of flying together. It's, you know, they spend a lot of time together. They're very close as a family. Not sure if Mum Julie's here watching. I'm sure she'll be watching from somewhere and supporting. Butterfly.
It's the last one. So moving into the final move.
Head down circles. Come on, Harry. Ali's just waiting. Cross that line.
Oh God, don't. Yeah, come on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Harry, spectacular.
On your feet. Good job, Harry. All right, so that was not sure what time, but we are moving on to iFLY next. These guys are the trainers of iFLY Basingstoke. So that's Zach and Harry. We've just seen Harry in the freestyle. I think these guys not reigning champions. They are the current leaders in the two-way dynamic.
Yeah.
They won both round 1 and round 2. So hopefully they can carry on their winning streak into round 3.
Yeah, they've had 2 completely clean rounds. They are the only team actually to have 2. No, they're not. Sorry, Fig have also had 2 clean rounds.
That is Serendipity. Sorry.
Serendipity.
Yeah, that's
sorry,
it.
that's
So-
Connor and Rosie. So they've also had 2 clean rounds. But yes, iFLY currently in first position. And aren't they excited?
Getting amped up there, ready to go.
This is Zach and Harry. iFLY. Flying in dynamic 2A, round 3. This is day 1 at the British Indoor Skydiving National Championships in iFLY in Basingstoke. Right, they're getting ready. Zach in the door.
2, 1, here we go.
Out face element of the snake, back to head of in face.
To the butterfly.
Nice bottom loop and crossover.
Finishing with the in-face circles. Yeah, this is a quick looking round. It's only less than 20 seconds. They've already finished it, so if they keep this up, they can definitely do under a minute.
Oh, I think we can get this
Yeah,
sub
come
1
on.
minute. Come on, iFLY.
Come on.
Into the butterfly. Into head down in face circles. And into their 3rd and final page. Come on, iFLY, says Nige on the live stream. Crossing over for the final butterfly of this round.
Looking really good. Come on. Oh.
Hannah, is it going to be under a minute?
Don't think it is. Oh. 62.4. Not just to say again, this is not the final time. But so far that if they had a clean round, that maybe iFLY Manchester were actually quicker so far. So
yes, and then it's all going to come down to what busts have happened, who's had a clean round.
And then when it comes into the playoffs tomorrow, when we're going to be having the semi-finals and the finals, it's going to be all about who performs well that round. So still all to play for. All right, and now we have Saul and James, Team Enigma.
Saul's doing a little cheeky smile and a little salute to the camera. I think he's starting to get his confidence up. So a little bit hesitant, but this looks like a nice job on the butterfly. Saul's already into his circles and is moving on. So perhaps we need to take a little pause to wait for James. So it's into the second snake. And butterfly, this crossover followed by a bottom loop. Both performers performing the same moves on either side of the tunnel. But you'll notice Flyer 1, who's in the red suit in this team, is ahead of Flyer 2, and that is because Flyer 2 follows Flyer 1. They are looking for the fastest time. We've got our timer in the bottom right corner. Hannah's timer fingers ready to stop it whenever they get out.
All right, and they're out. Nice.
Oh, Saul looks really pleased with that.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good round from them. And then next up, yeah, they're getting stoked up. It's Serendipity, it's Connor and Rosie. They have had a really, they're having a terrible time. They're not enjoying themselves at
Hating
all.
every minute.
Yeah, they're, so maybe these guys can get a nice sub 60 seconds as well. They've so far had a really clean round. Hi, Connor.
Oh.
Yeah, hi, Rosie. So, yeah, we are, they've had 0 busts so far on both their rounds, which is what we like to see. So hopefully they can continue that. Nice quick round, and yeah, currently in second position. All right, here they go.
Rosie, followed by Connor. Straight into that butterfly. You can see how quickly these butterflies can be performed. Nice bottom loop, straight into the head down circles, and you see they went straight from that bottom loop transition there, straight low into the head down circles.
And if you see on the side screen, on the right of our screen, you can see that center line. Great discipline there through the center line, through that vertical move. Really nice coming into the
Yeah, they're looking quick. Yeah, into the next butterfly. Bringing it back.
And oh, great round from them. I reckon it was a 60.5, but who knows?
Who knows?
It was we did ask for some shout outs, so thanks Chris and Ed for the kisses. Good luck on your round 3. This is Nova. They are the last team in two-way dynamic on round 3. So yeah, these guys have been together for 5 years as a team.
Yes, training hard, predominantly outdoor, focusing on outdoor, but also have done several tunnel competitions.
We have Charles Winshaw on our chat that says, well done Enigma. Yes, well done Enigma.
And we love seeing your comments and hearing what you've got to say. We love seeing the support for the teams. It's so awesome to have you feeling like you're part of the studio, letting us know what you think, who you're supporting.
Right now we have Nova in the tunnel, just getting through their first butterfly. Oh, little confusion there. They have had a few busts, I think.
They are looking a little bit hesitant here. Yep, so Nova, they had 0 busts on their first round, but they had 3 busts on their second round. Hoping for a clean round. There's a little bit of, looks like there's a little bit of hesitation. Starting to speed up now towards the end.
Moving into the last page now. This is looking a little slower than some of the other teams. It's the final butterfly there.
Jonathan Griffiths on the live stream saying, come on, Nova, smash it.
Yeah.
So many people behind you too. Come on, Chris and Ed. Cross that final line, out the door, bam.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bit less than that, wasn't 79.3, but great round from them regardless. And that is the end of the two-way dynamic round 3.
Yes.
So we are moving into the roaming presenter, Taff.
Yes, we're going to head over to Taff now, who is going to be doing an interview. I believe he's got Ali Shankar from FSU.
Exactly, I think it's Ali and Harry. Yeah, it's both of them. Hi, how you doing, Taff?
I'm amazing, thank you,
You having
Hannah.
a good day?
Yeah, it's been amazing, actually. We're just destroying the backdrop here between me and Alabama and Harry. So, yeah, how's your day going, girls?
We're having a lot of fun, aren't we?
We certainly are.
Sounding very exciting in that studio today.
It's exciting.
You know
There's lots of things going on, you know.
Just wait till the finals and the semi-finals tomorrow.
We have I mean, you are with the current king and queen of busts, which is pretty exciting. So.
No. It's good. Okay, we're going to ask Alabama and Harry some questions here, with Harry standing very prim and proper. Okay, from. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, Harry and Alabama are from FSU. If you don't know where they're from, Harry, do you want to explain a little bit to the guests what FSU is all about?
Oh, FSU was an idea about getting people together and bringing a bit of love into the sport, nurturing people at a base level, not getting to a point where you kind of forget where your roots are from. Yeah. So always bringing it back and dragging people through the sport into the fun places. Yeah. Not just getting good ourselves or going to all these great, awesome events.
Cool.
And forgetting about where we started.
Yeah.
So sort of translated it into Ali. Ali has got the same kind of mentality. So we've been running load organised events and whatever, but it's always been around beginner to intermediate kind of level. We fly with high-level flyers, but if you don't nurture the sport, then those guys are not going to be the people that you're going to jump with later on.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's amazing to see a father and daughter kind of combo here and team, and great to see your daughter that, you know, you put a lot of effort into this. I understand that massively from knowing you for quite a while. And, you know, Ali, what does it feel like to be with your dad a lot and doing the amazing load organising stuff as well, you know, and such a young lady coming along and everything else? You want to just tell us what it's all about?
I mean, this has been one of the most fun competitions that I've done for years and years and years, probably since my first competition ever. And it's the first competition that we've done indoor together. And our plan at the beginning of the week, we came to the tunnel, we did a little bit of flying, and I was like, do you know what? If above anything else, we get in the tunnel and we're doing the competition and we're just laughing, even if we mess up and we get confused, we get lost, as long as we're laughing and we're having a good time, that's all that matters to me. It's about making good memories with your dad, basically. So,
yeah. And that's what I love about you two as well. You know, every time you're around, all right, you know, father and daughter, they fall out sometimes, but you always seem like you're having an absolute great time.
We do fall out sometimes, but yeah, it's always good in the end, definitely.
And what have you got planned for this year, guys? Just as a kind of a thing together, as a family thing, you know?
Oh, it's a family thing. We got loads planned.
For skydiving, by the way.
Skydiving. I was like, oh, family things. Let me tell you all about it. Come join us. Paintballing. No, we been asked to come do the Women's International Women's Day camp at Tilstock. So I'm going to go up. Dad, sadly, desperately wanted to come up, wear a dress, wear a wig, get undercover, get in there.
I'd look pretty good in a dress, I reckon. I think the viewers, I reckon we can put that to the viewers. Would Harry look very good in a dress, and what type of dress would he go to? Okay. Guys, thank you very much for your time. You've been amazing as always. Yeah. Okay. I hope the rest of the competition goes as good as you two are. Okay.
Simpson, and come and see us.
Simpson and Sky. We're getting invites. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, you're going to see these guys around a little bit. Okay, thanks a lot, guys. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to be going to round 8 of the 4-way AAA competition. Thanks, guys.
Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits, and best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered, the IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly.
Welcome back, live stream viewers. I'm Mark Fletcher and this is
David Rogers.
You joining us at round 7 of the Formation Skydiving British National Indoor Skydiving Competition. That's a lot of words.
That's better. That names are correct.
Yeah, Pete did say we were going into round 8, but actually we've still got round 7 to go before we get to round 8.
Yep.
We thought we'd start with a little update on how we see AAA category currently standing.
Right, so I've been doing a little bit of maths here. So we've got the first 3 official scores on round 1 to 3. We're still waiting for NFTO. But as you can see, Chimera with 70, Meraki 66 and Eros with 55. But if we also take into account the indicative scoring that we've done.
And assuming NFTO got 21 in round 1.
And with an assumption, however, so in the first 3 rounds you can see the scores. The second tranche of 3 rounds, so rounds 4, 5 and 6, my indicative scoring calculations say Meraki in 4, 5 and 6 total 74 points, NFTO with 70 points, Chimera with 69 and Eros with 60.
That's what we're missing from the current scoreboard.
That's what we're missing, and that's, that's just an estimate. And if we make the assumption NFTO scores are 21, that then puts them in total at the minute with 131, Chimera with 139, Meraki with 140, and Eros with 115. But we'll see.
So we have an interesting battle ahead of us.
Indeed.
In the remaining rounds.
Right, so we're going into round 7 for AAA. It is an interesting round. We've got 17 EF10. This is a slot switcher for both the front and the back piece. And it's more often that the front piece do switch. And for the new teams into AAA, like Voltage, for example, this is the first time they're going to get some of those really mental brain melty blocks for them to really focus on. So the 10 is going to switch the front piece, the 17 will switch the back piece. So for some parts of this dive, they're going to have completely unfamiliar pictures. But we're going to kick off with a Lola.
It's one of the least common mixes of slot switches we see, where the front piece is in the correct place and the back piece is slot switched.
Great job. Okay, so I was speaking to these guys before this jump. They weren't going to obviously launch that. They were going to get in, be stable, and then launch the 17, which they did a really good job. So they're doing so far so good.
So they're flying on 63%, which is a fair bit less than some of the other teams.
Some of the bigger teams, that's right.
Lovely 17s, quick in, quick out.
Yeah, they're looking really tight. Nice job on the 10. Oh. A little bit of a brain lock. 15 indicative for a Lola. It's a tough round. You've got slot switches front and back. Going to be confusing. 15 is a good solid score.
Yeah, there's stuff going on all over the place. This is where the memory training really comes into its own.
All right, so I was talking to these guys during the break. New into AAA, they're going to launch the 17.
Fantastic. Nothing like going straight into the tunnel for a slot switcher.
Going straight in, yeah. Let's see what happens. Bang, fly. Good job, guys.
Good job.
Yeah, really well done. So, new into AAA, triple blockers, slot switchers, all new to them.
Nope, saying come here.
Yeah, there you go. There's the 17 again. EF10. So this is where the front piece switch. So as you saw, the yellow helmet was on the side and now she's at the top. And then obviously the 17 where you see the white and the red helmets switch places after that hop.
And we're out of time.
17.
Not bad.
Indicative score, 17.
That's what you get when you have a fantastic launch straight from the door.
Yeah. So it can help. If you launch the block or the point and you're straight into it, you do save a couple of seconds, and a couple of seconds in this type of scoring can mean 1 or 2 points. Really good work. All right, so NFTO, let's see what these guys can do potentially in the whole of the comp so far, playing a little bit of catch up, but for saying they're flying with an alternate
in different slots,
in C and D slots,
so they're actually doing very well.
Yeah.
All right, let's see where they go. Are they launching the 17?
It does look like they are.
Sideways, yes, they are. Over, brilliant, okay. Oh, snappy, straight in. That's a great 10. Nice little hop, straight in, now into B slot. So Julia B slot there. Great. Nice hop by Varna. Going for it. That's a good 10. It's a quick 10. Still got plenty of time. They're looking really good.
Yeah.
Not showing any signs of slowing down or struggling. Brilliant.
Oh, 26.
A really
Great
good score. Nice score. 26 for FTO. They should be pleased with that.
I think they'll be very pleased. They seem to be a little bit more upbeat after they found out that they didn't have to repeat that round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is the AAA, first bit of AAA done. We're going to swap teams over to see Eros, Meraki and Omni next. Whilst we do, wondering control, do we have any update on the AA scores we can have a look at in advance? We shall see. Then FTO girls are just debriefing. Yeah, look, I did that and it was really good. That was amazing, yeah.
For everyone joining us, this is the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals. The first one since 2019, so it's great to get back in the tunnel.
Absolutely. We've been going all day today for the formation skydiving. We are running from rounds 1 through to 8. This is round 7, the beginning of round 7 for AAA, and shall be going down through AA, A, Rookie, and then straight into round 8.
We'll be completing 7 and 8 today, which leaves us with round 9 and 10 to do tomorrow.
It's a lot of rounds for teams, especially in the tunnel, even though it's such a short time frame. But how do you think the teams are sort of handling it?
I think they're doing very well. A lot of teams train for this level of sort of tiredness that can slowly start to creep in. The teams obviously do more training, will be more familiar with it, and that's obviously going to pay off in a day like today.
Okay, so these guys are also going to fly the 17 in, see how it goes. Yeah, they've got it. Nice work. It's good. And talking to Matt Cummings, who's new into Eros this season, was saying that they've not done a lot of B slots work with him moving in, so that's one of the things they're going to focus on for the rest of the season. It's not looking bad though, for saying they've not trained some of it.
You wouldn't tell. They're doing a great job of it. Oh, 22.
22. So an indicative 22 for Eros. Congratulations. They should be happy with that.
I think they will be.
Yeah, let's see if there's any indications they're coming in. No, it's all pretty straight laced. Right.
So next up we've got the new AAA team, Meraki. I believe this is their first competition.
Absolutely. Pete Allen flying in the centre, showing his experience with Kate. There we go, little side pan. Kate in the blue helmet, Kath just thinking through the dive, and there was Liz.
So based on our very rough estimation, we had them 1 point ahead of Chimera going into this round.
Yeah. So these guys are also going to take in the 17. That's good news. Look at that. That's a lovely 10, nice and slick. Look like they're going for it. Is this the right round to be going for it on?
That answers your question.
Let's see. Yeah, let's see what happens. That sometimes focuses the mind. Bam, bam, bam. Nice little sequence through that random set.
So a lot of the score is going to depend on whether they can complete the next.
Right.
exam.
Okay. So 26 matching an FTO, but it is going to depend on the judges about when the timer starts and when it ends.
That brain mix-up will have cost them possibly one or 2 points.
Yeah, so just putting it into perspective, if that sequence, that sort of stumble even took 1 second or 1.5 seconds, and they were about to get into the random part of that jump, into the end of the 17, the E and the F, there's possibly 3 points that they may have picked up or could have picked up or didn't.
So now we've got Omni, the VFS team that's trying their hand at belly flying.
Over the top. There you go.
With a bit of a grip assist.
And I think that's actually legal. That's not
entirely
a problem
legal.
to get some support going over.
Because it doesn't really help. The quicker way is to do it without that.
Nice finish.
Or so is the conventional wisdom. We've seen a lot of time in skydiving when the conventional wisdom turns out to be completely wrong.
I mean, they're doing slot switches in the AAA category. The philosophy of moving into different slots, switching upside down, is not just, you know, they're familiar with that, especially in that head
I love
down
the little
sequence.
flourishes from them at the end of their 35 seconds.
Yeah, we're finished. Head down. Booty fly. All right, Omni, good job. They look like they're having a great time.
They do, and I'm hoping we've got the updated and complete official round 3 AAA scores that we can share with everyone.
Let's have a look at the full lineup. So there's the...
Nope, we're still waiting for NFTOs.
But round 3, 24 apiece for Chimera and Meraki, you know, going head to head. But as you can see, round 2, Chimera, a big lead, a big gap between Meraki on 21 and Chimera on 25.
Yeah, so that's a lot of point difference for a AAA team.
Oh, completely.
And ultimately, what the best teams demonstrate is the ability to compete and score consistently.
What was that? Round 2, 15:29. A technical jump, you know, it's a technical jump. To have 4 points on that is big. I wonder whether there was any busts from Meraki there. Who knows? Right.
Yeah, maybe that's something we can have a look at for some of the next rounds.
Yeah,
we'll be able to give people an update on which teams are scoring cleanest.
Indeed. All right. Chimera now currently, according to the unofficial scores, I've got 1 point behind Meraki. So Meraki scored 26 unconventionally on the scoreboard last time.
It's a lovely,
really nice start from Will. Nice sequence through the randoms. Let's close.
That's a big move into the start of 17, isn't it?
Looking calm.
Patience required from the wings.
Nice finish. Nice hop. 2, 3. You see, once you nail that close of the 17, you've got a nice sequence. Oh, they're looking smart. Look at those indicative score.
Well done. I don't think they closed the 10 in time there.
Well, if that is the case, Meraki on a 26, indicative, Chimera on a 29, there may have been one bust they might pick up if the judges are being particularly harsh. But that, you know, that gives them a couple of extra points.
It might be enough to take them into
top.
the lead,
So it's going to be interesting when the real scores come through. All right. Shaka. And if you're still watching live on the live stream, welcome along. Thanks for tuning in. We're on round 7 of the formation skydiving. 7 out of 8 rounds that we're going to cover today. Round 7 that we're covering today at the minute is 17 EF10. Really technical jump. We've got a slot switcher in the front and the back, which can sometimes, as you can see, cause a little bit of confusion. If you're not used to training B slots, you're not used to those slot switches, it can be exciting.
So I think Shaka also have someone that's competing in AA, so they've got the added challenge of remembering 2 dives in one go.
More jumps.
Yeah, 24 Shaka.
24 Shaka.
And that's the last AAA team. We'll now be moving into the AA with Grenade.
Grenade. All right, so the AA round for 7 is 1 FQ. So 1 is another new block in the last couple of years. quite quick. It's more suited to a 14-foot wind tunnel than the old one. And they've gone.
It's almost like they planned it.
Yeah, making it more easier for the full dive pool to be flown in the wind tunnels now. As you can see, it's a full 360, one piece going backwards, one piece going forwards.
It's a shame to lose the old one because it used to make for fantastic photos.
It was good. It was good, but it was a big, it was a big block. This looks relatively straightforward, but you know what? It's super technical. The sequence in between the front and the back piece. There's always the conversation when you're training this: does the front piece go first, or does it go after the back piece? And actually trying to spin 360 on the spot is harder than you think.
And end up in the right place. There's not a lot of movement that the people that are being spun have to correct the close if they're in the wrong place.
Right. Okay, so grenade, starting the AA category, and we're now having a look at AA scoreboard. Deep and Filthy continuing to stretch and lead that group, 46 points. Grenade, as we've just seen, following on with 40. Foreigners 38.
Only 2 points behind Grenade.
Yeah, so again,
it's all to play for in second place.
4 and 5.
And probably first, because a 6 point difference in AA is not as large as it might be in AAA.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens now with Foreigners.
And again, there's no scores here for Santal because they're not here.
Not with us. All right.
Sorry to miss you, Santal. Hopefully next time.
If you're joining us on the live stream, please send us some requests, some shout-outs. Who are you supporting? Anything that you want us to talk about, anything you want us to cover, please do say so. Using the hashtags Biza, hashtag Biza 2022 and hashtag iFLY.
Basingstoke.
Basingstoke.
Shout out from Sam Benman from Chimera. Great rounds. Yes, absolutely. That was probably their best round so far this competition.
All right, so now IBME doing that 1 FQ round. And if you haven't trained this is a really tough block.
Yeah, it almost looks like when you're in there that you're going to collide with the other piece, so it takes that practice to to trust your teammates that you'll be good.
And do you know what? Seeing that what they've just done there, it's really disciplined. So it looks like they're letting the back piece go first, the front piece, and then the cog in the back to the front. Good close, because you can actually crash into that front piece and lose a fair bit of time.
So an indicative 11.
For
IBME.
Good job on those ones. We are now going to see squad game, team 203. And let's see if they're going to what they're going to take in. Nice entrance, steady. Nearly.
Ooh,
there,
not quite.
Yeah, they won't get that first
The patience
one.
wasn't quite there.
Yeah. No, wrong one. That's the one. And that's actually another challenge. If you come around a bit too soon, you're going to see the legs of the outside centre and get confused as to which ones you're grabbing.
The outside centre's very keen to get going on these ones.
But
you can see he's already starting to kink at the beginning, wanting to get going, and it's not quite keyed.
He's got to let the back piece go through first. There you go. Nice one. So indicative 9 with a stumble at the beginning, so likely 8 or around.
So going into this round of the official scores, squad game we're in 8th place.
Okay. So looking at those previous rounds for squad game 1, 2 and 3, scorers 7, 6 and 8.
Yep.
It's kind of, similar scoring. So they're consistent.
Which is really good because it shows that they're building a foundation that they can learn from. If you're always pushing to go too quickly and things are always blowing up, then you're just not going to learn from that.
And that sometimes can get a little bit demotivating.
It can, yeah.
All right. And finally, martial law. Let's see how these guys get on. Martial law currently in 4th after 3 rounds.
6 points behind foreigners.
Okay. Let's see how these guys are getting on. So they're through the back piece, front piece through. Nice close. FQ. Yeah, built it clean. Well done. And good finish. And again, good, another good page. So indicative 13 for martial law, and that concludes this this section. These 3 teams of double A, and we'll now swap over. So, Mark, just share with us what are the teams here fighting for?
So one of the reasons this event got held in February this year, and not later in the year, is that we needed a qualifying event for the European Championships and World Cup that's taking place in Belgium in April. For a World Cup, it's not only the top team that qualifies, but the top 4 teams from every category. So we're hoping that based on this competition, we'll have lots of people that are interested in attending that event, representing Great Britain. It's a lot of fun being able to go to those kind of competitions, and even for teams that aren't yet, in medal contention within the UK, it's great practice to start building that familiarity with competitions and the pressure that comes with it.
And will the competition format when we go to the international meet, is it the same over 2 days or is it different? How does it work?
So typically international events will take place over more days, because they have more disciplines and more competitors taking part. In the UK, obviously, we have to balance the time people have off work with the ability to run competitions. So, we might get more people attending on a 2-day event.
Yeah.
If we made it 3 or 4, it gives the individual competitors more time between the rounds, but at the same time might also restrict the participants. So it's a tricky balance to try and find.
Yeah. Okay, so moving into the next session, we've got Birds of Prey, Jail and Foreigners in this session, double A round 7, and 1 FQ is the jump. Nice start off with a clean page. And on to the second, so nice sequencing, good synchronicity in that 1, letting the back piece go first.
Yeah, nice and calm.
Yeah, you don't want to crash too heavy into that close because it can really sort of affect the amount of time you've got stabilising and then going again. It's really easy though to start getting excited and
it is, and push
really,
the pace, and
really
then something goes wrong and it just costs you points.
All right, so Birds of Paradise, indicative 14 from us. Look pretty clean. I hope they're happy with that. Brand new effort, block number 1.
Potentially still one of the first times some people may have seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's obviously been pretty difficult to train over the last 3 years.
Yeah. And do you know what? It's going to be interesting to see what happens at the Indoor World Cup. The other teams from other parts of Europe and seeing what scores they're going to do.
Particularly if their tunnels have been completely closed.
If they're closed as well. All right, we're into 206 now. Jail. Another Bradley team. Little bit of a kick in the face for the inside centre, which
that's
is
why you'll see a lot of competitors are wearing full face helmets rather than open face. It's so that if a foot happens to make contact with it,
go,
doesn't cause quite as much damage.
Yeah. So struggling to get round on that first piece. But as you say, some of these guys, some of these teams are competing probably for the first time, not managed to train very much, especially in double A, new blocks, new techniques. So this is really their first attempt.
Yeah, so Jail, according to the official scores, were only 2 points ahead of Squad's game. going into that, and we gave them an indicative score of 8, and squad game also 8.
Yeah.
So that may not have changed too much for those two teams.
And finally, foreigners, 4 Rainers. These are currently sat in 3rd after 3 rounds. So let's see how these guys get on with the 1. They might feel a lot more comfortable, confident with it. And as a result, you'll probably see a slightly more confident run through those randoms.
This looks like it might be a good round for the foreigners.
Yeah. Yeah, they're really squeezing the points in this one.
They haven't left much on the table.
Ooh, right on the line. So far, I have that as the we score, obviously, the highest indicative score in AA so far, 21 points. The last one might have been right on the line, who knows?
So we've got 2 AA teams left. Oh no, one AA team, that's Deep and Filthy. They've normally given us a little bit of entertainment when they come into the tunnel. It looks like this time they've started before they get into the tunnel. That might be a Mexican wave they were trying to start outside.
So just switching over now, and as you can see, the foot. You know, this is a live camera feed from the inside of the antechamber. And this type of tunnel, we have an antechamber which is kind of like an airlock. There you go. There's Deep and Filthy giving a big wave to everybody at home. There you go.
They've all been practicing their flossing in between the rounds.
Let's see if they're as confident with this round. Yep. So you know this type of tunnel has an antechamber, which is an airlock. So once the team's in, the doors close. They pressurise the room, which allows sort of to balance with the wind flow in the tunnel.
Make sure the air stays in the tube
Yeah.
and not just out the door, because that would make the whole door monster problem probably a lot worse.
Here they go. They've got a lot of support here. Let's hope it doesn't distract them.
They have a very entertaining team.
All right, straight into the 1. Nice sequence that. Back piece going first. Yep, good. That's great. Rolling through the pages, and actually, do you know what I've spotted? It's Paul in the tail slot, who's not the tallest. So therefore, as he's coming round, there's you can keep those 2 pieces close together because he's not clashing legs.
So is it 21 to beat? Oh, looks like they might have done it.
Oh!
Nope. They're matched based on our...
Might. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. So we are unofficial judging, unofficial scoring, bottom right-hand corner. The points going up and the amount of time remaining going down. So that concludes the AA round 7. Moving into the single A now.
With Team Tilstock, Wind Kickers and Winged Hussars.
Indeed. Lots of noise going on in the background. Yeah, as you can see, the into the actual viewing gallery next to the wind tunnel, it's generally very busy. You've got lots of people watching, lots of competitors as well, practicing, and also watching the other teams.
Which can almost be a problem if you're trying to keep your head down, focus on the jump, because it might be particularly technical and people are jumping around, flossing at you.
Yeah.
Could put you definitely in the wrong headspace.
In any of the comps, Mark, that you've been in, have you ever been distracted by what's going on outside the tunnel? Or have you been laser focused?
Oh, it'd be fair to say, yes, there's always distractions to some degree. The trick is to try and minimise the impact on your performance because of those. You know, it can be, you know, the team that you're battling with have just come out and they've been high-fiving. You know, that's a tricky thing to try and block out.
Yeah. Right, there you go, my coined bobsleigh entrance. They're all lined up and they all sort of follow each other. Single A, round 7. The jump is 21B. 21, little bit of what we call a boogie block. Can be a lot of fun. really, in fact, you know, it's a lot of fun to do this block. It's really easy to get wrong as well. It's quite simple to get right, as long as you don't put too much power.
But when it goes wrong, it tends to go wrong quite hilariously.
Yeah.
Again, great for the online viewers, gallery viewers.
Yeah. And if at some point we're able to have a look at a side view, you see the difference in height as well. So you have a piece that go up and over, and you have another piece that sort of go under, and it's really down to how much height those two pieces put in. Depends on how quickly that block closes.
We've got the tunnel instructor doing their official speed test with the hands.
We've had a question in from Matt, from Sam Bement, which I'll look at in a minute once we've done wind kickers.
Oops, they've gone a bit too far there. We have to reverse it back up.
And that's the thing, you put in too much power on this, you go past the close. That's much better.
It's really hard to reverse it if you end up going too far.
Especially going forward. So Heather's still watching for wind kickers. They are doing really well. Yeah, lots of eye contact there. Yeah, we're ready to go. And closing with a 10.
So yeah, so wind kickers, they're just about halfway up the field in 6th place with a total of 36 points, but they only need to gain 2 points to overtake Nemesis and Pantheon.
Okay, Winged Hussars coming in next, and coming back to Mr. Bement's question around which do you prefer, the old one or the new one? Well, my personal view is I was just getting good at the old one when they changed it.
I would say the same. I certainly loved the old one outdoors. It was a bit of a
tough outdoors.
Tricky one indoors if you have tall people. The new one seems to be a kind of a unhappy middle ground, I would say.
So I think, Sam, for me, the new one is probably better for all areas, indoor and outdoor. All right, Winged Hussars, similarly, yeah, you know, you've got to open up and then take the emphasis out of the turn halfway through, and then let your piece partner just get you into the close. If you're a bigger individual, the mass and the sort of the energy you take into the close can be really quite heavy.
I used to think the centres here were the power and the wings were the brakes, and it was entirely the wings' responsibility to make sure you didn't slam into the other piece. Yeah.
Right, Winged Hussars finishing on an indicative 14. Very happy with that, as you can see. And that's what that block does for people. It makes you smile. It can feel fast, and it just raises the excitement. So
yeah, it's a lot of smiles as you're coming in for the close. We got Karen in the live stream chat. Shout out to all the teams I know in support. That's IBME, Grenade, Wind Kickers, For One Night Only, Breaking Dad, and good luck everyone. So thank you very much, Karen. From Sandra, been watching all day, loving all the categories, rooting for lots of teams. Thank you very much, Sandra. And she puts a specific shout out and thanks to all the iFLY staff involved. She misses them. And then also we have Heather, still here for the Wing Kickers, and John. It's a long day for those competing, but they're all doing well, and we totally agree.
It is a long day. We've been sat here for, I'm going to say, coming up to 12 hours. All right, with little breaks, but it's been really exciting. It's gone really fast. It's been wonderful to see all of the different categories, and we don't normally get to
see all the people
sit and
flying.
Watch.
No,
yeah,
we're normally on the the other side, keeping our head down, trying to avoid the distractions.
Yeah, trying to stay out of the way, stay calm.
And now we're causing the distractions because during the breaks we're going around bothering all the teams, telling us what they want us to say.
What's going on? Yeah, what are you doing? Right, next group of single A teams: Breaking Dad, Pantheon, Nemesis. Let's see how they get on. Boogie Block. Started off with some energy.
Oh, they were already off there before it started.
Alright, there's lots of it looks like a little bit of nervousness. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Let's see if they can just
calm down just a little bit. They keep busting the start of that 21, I think.
That leg grip is a little bit far away, but They're managing it. Alright, so we've got an indicative 14. We don't know if there's going to be any busts in that, but
I would suspect a couple, unfortunately.
Couple at the minute. Winged Hussars matching on 14. We'll see what the judges say. But liking the energy, guys.
Who's up next, Dave?
We have got Pantheon. Lowering the guys' helmets.
Yes, Pantheon are currently 1 point after 3 officially scored rounds, 1 point behind Winged Hussars, so it's all to play for them.
Straight into the 21. A little bit of energy, so it's at this point when people are sort of flying backwards and forwards and they're just trying to stabilise. It eats into the time, but you've got to reset.
Oh, what's happening there? Almost turn the other way.
21. Yeah, trying to go too fast sometimes is completely counterintuitive. And 11 for Pantheon.
We had Winged Hussars on 14, so
yes,
that probably hasn't helped Pantheon too much that round. Nemesis are right at the halfway point in Single A. They are on 38 points after 3 official round scores, tied with Pantheon. So let's see if they can beat Pantheon's 11.
Okay, Nemesis in next. Let's see how these guys get in and then take the 21s. Straight in. That's quite a deep rotation. They may end up with a centre point bust on that.
They may well. It's very close.
So just for people, what's a centre point bust? It's ultimately when the piece has crossed too deep. Not.
Yes, that and the consequence also is that you tend to land on top of the other other piece.
It doesn't show, or it's not proper separation of the pieces. All right, so 9 indicative with a couple of busts in there for Nemesis.
So that might be a good round for Pantheon. They might have pulled a couple of points ahead of Nemesis. It's going to be an interesting battle in Single A.
Yeah, and that's the end of that session. We've got the remaining 3 Single A teams coming up for one night only, Recruits and Scratch 22. And then in the next session, we'll kick off the Rookie Round 7.
Yeah, and if you're only joining us, this is the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals 2022, kindly hosted by iFLY in Basingstoke. For those watching online, let us know what you think in the live stream comments. Shout out to your favourite teams. Let us know what you would like to hear.
Here we see them all filtering in now.
And if you'd like to tag us on social, feel free to use the hashtags iFLY Basingstoke and Beezer 2022.
And hashtag Dave and Mark Rock.
Dave and Mark Rock. Are you starting a new hashtag?
New hashtag. Let's see if we can get it trending.
Here, one time only.
And for we are extremely excited and honoured to be asked to commentate for the Formation Skydiving. We're usually in the competitions, so this is the first time we've
pre-second.
The pre-second, sorry, it's the pre-second time we've been involved in the commentary. It's been a wonderful experience. Okay, let's kick off first of all with For One Night Only, who are after 3 rounds just currently sitting in 7th place. Not a linked entrance, straight into the 21, and let's see how they get on.
I think what we're seeing for some of the lower category teams is there's a couple of exits that they're comfortable with, and then anything else that they sort of build it once they're in the tunnel.
Yeah. And for some teams, they've not trained, they're not used to some of this stuff. They most definitely won't be comfortable with launching a specific block in the tunnel, especially here. There's a little bit of a safety mechanism with too much mass entering the tunnel at once, we do get a little bit of a cutout in the wind, which causes teams to drop, hit the net, and it just takes a little bit of their time off them. In some of the tunnels around the world, when you enter, there's no change in the wind speed, and you see teams literally enter, and in some cases, as soon as they're in, they're already moving. All right, so we have got the current leaders of Single A Skydive Recruits. Let's see how they get on here. They've had a couple of really strong rounds, nice and measured, calm. They are looking sharp. Let's see how they get on with the 21. That's a bus straight off. Trying to go too quick. Let's just see how they fix. Got to make sure that they're not taking too much energy into that close. Just take it a bit easier. Whoop, there you go. A little bit of energy. There's a head nod. What does that mean? Is it slow down or is it speed up? Who knows?
It's either the tail or the point here who's doing the 21 a little bit on their side. That's not going to be helping their technique.
That's point. So 17 for recruits, which is 3 ahead of what we got for Breaking Dad at the beginning, and Winged Hussars as well. So not a bad round. Scoring the points. And we're into the last Single A team, Scratch 22. Right. And there's the 21. Nice steady close. That B, that long shape, and then back into the 21. I like 21s.
Is that your favourite block?
No, I was talking actually earlier on to somebody. I think my favourite block is 17. I like them all, but 17 is snappy. It's short and sharp, and yeah,
it's kind of a hero move,
isn't it?
17. Yeah.
17. Some would argue the inside centre doesn't do it very much at all. So when I do get to do a move, I want to do a good move.
So well done, Scratch 22. That was the last Single A team. And now we've got Booty Calls up. That's the first rookie team.
Booty's called Rookie. So the rookie round for round 7 is EQC.
And based on 2 officially scored rounds, Booty Call were in second place with 27 points. That's 4 points behind Space Pirates in first place.
Okay. Little adjustment on that first point, making sure they score it. Really commanding that centre, actually, the inside centre. That's one of the main roles of that role.
And doing well on the sea. We were speaking earlier on in the day that can be a tricky block for
younger teams, yeah. Because as you turn in there, your body position pushes you out.
13 indicative score.
13 indicative for Booty's Call.
And then we've got a changeover.
Good work, Booty's Call. Yes, actually, right. So we're going to swap over now, and we'll see Chaos Unit, Space Pirates, and Best Served Cold coming in. Best Served Cold. We've asked all day. We've had some good suggestions, but what else is there that people feel is best served cold? We want to see your answers on the stream.
And I feel the preferences have changed throughout the day as we started first thing in the morning. I'm certainly speaking for myself. The preferences have changed.
And
just as a reminder to everyone, we've got actually 2 national events this year, which obviously a bit of an unusual year coming off the back of a 3-year gap.
Yep.
We had to hold the nationals in February because we needed a selection event for the World Cup coming up in April in Belgium. We're also going to be having a nationals event that will be the qualifier for 2023 at the end of this year in November. Exact dates to be confirmed. So if you're interested in competing at that event, make sure you keep your eyes on the various social channels.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mark. We are obviously getting ready now for the Chaos Unit Space Pirates Best Served Cold. We were talking about the Chaos Unit earlier on. Completely, their flying is not chaotic at all. It's actually really smooth and very calm.
It's an odd team name choice.
But interestingly, if we look at the scores after 3 rounds, Chaos Unit are sitting in with 16 points after 2 rounds, which
fifth place.
Fifth place, which is I'm surprised at that because I think they've been doing really well.
Yep, they need a bit more chaos. I would almost suggest.
Unleash the chaos, boys! Come on.
Right. You can be too calm.
You can be too calm, but who knows? They're looking great. They're getting great feedback from us, so it's looking good. That was the C. Q. And got to get those legs around to the C. There you go.
Yeah, this is an example of where the inside centre obviously maybe struggles a little bit with that C formation.
Left knee down.
They're being too cautious, making it very hard for the guy with the orange grips to get in and pick up the slot.
Got it though. Nice.
Helps if you have longer arms in that kind of situation.
And those types of cat grips at the back, one thing you learn as you progress through rookie and single A is making sure your knees are not relatively but close enough that the person trying to grab those inside leg grips,
there's a kindness.
It's being kind to your piece partner. Right, Chaos Unit done. Space Pirates.
So Space Pirates are currently in first place in rookies.
And
with
they
31
shot into
points.
the tunnel then, did
They did. They almost caught us by surprise. They're 3 points ahead of Booty Calls.
Right. Space Pirates leading after 2 rounds. Making slightly easier work of that C in the leg presentation. Oh,
over here, he says.
Yeah. They got I think they got it. Just a few more seconds there. That's nice and steady through. One little bubble, but 18 for Space Pirates. He was shaking his hand to kind of go, come and get this grip. Do you think, Mark, that's the best thing to do when you're in that position, like shaking the grip to say, come on, take this grip? Or
I think it depends on who you're trying to get the attention of. Sometimes it's just best to wait and
just present it, just hold it there.
Hands, yeah. Make the grip as obvious as possible.
A big arrow. All right, best served cold.
Let us know in the live stream chat what you prefer best served cold.
Is it food? Is it drink? Is it both? All right, they're steady through the pages. Need to get that.
There's a grip missing there.
There you go. Yeah, nice. Nice patience from everybody else. Get it. There you go. Got the grip. Yeah, good.
Looks like that was going to be an 8.
That's really good, the discipline in that one, waiting for the
they waited.
tail. Yeah, that was excellent. And sometimes you can see everybody's on and you're still trying to get the grip. It adds a little bit of pressure, but he dealt with it. That's good.
That's fantastic. I think we've seen a lot of teams being very kind to their teammates today.
Good discipline.
If things aren't quite in the right place, people have waited. It's lovely to see.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to swap over the last set of rookie flyers and also the VFS. So impromptu will be first, followed by first date, and then our VFS, our vertical formation skydiving ninjas.
And looking at the latest scores, we are still waiting for that round 1 to be updated for NFTO and British Army Voltage, which makes it very hard for us to know exactly where the team stands in AAA.
Well, I've already done that work, so if
that's true, we should just go with our version, call it a day.
Let's just get some served cold alcohol-free beers and soft drinks.
Andrew Donovan in the live stream chat says jelly, best served cold. Beer fines, I totally agree with you, Amanda. Thank you very much.
Do you know what, Andrew? If you can serve me warm jelly, I'd have a go. Because it's not really
in
jelly.
30 minutes or less.
It's not jelly though, is it? If it's warm, it's more liquid, it's fluid. All right, we've got Hannah with us, preparing for our VFS people in a couple of moments. Hello, Hannah.
Hello, how are we doing?
All right.
But we've got 2 rookie teams just to finish off the rounds first, haven't we? We've got impromptu and first date.
All right, so bobsleigh entrance. Hannah, give us some of your punditry on impromptu. EQC.
They're all on their belly.
Yes.
Which is great. E, this is a Mika, I believe.
That's correct. Well done. Yeah.
Looking good. This is cute. A little bit of an out face move here. Not the easiest. And then C, can't remember. But it looks good.
Murphy
is that right?
Flake.
Murphy Flake.
Murphy Flake.
I don't know how I remember that.
Oh, this looks good for these guys. I know that we've been watching them a little bit. They've been having a few these moments, but
there is
that
some
was
wind
looking
kicking
good.
happening.
Wind kicking.
Air gremlins.
Air gremlins.
Yeah. Oh, a couple of them there.
Got back under control. Yeah, nearly there. There's the E. Nice one.
Great.
Well done,
Just in
impromptu.
time.
Yeah, you got that back under control really well. Fab. All right, and then finally, first date. First date currently in 3rd place after 2 official rounds.
6 points behind Booty Call and 4 points ahead of Best Served Cold. So we gave Best Served Cold a 8 indicative score in that round.
Yep. Let's see what they do first date.
So first date, you need to stay ahead.
Don't go too fast.
Would you recommend for the rookies to launch or not to launch?
That is the question. I think personally, take what you're confident with, be stable, and build up. Try not to fixate too much about the entrance, because the entrance, if it goes wrong, you've lost maybe 5 seconds, 6 seconds, which could be 5 or 6 points. Who knows?
I think it's the same indoor as it is outdoor for rookies. The important thing is that you enter together and you stay close. It doesn't matter what formation you're in.
Yeah.
Oh, she managed
More back
to get
flying,
it.
and she's straight back on her belly.
That was great commitment to the grip there.
She
Good
did.
job.
It was like, I'm gonna get it.
No matter what. Excellent.
And yep, she took a bit of a tumble, and she.
Well done. So that should be enough to keep them ahead of Best Served Cold.
Yeah. So a 10.
Bit more comedy on the way out.
A 10 on that final round for first date. So Omni 99, not Omni. What have they got this time?
So we have round 7. We're going in with a 14, 22, 20.
Which
so
is the
3
hardest out of
blocks.
those 3?
I'd say the 20, just because there's a transition in there. The 14, 22 is actually pretty quick. These guys are actually going to launch the 14, which involves a bit more of a tricky. You can see the green and the orange, they're back to back.
Yeah.
They're going to have to launch. Boom. That's nice. You can hit your head on that, so you want to be pretty careful. And then the 22 is really fast, and the 20, this slows it down a little bit with the transition.
Is it like everybody's transitioning there, isn't it?
Yes, everyone
that's
transitions,
fast.
but these guys are smashing it. They're already on round 2. So yeah, it's the 22 is a really quick block. It's just switch the grips in the middle, and that's actually, you can see there, that one's prone to busts. Because
Right.
that one you've got to really
keep it in sync.
It's pretty much like 2 randoms that are really close to each other, that block.
And this is going really quick. What sort of speed do the judges judge this on? Is it full speed, or do they slow it down?
I think they can judge it on full speed, definitely, but with these guys, I mean, especially, you just want to make sure it's the same with FS. They have to have like complete separation, things like that. Yes, that looks really fast.
That looks impressive.
You don't want to go at scoring?
That was too quick for me.
All right, I think maybe
yeah.
not Omni, might be
more
good for you.
your speed.
So I think, I think Omni 99 probably got maybe, I don't know, 12 points.
So let's see what these guys do. It's a tricky launch to the 14 because, so I don't think they're going to do it.
No, they look unlinked.
Nah, there we go. Okay, I think they had. Oh. Okay, so it's the grip on it, and then 2. You can see they do a 360 linked.
Yeah.
Also not the easiest, and then they grip back on. Okay, great. Yeah. I know these guys. They said they're getting a little tired. With VFS, it is a lot of, like I've said a few times, but it's a lot about the mental capacity, and at some point it can just be really hard. But they're doing great. They're having a little bit of a moment here, but it looks like they're going back to the top of the 14 maybe. No, they still haven't finished the 20. Okay.
All right. And it's 35 seconds, the same as flat.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, and it's from the first person's 2 feet leaving the net, which is why they launched from the net.
Okay.
But no, great. I think they did a great job there. They started great, and we can see the scores for just the first 2 rounds. Omni with a 45. That's great. That would actually be a 22.5 average.
Okay.
Very high. That's great. They're going to be happy with that. Round 1, you can see, was a much quicker round, 27 to round 2's 18. And Not Omni will also be pretty happy with that. For their first time ever even flying together, if they get an average of 10, I know they're going to be extremely happy with that.
Fantastic, fantastic. So thank you very much. That brings us to the end of round 7 in the formation skydiving. Stick with us for round 8, still coming up today. We're now going to go to Taff, our roaming reporter, who's in the tunnel for yet another amazing interview.
Hi, thanks, Mark.
All right.
Hey, Taff, how's it going?
Yeah, good. Fantastic. We're in the tunnel right now with Tano and Dennis from Breaking Dad, right?
Trying to break me.
He's not broken. Small false promises in the team names.
Yes.
Work a bit harder.
Yeah, this is a father and son combo that are in a 4-way belly team. Single A, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yeah, single A.
Yeah, and Tano, you've only just qualified recently, right? So I believe you've got 24 skydives, FS1.
Yeah.
Bit of a superstar in the making.
Yeah, definitely. Of course. No, so in the summer went and did my AFF and then just loved it from there, to be honest.
Cool. And I've got a big question. Who is actually paying Dennis for all this skydiving for your son?
It's just a loan. It's just a loan. He's got a lot of packing to do. He just doesn't know yet. So he's he's got ambition, which is great. But he's got some hard work ahead.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's great to see, right? And all you got to remember, right, is it's not a loan. It's just out to your inheritance.
Yeah,
that's it. You know,
yeah.
You're going to end up with the money in the end, right? So I mean, you might as well spend it now together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've got a few kits for charities I can think of.
Okay. And what's it like to be up and coming with, understandably, be a mum, Vanna, being in an FTO, national champion twice, 3 times actually now, outdoors, and big shoes to fill, right, with your mum and dad?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to try to keep improving and then just keep flying and hopefully be as good as my mum.
Well, I think you will be, you know. I think if you keep spending your mum and dad's money, right, just keep remembering that, right? I think you just keep putting the hard work. You've definitely got the dedication. I mean, 24 jumps to get FS1. For people out there that don't actually know what that really means, that's like super quick, super really good. It's great skydiving, and that's great ambition. It takes normally a normal skydiver that comes into the sport, probably around about 30 or 40, maybe 50 jumps to get that. And Turner's got that in 24 skydives, done 1 tandem as well. So are you classing that as 24 or is it 25 with that?
It could be 25 with that, but I'll leave it at 24 for now.
Okay. And how's the team going for both of you, right? So Dennis, you're in Breaking Dad and they've not broke you yet, so you're not doing a good enough job, right? So, tomorrow, right? And how's the team going?
No, it's good. I mean, I think on a serious note, it's great to do the team with Tano. I mean, we haven't jumped together, so this is great to be spending the time. And I mean, it's an hour and a half in the tunnel and then lots of nerves coming into the competition. And, it doesn't matter what you're doing. When you get to round 1, everyone's a little bit jittery and kind of nervous. But I think every guys have handled it well. It's been calm. It's been good. And he's actually, I give him some credit. He's got off really, really well. So.
Wow, I mean, credit coming from your dad. I mean, that's big. I mean, out there as well, Dennis. Dennis is a national champion 4-way, AAA as well, outdoors. Skydived with Gary Smith, one of the world's best skydivers. I mean, the world's best coach, in my opinion. And I think Dennis would probably agree with that. You know, guys, thank you very much for your time and standing in the tunnel. Mate, I can't wait to see what you're going to do in the future. And have a great rest of the competition. Okay, and we're going to go straight to an advert now. Thank you. Have a great day.
Awesome.
Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits. And best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered. The IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly.
Welcome back to the last round of formation skydiving today. That's going to be round 8. We've seen some fantastic jumping from all of the competitors here today. I'm going to hand over to my co-presenter Dave, who's going to talk a little bit about what we are seeing using the indicative scoring in AAA right now.
Yeah, so we're moving into the final round of today. We've got 2 more rounds tomorrow. We don't have full scoring on the board for all the rounds, but actually let's just quickly cut to Alola, who's doing round 8 now, and then we'll talk about scores after. But AAA round 8, GK 18H, potentially a fast round. We've got obviously a sequence HGK, which if we get close to the end of the timing, if they can skip through that HGK, there's 3 points, easy 3 points on the door.
So we're going to see that with the other top AAA teams. It's going to be really important to make it through that final 18, so the clock finishes when they're essentially rebuilding the next 18.
So could be a good high scoring round to finish on for a lot of teams. So 20 for Alola. Alola. When I first came across these guys, I struggled with the name, strangely. Alola.
Alola.
I thought it was Aloha.
Aloha.
But it's not, it's Alola. So 20 indicative for Alola. And now Voltage, new into AAA. Let's see how these guys get on. So similarly with AA, the 18 was in there, so they'll be familiar with that, and they'll be familiar with the randoms as well.
This is a military team.
Military team, they are indeed. They've come through the ranks, single A, AA, current or most recent AA outdoor champions. Moving up to AAA this season. The only difference in this round for them, wrong direction, is that they've potentially got an extra point to deal with. But the block should be familiar, the randoms are absolutely familiar. Alright, 12 indicative. That misfire on the 18 halfway through, I think probably.
They've been very consistent scoring 11, 11,
Yeah.
12. We've been seeing a lot of those.
But yeah, good. Well done, Voltage. A good end to the day for you guys.
Yeah, what we can maybe start seeing in some of the competitors now at this point in the day is sort of tiredness starting to creep in. They're really going to be trying to give everything they've got in the last 35 seconds.
Yeah, mentally it's been a long day, lots of jumps, repetitive sort of preparation, and then come down. So anyway, NFTO, here we go. Let's say it could be quite a quick round. Let's hope they don't try and go too quick. Let's keep it steady. It's a nice vertical 18. Might be a misfire on that last pick on the grip, but so far looking good. Nice, nice, nice. And there's not a lot of bandwidth to do this differently. It's all standard. Your K and the G, there's not really much.
25 from the look of it.
25.
Well done, NFTO. There's not much left there.
No, not at all. Well done. I think they'll be happy with
They
that
will.
as the end of their day.
Great way to finish the day.
Yeah,
I'd be very
happy with that. Yeah, absolutely.
It sets the tone for what's going to come tomorrow.
All right. So, end of that sequence. Those 3 teams are going to swap out now. We're going to see Eros Meraki next. Right. So, before round 7, we talked about indicative scores added up to what we know as proper formal scores on the door, and then with the round scores indicative last round, Chimera with a massive 29 points indicatively from us, NFTO 26, Meraki 26. Now, if we add all of those points back up together, I have on our scoreboard indicative 168 from Chimera, followed by Meraki on 166, so only 2 points.
Everything to play for there.
Everything to play for in this round, 2 points. And, you know, this type of round, you can pick up 2 points really quickly. And NFTO, 157. So a few points behind, but, you know, let's see how they move into the last day. And then Eros on 137. But, you know, for a new team in terms of
a new flyer. Coming in with 137 points is a really good effort.
Yeah, it's really good.
So we're going to see Eros first. You see Travis there really taking a minute learning that dive, because I think that those guys will know they can push it, get some more points, but if you push it too far,
yeah, they may well be trying to set a new team personal best this weekend.
Yeah, it's a good start. You know, the beginning of the season, new team, get a good score, baseline it, and then come back to the Nationals in November and try and beat it.
Yeah, this is another team. They've just been putting in so much effort over the last many years.
Yeah, they've developed really well. So there you go. So Eros in. Steady through that random sprint. Calm on the close of the 18. That's nice. Good solid finish on the 18. Bit of a hiccup, that's alright. It's only fractionally. 22.
Well done, Eros.
Not a lot left there really for those guys.
Nope.
22 for Eros, indicative. 25 for an FTO.
Let's see what Meraki come up with.
Let's see what Meraki can turn out. I'd expect these guys to be quite short and sharp and snappy on that random sequence.
This feels like a jump that's really going to benefit Meraki, given that that's their style of flying. They might be able to use that efficiency to gain another couple of points back.
So G entrance, normally I think G entrance, I really like the G entrance. It's really straightforward, it's quite simple, quite quick, literally legs in, touch and you're away. But let's see how they do this. There you go, yeah, there it is.
Nice, great start.
Good close, there you go. Oh, a little bit of a misstep, that's alright. Realise on that first page. I think consolidate that now in the next page and then open up. Good close, boom, boom, boom. Really good. Okay. It's now where it gets interesting. Are they going to stay at this speed? I think they
can. They close it?
One. They're not going to get through another page, unfortunately, but they cleaned, they picked up those random points. 28.
Well done, Meraki.
Looked clean apart from that little
clean. So yeah, there's a couple of busts in there, perhaps. But
let's see what the judges pick up. But lovely, really, really good. 28 indicative for Meraki, 25 for NFTO. And then we've got Omni now, our VFS teams, who's giving the belly a go.
That's a really nice G entrance.
It's not bad, was it?
From them.
Better than some AAA teams, some
indeed.
Actual AAA teams.
They should start coaching these guys. Interesting, but they're doing 18 2D.
Yeah, well, it's not trained, is it? The guys aren't familiar with the 3D. Let's just, be sure, be safe.
I thought Omni were more of a go big or go
just
home.
Just go big or go home,
yeah.
Oh, bit of clash, but do you know what? Actually, thinking about it, a VFS team transitioning and doing some four-way, you don't get any four-way teams transitioning and doing VFS.
No, it's because it's so much harder.
It's just crazy. 10. Indicative 10 for Omni.
Sam Beman in the live stream chat says, lovely suit sausages, Omni. Omni will not be used to having that sort of restrictive feeling on their arms and legs that the grips can create.
And obviously booties. Slightly different aerodynamics on the suit as well.
Maybe we start finding that they use their FS suits for vertical formation skydiving. Maybe that's the next step.
That's interesting, yeah. Maybe it is. You will see, I guess, the development of wind tunnels, more people flying more regularly. I'm seeing more flat flyers who are mixing it up with some, dynamic-y stuff whilst in a belly suit.
Exactly. We've seen plenty of people on their backs today.
To be honest, I fly better on my back in a booty suit. Put me in a standard suit with no booties and I do struggle.
So, Dave, you were saying that jelly couldn't be served warm earlier, and Andrew has replied in the comments to say a cup of jelly is on its way to you.
All right, fine. Get it over to iFLY in Basingstoke, and I'll be more than happy to sample your liquid.
And make
jelly.
a decision on whether it's better served cold.
We did have another recommendation actually. There's something else which is best served cold from Katie Woods. Apparently her grand's orange trifle is best served cold. I would also try that.
I will agree with that.
Yeah. All right. So swapping over of the teams now, we've got Chimera, Shaka and Grenade. Chimera, a great round last time. What have they got in the bag for this one?
Are they tired?
So again, you've got Will at the back, and you've got the 3 normal-sized people in the rest of the in the team. Can they be efficient and sort of nail that random sequence? Let's see what they got. Oh, not quite as smooth, G. But let's see what they do. Yeah, that's looking good. Will's massive arms managing to pick up virtually anything.
He could be in any part of the tunnel and still reach it.
He could be still in the door. It's looking great.
It's looking very good. It's very efficient.
I can see. I think James has got eyes on everything there. Oh, can't quite close it. So 20
potentially matching Meraki score.
28.
Very clean.
Very close. A little hiccup on the entrance might have cost them 1 point. But you know what? This is a really good example that when you are flying at the top of your game, 1 point can make a massive difference.
It can do. Just that jump will probably come down to busts between those teams.
Right, let's see what Shaka have in the bag for this round. So Shaka, all rounds all day, have been showing some really high energy in all of the stuff. Let's see if they're continuing with that.
Pretty much looks like smash. This is why we have full face helmets.
And they're taking the 2D18, which we talked about earlier on in the AA and the single A. Some would say it's equally as quick.
If done well.
Yeah, done well. It's equally as fast as that vert. But again, when you do the vert really well, it's a quick block. They're doing really well on that 18 though. It's looking really smart. Bit of a bubble there. 18. Plus or minus a couple. Indicative. 18 points. Shaka, well done.
Yeah, well done, Shaka. That's also our last triple 18 for the day, so they're all going to be very happy that they're finished.
All right, so double A, the first team in double A is Grenade, and the double A round 8 is EB2, and the 2 we saw earlier on, we talked a little bit about its technical elements. You've got a donut of 3 people all trying to turn it whilst going backwards and turning and all sorts. It's a tough block, but for double A, they've seen it in single A. They should be more used to it by now. So let's see what they're doing. It's good. It's going around. The wing, the rotator is looking pretty smart. They're getting round. And yeah, there we go.
That's a really nice 2.
You saw a little bit there, like
these are the sounds you make in your helmet, Dave, isn't it? When you're doing 4-way.
And people listening or people watching and stuff who've done 2s. There's a whole range of noises you get. There's a whole range of noises and feeling elbows and all kinds of things that hurt after too many 2s.
Smash.
Yeah. Quite common actually on training camps is paracetamol, because your elbows and stuff hurt and your shoulders hurting too much after drilling the 2s all afternoon.
We got Peter Harries in the chat saying fantastic day, Chimera, so proud of you all, good luck for tomorrow, teamies.
Yeah, absolutely. Pete is the cameraman for Chimera Outdoors.
Pete, do you feel like you're missing out? And would you be interested if we duct taped you as the cameraman to the next Nationals event? Would you be happy to be in the tunnel for 12 hours in the day? We will provide food and snacks, and maybe some water.
And maybe some water. Right, so continuing with our double A category, we're going to see now IBME, squad game, and martial law.
So we're just checking in on the AAA scores for earlier today, and we're still waiting for that round 1 for NFTO and British Army Voltage.
Okay. I think a lot of teams might be very happy that this is going to be their last round.
I think they will. I think everyone is eyeing the pizza and
The
beer
free food.
that's been put on by our host iFLY at the end of the day. I just hope they leave some for us by the time that we're finished.
If anyone's listening, please save some pizza. Right, IBME. Flying with EB2.
Nice entrance, guys. Let's see what they make of this too.
Yeah, there you go. Now IBME, they're not a heavily trained team. They come together a couple of times a year, mainly for outdoor, but they thought they'd give the indoor comp a go. I think they've had a change of lineup as well. It's the usual fun skydivers wanting to have some fun, compete, be around the competition, and just have some fun. So 11 indicative for IBME, who only three rounds officially scored on the door. There you go, the instructor's getting in on the action a little bit.
I think they're missing out. I can imagine they obviously love to fly as well. On a normal day, that they'll get the chance to pop in and out the tunnel a little bit. And today, we're very grateful for their help, making sure that teams are only getting in when the tunnel's ready.
Absolutely. Right, we're seeing squad game now. Alright, let's see how they get on with the 2. It's such a tough block if you've not trained it.
Everybody go backwards.
Yeah, and sideways.
And hold the grip and don't go on your back.
Yeah. Getting close to the door then with his feet, but hey, sort that out. That's great. And the close, nice.
And it can happen if you're not trained. You lose track of who you're supposed to be completing the block on.
Yeah. 8 for squad game,
and then everything really will go wrong from that point on.
Yeah, it's one of those blocks in the dive pool where you start and you end in different places.
Yep.
There are a handful of blocks that start and end in the same place. It makes it a bit more familiar, but sometimes when you're not used to ending in another position of the formation or configuration, it can get a little bit confusing.
Yeah, those are the slot switches that makes the difference between the AA and the AAA category.
Yeah.
Just to mix things up, and there are some formations where you can even invent a slot switcher.
Yeah.
If you choose to.
All right, martial law. Let's see how these guys are ending the day. Here we are. Works round. Another good page. And go on. Yep, another one.
Come on, we got one more page in this.
Come on, guys. There's the start. Can they get it round?
Ooh,
no, unlucky.
The buzzer says
15
no.
though. An indicative 15. Matching grenade. That's interesting. Good. Right, we're going to swap over and we'll now see Birds of Paradise, Jail and Foreigners. We did have another question in there. Thanks everybody who's interacting with the live feed. It's good for us. We've got
it makes it easier. It gives us a little bit more to talk about. Break up the day.
Absolutely. Now, Mr. Bement, your question is actually an outdoor skydiving related question, so I don't think we should answer that one.
No, this is an indoor competition.
Yeah, it's indoor competition.
It is a separate sport now.
As well, absolutely, because we are a indoor association.
It is, yeah. We've got a separate association for it, which means it's completely different.
Yep,
There's
and
nothing that translates from one to the other.
And
apart from maybe some small things.
Hashtag BISA 2022.
Yeah, hashtag iFLY Basingstoke.
And BISA, what's the objective really with BISA?
Well, BISA came about because we're starting to see, tunnels growing in popularity. There is an increasing difference in the kinds of disciplines that are available with indoor, particularly with the introduction of dynamic flying. And increasingly, we saw there's a lot of opportunity for indoor skydiving to develop. And having a complementary association can obviously help drive that forward.
And is there an age limit or a minimum age to really come and have a go in the tunnel?
No, that's one of the great things about tunnel flying. If you're old enough to take instruction and for the instructors to be happy to take you in, then there really isn't an age limit at all.
Good. All right, Birds of Paradise. Continuing with the round 8 double A category. And the round is EB2.
Oh, wrong grip.
Is that bum grip?
That was a bum grip, yeah.
Grip, okay.
We'll have to take a point off for that.
And for those of you joining us, either for the first time or again during the day, welcome along. We're at the Indoor Skydiving British National Championships here at iFLY in Basingstoke.
And this is the last round of the day, round 8. A lot of the competitors, I imagine, are tired at this point, but they've all done fantastically well. Looking forward to the little party we'll be having this evening.
All right, so Birds of Paradise, an indicative 13, and the score that you're seeing in the bottom right-hand corner is purely us in the studio using a function that allows us to just roughly gauge what we think the scores are as they're going through. We can't take off any busts. It's just purely for an indicative score.
Sometimes we do add merit points if people do something particularly impressive.
Unfortunately, they're not valid. But it's down to the real judges downstairs who do the job.
Yeah, thankfully brought to us by the British Skydiving Association. Thanks for your help.
All right, so Jail now, continuing with double A. Yep, and that's the first page. I think the most important thing with that two block is the build, nice and sort of symmetrical to a point. If you start off not quite in the right position, your sequencing is going to be out. It's going to be tougher to spin that block.
It's a timing challenge, really, isn't it, for the two? I think everyone at this stage can normally fly backwards, which is sort of starts it off. But
yeah,
if you're doing it out of sequence, it just doesn't work.
It just adds noise that you don't need. All right, Jail, indicative score from us, a 10.
That might be their best score so far in the competition.
Okay.
We've seen a 7, 8 and 8 from them, at least in the officially scored rounds.
Yeah. And finally, Foreigners.
They're in 3rd place, based on the official scores going into this.
Let's see how they get on with their 2. It's turning a bit better. It's good work by the solo flyer on the outside.
Yeah, he's getting almost
all the way around.
Half the way around. Yeah, that's a long distance to cover.
And it is a hard move as well. Rotating and backing up. But he's making it look really easy.
Looks like a 16 for Foreigners. What did Grenade get on that one?
15.
15.
So we'll see what the judges say, but yeah, Grenade 15.
So that might be a close fought battle for 2nd, 3rd, given that Grenade were only 2 points ahead based on the official scores.
3 rounds. Smiles there, look, helmets come off, they're like, yeah,
everyone's happy to be finished.
We're done for the day.
A long day.
Yeah.
And we have got our last double A team coming into the tunnel now. Let's see if they've prepared any particularly impressive entertainment for us this time.
Some interesting entrances into the antechamber.
It's almost becoming a...
Hello.
Hello. I don't know what that... Was that smile?
It was grimacing. I was like, oh no.
Yep, they seem to be practicing some kind of entrance for us?
No.
Nope.
No, they're just straight in. They're getting a little bit too focused on the competition now. So currently sitting, where are they, Mark, on the leaderboard?
So Deep and Filthy are first after three official rounds, and they're 6 points ahead of second place Grenade.
Here you go, look. They've got a Mexican wave.
Slightly
and
out of camera
bit
shot
of
here. Oh, we've got some dancing. He's saying hello to everyone.
That's quite impressive in a booty suit.
It is, yeah.
So it looks like they're taking some fun into this round. They've done really well so far. It's been nice flying, very consistent, and hopefully quite relaxed as we get into this and see how their twos go as well. Yeah, nice. I think for this one they don't need to try and go too fast. Just be consistent, clean.
The solo flyers giving the three-way piece a bit of a push there.
Yeah. 19.
19, well done.
So 19 for Deep and Filthy. Foreigners 16. Martial Law 15. Indicative scores. These are not official scores. These are just us using some functions in the control room here. Alright, so we're going to swap over now and open the single A round 8.
We do, and breaking news, we do have a score for NFTO's round 1.
Which was?
They scored 21 in round 1, which matches Meraki and Chimera.
Right, and do you know what that means?
That means our scores and estimates were probably correct.
Absolutely. So we made an assumption and a guesstimate that on round 1 that NFTO would have scored a 21. So all of the numbers that we've been talking about earlier on, predicting, were right. So
well, more likely to be right.
We were right in our assumption, which means, just recapping, after up until round 7, Chimera were 1 point ahead, 2 point ahead. Meraki 168 for Chimera, 166 for Meraki, 157 for NFTO. And 137.
And based on our indicative scoring, Meraki and Chimera got the same score, but we feel that the difference there might come down to the bus.
So yeah, it's going to be an interesting end to the day. Right. Single A teams. Team Tilstock first of all, and round 8 for these guys is 19-4. Double blocker for what might be, you know.
Oh, yeah, we'll give them that.
Yeah, go on then.
They held it.
A double block dive for relatively new single A flyers. It's quite challenging, quite technical, you know, having to move around the tunnel in sequence and, you know, referencing the others. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys get on with this round. It's not going to be high scoring.
It's really tough training these rounds when you're starting out because it just feels slow.
Oh yeah.
It's not the fast rounds that you might have gotten used to in the rookie category. You feel like you need to be scoring those points regularly, even though doing less on these kind of rounds is the absolute norm.
Yeah, absolutely. And these types of rounds, your teams are not gonna. You're not gonna earn lots of points. You're not gonna, you know, close gaps with these types of rounds. It's really a damage limitation type round. You don't want to give away too many points.
Exactly.
Just take it steady. You might win one, you might lose one, but ultimately you're just trying to stay where you are. Alright, wing kickers. And for a single A team, this type of round, the back piece, it's a hard move for that back piece. They're going up, whilst the front piece stay on level. And you're trying to rotate at the same time to that close. So again, one of those blocks where you start in a different position to where you're stopping, and there's many different ways of doing it. You can either do it all in the same space, or you can translate, then rotate. Yeah, it's an interestingly difficult block for new flyers.
It's like 9 for wind kickers.
Wind kickers, so 2 up on Tilstock. But as you say, it's not going to be fast rounds.
No, we're not expecting any high scores on this one. Who's up next, Dave?
We have got Winged Hussars. Winged Hussars are going to be next in. Let's
so
see.
They're in 3rd place after the official scores.
Let's see how they do. Link Tech entrance, which is good. That's a solid rotation on that back. That's great. So you're normally on the front piece for the 19s.
Mm. Yeah, I would say that's the easier piece to fly on a 19
on this
block.
one, yeah. A bit of a bust there in the back and the front, but
yeah.
As long as you do it on the same point, then it's probably more efficient. 7 for Winged Hussars. Yeah, so easier for you guys on the front. Why is that?
It's a less dynamic move, and I think you've got better visuals from where you're going. When you're on the back piece for the 19, for a decent part of the move, you're blind.
Have faith.
And you have to have faith.
Have faith. So in that tail slot, you know the key's coming. You've got to be driving straight away, and both of you need to be coming up, getting over the top,
yep.
And driving into that space. Awesome. Right, so triple A teams, single A teams so far. Tilstock with an indicative 7, Wing Kickers indicative 9, Wing Hussars 7 again, and we're going to switch over
to Breaking Dad, and the people that were watching at the end of the last round. That was the interview that we had in the tunnel with
That's right,
Taff.
with Pete. Yeah. Breaking Dad, Pantheon, and Nemesis. Hopefully everybody watching at home has had a good day. It's getting late. If people have been watching all day, then kudos to you guys. It's been a long but really good day. Seeing a lot of people having loads of fun, learning new blocks, trying new things, and the energy level in the whole place has been really
and
high.
for people that had no idea what formation skydiving was, hopefully learned a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And what was, equally as good, all of the dynamic and freestyle and all of those disciplines. A lot of the formation teams were also sat watching, and it was, it's a really good atmosphere.
It's one of the lovely things about indoor skydiving. It's a little bit easier for spectators to take part.
Right. So we are going with Breaking Dad.
So Breaking Dad are in 2nd place based on the official scores after round 3.
Right, and it's Tano who is the solo on the
full spin.
Full spin, yeah, on the outside.
A little bit of muscle there, I think, to close it.
Yeah, as we see on the back piece, the sort of the rotation in place to a nice controlled close. And then 11.
And it looks like they're going with a short 4.
Oh, really?
Just caught that at the end, yeah. That's there's some experience that's gone into picking that.
Dennis is looking at it, going, "Yeah, go right, come on, you're in it to win it. So come on, we've got to make some ground." All right.
That's normally a technique you only see the AAA teams.
More recently, yeah, the last couple of years, to try and squeeze a couple of extra points. Teams are now starting to opt for slot switches in some of the blocks that never used to be.
Well, it's a good thing. Start to practice those techniques early.
All right, Pantheon.
Ooh.
Pantheon. There's the close.
Saved that well.
And the 4. And this is one of those blocks where that 3-piece, that linked 3 at the back needs to come up a little bit. And sometimes that front solo will rotate underneath. It cuts off the move. Instead of going all the way around the outside, they cut underneath and shave a little bit of it off. Just, a couple of extra microseconds.
Definitely a bust, that one.
Yeah.
So it looks like a 7 for Pantheon.
Pantheon number 7. You know, this is a technical dive for single A teams. Double blocker, it's not fast. You're not going to get high scores with these types of jumps. But we're going to see Nemesis have a go.
So Nemesis were in 5th place after the official scores for round 3.
Is the 19 or a 4 their Nemesis?
Maybe they mean that other team's Nemesis is.
That looked a steady 19. A predictable 4, which is good. Got the grips.
A little bit of a wall assist. That's okay.
That's fine.
Looks like they're going to finish on a 9. That's not going to finish in time.
Right, that was Nemesis with a 9. Breaking Dad on 11. This round, you know, Nemesis, we think matched win kickers, and we're going to change over now into the last couple of teams of single A.
Yeah, so as we were saying at the beginning of this round for single A, because it's a double blocker, we weren't anticipating to see much differences in the scores.
Yeah, the scores, right, then, you know, there's a couple that you're going to win and lose. Right, so
AAA, we as we announced earlier, we had the official score in for NFTO round 1. We're still waiting for British Army voltage, but at least that allows us to confirm our original estimates that we had for the top teams in AAA. We've got Chimera at 70 points, 4 points behind them we have Meraki, and 5 points behind Meraki we have NFTO.
And we said earlier on they're round 8, Chimera and Meraki, both indicative 28s.
Plus or minus busts.
Plus or minus busts. There was it's going to be interesting to see what the judges say about that round for both of them.
Yeah. So at the moment we're anticipating quite a close run battle between first and second. NFTO likely third, followed by Eros.
So at the minute, those indicative scores, I've got. Do you know, I've not done my maths, so we'll come back to that.
Quick maths.
Quick maths. It's all right. I've got new teams to talk about, so we'll come back to the quick maths.
So Chris Cook asked in the live stream chat if the scores are going to catch up with the jumps tonight. We certainly hope so. That would make for, I think, more interesting viewing first thing tomorrow when we carry on.
Yeah, right. So continuing with single A, the first team in is for one night only. See what they do. Steady entrance, trying to get straight into the 19.
I hope they still come tomorrow. Obviously, it's a 2-day thing. It's not a
one night
thing.
only. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the one.
The inside set is shielding themselves there.
Keep going. That's it. And then...
Oh, a little bit of a bump. Ooh. Yeah, the outside centre is a little bit reluctant to present their hands for the closer. They're finding that difficult to fly. So it looks like a 7 for one night only.
7. There you go. Right, I've done my quick maths.
With your phone.
With my phone. So indicative scores up to the end of round 8. I've got
for AAA.
For AAA, I've got Chimera in 196, Meraki 194, NFTO 182, and Eros in 159. Right, recruits. Let's see how these guys do. Double blocker. They are familiar with this feel. It's whether they try and go too fast. Let's see what they do. Oh, he's blocked to the door. He survived here. He recovered really well. Slightly odd build on the
might have been
floor.
A bust on the close of the floor.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, trying to probably just push it rather than concentrate on the technique. They've got to come up. So I'm getting too invested in these guys already. Just take it steady, probably bust that. Moving, travelling grip. That's better. So 11, however, there's going to be a couple of busts. So I'm going to put 9.
That's an interesting one. It's it might be that that's the round that gets taken by Breaking Dads.
Yeah.
I think the Skydive recruits have won every round so far in individual scores.
Yeah. Well, it's out of the way now.
That's something we've been familiar with. You know, we've in the past we've always done well on the block heavy.
Yeah.
Dives,
Technique
and
wise.
it's the fast ones that have generally cost us the points.
Yeah. We're not scored as many as we would have liked. Oh, what's going on? Bit of back fly.
There's like, nope, I got this.
Yeah. Well done. There we are.
Well recovered. So I wonder if that's one of the Bradley sisters that ended up on their back.
It was, yeah. So scratch 22. I'm guessing they're a scratch team. And for the non-educated amongst people who are maybe listening, a scratch team basically means it's just a group of people.
Oh, we almost had another one. Oh,
nearly,
is it going to go?
A group of people that haven't trained before just sort of said, yeah, let's do a competition and put a team together.
So 5 points for scratch 22, which I think finishes off the single A category for today.
All right. And you know, a massive thanks and congratulations to the Bradley sisters. They've flown all day, multiple teams,
multiple rounds.
Yeah.
About the only thing they haven't had to do is re-jump.
I bet they're quite happy about that.
I bet they have been, yep.
And we're going to kick off now. Opening team, Booty's call, first team of rookie. The rookie jump this round is BHA. Again, for those of you who are not familiar with the different categories, it's a 3-point dive for rookies. Simple formations called randoms, predefined, and they have to go through as many pages or as many times around as they can in 35 seconds. And that's the A, and that's the B, and that's the H.
Well done, Booty's call. They were in second place, based on the official scores after round 3. 7 points behind Space Pirates and 11 points ahead of First Date. So it doesn't look like too much is going to change based on those scores so far. And they are also happy to be finished.
I bet they are. I can smell pizza.
I can smell pizza.
I can smell pizza. See some people just, you know, they've done their jumps for the day. Now just relaxing out of their usual formation suits, hanging around, having a drink, chatting, socialising, and just relaxing. There's a lot of jumps today, and it's, you know, emotionally taxing. Remembering the dive, performing the dive, coming out, you know, that elation of we've done, and then preparing for that next round.
Yeah, it's a lot for the teams. I think we'd originally been hoping that the day today wouldn't have stretched out quite so long, but the good problem we ended up having is that all of these teams registered quite close to the close of registration.
Yeah.
At which point everything was booked in, so we couldn't really make significant changes to the programme on day 2.
Well,
but we're almost there.
A good problem to have.
Yeah,
new teams.
Everyone's done really well. Everyone's pulled together.
We've got it done. Here we go. Right. Our favourite, well, I'm going to say my favourite rookie team, I think, the Chaos unit.
We've been requesting a bit more chaos from them, haven't we? I wonder if they'll deliver it.
See if they go crazy this time. Let's go crazy.
We haven't seen any backflying from the Chaos unit.
Not quite chaotic. It's quite controlled. Again. I really like these. I really like them. Nice and steady. Just getting through the pages, that's it. Scoring the points. Right, and
a 14.
14.
Strong start. Or finish, as it were.
Yeah. End of the day one. Nice finish. And yeah, a couple of little turns just to celebrate. There you go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Chaos Unit were in 5th place after 3 rounds of the official scoring. So I think 14 is a pretty good score for them.
Yeah, Booty's Call.
Given that Booty's Call only got 11 and they were in 2nd place.
Second place, all right. And they go. This is Space Pirates.
In 1st place.
Let's see what these guys do. We're at 14. We're at 14 with Chaos Unit. See how these go. There's not much movement, which is good efficiency. Are they building up? Oh,
no.
Lost point there. They're nice and steady though. Look at that. They've taken it steady.
Wow.
Nothing, you know, no big bursts of energy all the way through. 18.
18 points. Well done, Space Pirates.
Couple of
good end.
Maybe a glitch, maybe a buster or
yeah.
2, but you know, still pace-wise, 18.
Who's next, Dave?
Well, best served cold.
Do you have your jelly?
It's obviously on its way.
I believe you were promised some jelly.
It's on its way. It's Deliveroo. Right, here we go. Best served cold. Let's see how they get on. And as the last round with Space Pirates proved, you don't need to go fast. Just take it steady. It's even the same speed all the way through, but as long as you're small.
Use the first couple of pages to work out what the least or smallest movement you can make
Most
is.
efficient, yeah. And stuff like this is really good to creep. So new teams get on the creepers and actually work out those angles. Just, you know, be really aware of how much you're moving and what's the smallest amount of effort to get to that point.
Yeah, so that's a 12 for best serve cold. So that might mean the Chaos Unit have overtaken
Chaos
Best Serve
Unit.
gained a couple of places.
Yeah, they're really happy with that.
There's
That's
not
nice.
a lot in it in rookies between 5th and 3rd.
Ooh. So when the scores come up for tomorrow, I know, you know, we can kick off the day having a good look at the scores and seeing where people are. There's only 2 rounds, and we can obviously look at what 2 rounds are remaining and sort of estimate whether they're fast rounds, not fast rounds, and what we can probably expect.
Yeah, if you've been kind enough to watch along today, then definitely don't miss out on the finals tomorrow.
Yep. It's where it gets interesting.
It's also where the pressure builds a little bit in the artistic disciplines.
Yes. If you've never watched how that all works, it's nail-biting. All right, so we're swapping over now into the last couple of rookies. We've got Impromptu, First Date, and as ever, our lovely co-host.
Last but not least.
Omni and not Omni. Last but not least, absolutely. Hannah.
Hello, hello. Final round today for the VFS.
How you feeling?
Feeling great. You guys good?
Really tired.
A little tired. It's been a long day, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. But it's been great fun. It has been absolutely great fun.
Do I look tired? Are you trying to say I look tired?
No, you look really good compared to how I
No,
feel.
you're doing wonderful. Yeah. So last round, everyone's. I just spoke to the teams. They're a little tired too, but I think they're ready.
Yeah.
It's not too complicated, so that will be a good one for them to end on.
So just an advance head up. Once we're finished with the VFS, there will be some closing out presentations. So don't just shoot off and dive into the fridge at that point.
Right.
Let us leave you with some wise words
from Mr. Mather.
From Mr. Mather.
All right. Here's Impromptu. As we were saying, it's one of the teams earlier on just really kept it small, didn't go fast, and they scored the highest in this round so far from our perspective. And you know, that's you know, a really interesting lesson. Stay stable, stay in the same position. Less is more.
Slow is fast.
There is that analogy, yeah.
And the number of people we've paid over the years just to stand there and say, do less.
Trying too
Move
hard.
slower, yes. We spent a lot of money on coaching, haven't we, Dave?
Yeah.
For that to be the 95% feedback.
Yeah. Sometimes less is more. You know, and actually there are some philosophers which is slow is slow, fast is fast.
So we've got one rookie team left.
Last one,
for the
yeah,
day.
first 8, which will close out round 8 for rookie. BHA, another Bradley team.
So first 8 are in 3rd place after 3 officially scored rounds.
All right, quick on the pickup, and they can go. Right, there we go. First point done. Let's see if these guys can keep it smooth.
For the remainder of their first 8.
Yeah. If this is their first comp, they've got to be really proud of themselves for you know, going through a full day of eight jumps.
Well done.
It doesn't seem a lot, it doesn't sound a lot, but it is. You know, it's a long day of trying to organise yourself, work out the dives, remember the dives, and if you've not done much
perform the dives.
Oh, yeah.
Almost as stressful as a first date.
It is, yeah.
Some would say.
The irony. Right, there we go. First day. Omni 99. What we got then?
Round 8.
Are you gonna try scoring this one, Dave?
I'll try. Yes.
Thanks for the thumbs up, Omni. Yep. Waving back. Hi, fans.
Right, we have C92. So the C is called a shoe shine. This is a very complicated launch, so they're not going to do it. You technically would have to launch off of Greg's foot, so you can see they've got the hands on his feet, and then Tim just takes the grip straight away. So 1, and then this is the block 9, and then a 2. Really good. This is quite a quick one. The 9 can be slow, but if they keep it tight there through that move, boom, see rotate, great. These guys have had a great competition so far. I'm looking forward to see their final scores. I did ask them what their competition average is, but they don't know.
Okay.
Apparently, so they said I could make it up for them.
Well, indicative 14.
Oh, that's yeah, pretty good. Actually, it's not that great.
That could be me. That could be me. What looked like a complete formation, but yeah.
Yeah.
Plus or minus 10%, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. I don't think it was a 14, but maybe it is. Good job at trying, Dave.
Oh, you know. Give it a go. I'm a rookie.
So,
I'm a rookie with VFS.
Not Omni. They definitely had a little extra burst of energy. They were dirt diving this really good. So let's see, completely free. To the C, into the 9. That's pretty fun for Ryan's move there, where you get to go all around the outside.
Yeah.
All little confusion.
Grip, take that grip.
Pointing,
there you go.
That's it. Yeah, this one's a little weird. That's it. And then you do like a 180 move.
Got yeah.
Into the okay, cool, nice. They've got it. And then back to the C. This is shoe shine. This one, the Hutch, black. He has both of his feet with the grip, and someone else taking his legs as well.
Right.
So having his shoes shined.
Absolutely. And is it, when you've got somebody on your feet, is that quite a hard grip to sort of hold, especially your head down?
I mean, yes, it can be. It can be a bit burbly, depends on how you fly it. But
right.
Also for the person whose feet you're holding on to, they've got to be pretty solid as well. So it's a bit of a two-way.
Right.
Well, cool. That was a great way to end round 8.
So thank you very much for watching so far. We're going to cut to a quick ad break, and then we'll be back for some closing words of wisdom from Taff. So stick around. Don't
tuned.
leave just yet.
Stay.
Welcome to the world of indoor skydiving, one of the most exhilarating experiences you will ever have. It is the opportunity to fly like you could only ever imagine. Almost any person at any age can learn to do flips and tricks, fly with friends, break through fears, and ultimately live their dreams. Every tunnel flying session begins with the guidance of a highly qualified and experienced IBA-rated flight instructor who is there to help you master skills you already know, challenge you with new techniques, and share in the excitement of body flight in the safest possible environment. All IBA-rated flight instructors are trained to the highest possible safety standards, and just like you, they love to fly. The IBA offers a flyer membership program, which provides a wide range of benefits. And best of all, becoming a member is absolutely free. Some of the benefits include the personalized digital logbook, which allows you to track your tunnel time, tunnels you visited, and skills you've mastered. The IBA library, which is an unrivaled collection of flight progression lesson plans and tutorial videos. Other benefits include a global tunnel database, which lists all the IBA wind tunnels. When you are ready to compete, the IBA offers a full competition section where you can download competition rules for every form of flying and generate dive flows for practice. As you progress, your instructors will be there to guide you at every level. You can be a part of this exciting community simply by joining today. Our vision is to fly together, one community in the safest possible environment. The IBA wants to fly with you, so join today and learn to fly.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the end of day one for the UK Indoor National Championships. We are here with our fantastic commentators that have absolutely been amazing today. Super effort from all four of them, David and Fletch, and also Hannah and Emma. And we're going to ask a few questions. So, first of all, Emma, how has your day been, darling? How has your day been?
It has been absolutely...
Here we go, she's off.
You know how excited I get. It's been what a start to a competition. It's been run beautifully. Everything's been organised. Everybody's smiling, having a great time. It's been amazing.
Good, and I can see your energy, Emma, is still like really going for it. Hannah, what are you looking forward to the most about tomorrow? Like with the dynamic stuff and all the flying, and it's super, you know, it's an awesome discipline to be watching because it is so energetic, you know?
It's the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow. We get to watch the real battles.
So this is even better for both Hannah and Emma. They're going to be super excited as per usual, everybody. Okay, so I've got to ask you both now, right? Who is going to win? So who do you think is going to do the best tomorrow and win? And we're going to start with Emma on this one.
Well, I'm going to go for, in the two-way dynamic, I would say iFLY has had an amazing day. Obviously, you know, we know things can change, but I would say iFLY and Serendipity maybe for the two-way.
Yep.
Okay, and what about you, Hannah?
I agree. She said exactly what I wanted to say. It's not fair.
Why did you do that? You robbed it from her. Why did you do that?
The four-way still, though. I also think that's going to be the three men and Harry. It's also kind of the iFLY guys, the same sort of team. Cool. And then, well, VFS as well. It's kind of a walk away there from Omni. They're definitely winning. But
are you sure about that?
But freestyle, we also have freestyle too. And actually, that's really close between the top two guys, Connor and Harry.
Cool.
So, yeah, that's going to be exciting.
Thank you, girls. You've been absolutely amazing today. I'm hoping that energy, which I know it will, still be there tomorrow. And we're going to ask Dave and Mark, who has been in the box. I've called it the box today. The hot box. It's like, you know, the hot box, right? All day, slogging it out, just giving you all the amazing commentary on AAA, single A, double A, and rookie four-way.
And a little bit of VFS.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of VFS. I mean, you did all right with that. I'm impressed. I thought you, I mean, David especially, you know. Okay, so what about you? How's the day felt, you know? Tell me.
Oh, it's been fantastic. Thanks very much, Pete. You know, I think we've done okay. We've held the fort, but it's really been your interviews. They kind of took the day from here up to here.
And I just think you mean that give you a chance to go to the toilet, right? Is that what that meant? I just give them a break, and that was about it. David, what's been the highlight of your day? Speaking about the teams mainly, you know, like what has it actually been? You know, has it been good to see all the top teams flying again after 3 years?
Yeah, I think the best thing, personally, the best thing is actually seeing all the teams. We've got progress in all of the categories. You know, first thing is there's lots of teams that haven't flown in a long time. Actually, big shout out to the Bradley sisters. I've said this a few times. They've brought a load of teams with them. They've got 7 teams. They've not stopped flying. They've done an amazing job. And those teams that they brought with them, they've introduced competition. They've introduced rookies, single A's. So I think the benefit of that we'll start to see in the next couple of years.
But for the AAA teams, it's going to be an interesting battle tomorrow, rounds 9 and 10. Indicative scoring following Meraki and Chimera, and FTO in hot pursuit. Eros doing an amazing job actually with a new lineup. It's all to play for tomorrow.
And with the scoring that you guys have been doing, which has been really good, who do you think right now is actually taking the leaderboard in the AAA competition?
We actually see Meraki and Chimera trading places every couple of rounds, so it's going to be all to play for tomorrow.
And which one do you want to win?
Tell you tomorrow.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for everything you've done. It's been amazing in there. You've done a superb job. Guys, you've been all awesome. And at the end of the day, this time, tomorrow morning, is going to be where it's going to get really excited from all us commentators and all the teams around. Basingstoke, stay classy, and we'll see you all tomorrow.